Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 1 1. The Mysterious Ring. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Dad. Jiang Fei asked his father, his face feverish with excitement. Almost instantly, the reply came blaring into his eardrums, as his father's face, cheerful just a moment ago, turned into a scowl. Young Fei, you're already in high school. As if it made things any better, his mother chipped in from the sidelines, barely even looking up. Mom, this game is nothing like anything. Shengshi Enterprise has spent more than 13 years working on this godly game. It has even been dubbed as the best game in the world. They are calling it the Second World. Dawn Break, that's the name of the game. They even programmed it in a way that alters our perception of time. Time inside this world would be slowed down. Jiang Fei explained to his parents with much gusto. Dawn Break was a technological breakthrough of its time. Not only was it able to emulate real-world physics, it did so to the quark. Through the use of a newly developed technology, the game even enabled humans to play in their sleep. In the 8 hours of sleep, one could be fully functional in the game. Those 8 hours would be 24 hours of wholesome gameplay in that hyper-realistic world. His father spun around and directed a finger at Jiang Fei. It quivered as his voice rose. Don't buy into those stupid taglines. That's just how gaming companies reel in gullible oaths like you. They just want you to pour all your hard-earned money into their honeypot. Oh, but who am I to say anything? Let those idiots believe whatever truth that sounds right to their ears. You are my son, Fei, not one of those gullible idiots. Non-idiots don't get a play. Your current priority is to finish high school. Jiang Fei's father was adamant. Dad, you're too much. Even the government endorses this game. How could they lie to us? Jiang Fei gave one last push. His father seemed to swell in size. I'll only say this one more time. No. Negative. Denied. That's it. Jiang Fei lowered his head, muttering under his breath. He knew that he would go no further with this. He knew his father did not hold anything against gaming, per se. The old man had only been this close to bursting a blood vessel due to the price tag of the gaming pod. It was just his father being a little old-fashioned, as if gaming would affect anything. The bell rang. As the teacher took his exit, a plump little fellow scurried over to Jiang Fei. Brother Fei, how's it going? Dawn Break's launching tonight. Ugh, don't get me started. I won't be joining you guys this time. Rather, I can't, Jiang Fei said with a bitter smile. Whoa, what's wrong? I'm not the only one counting on you, the fat boy said anxiously. He was Zhao Feng, one of the few friends Jiang Fei had. Jiang Fei was the 9th class of his year. It was supposed to be the class filled with smart students. Ironically, Jiang Fei's results were only average at best. He never got any better, neither did he get any worse. His physical education wasn't any good either, making him the characteristically insociable shut-in. With all those characteristics, Jiang Fei was the perfect invisible man, the kind that would never attract anyone's attention. Ugh, it's my dad. He's not buying me the gaming pod. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes as he complained. Zhao Feng was the kind of friend that Jiang Fei had not needed to hold back his words. Zhao Feng said. Both Zhao Feng and Jiang Fei were equally insignificant in the grand scale of society. The big man was also just as inept. That's how these invisible birds of a feather flocked together to vanish. Jiang Fei grunted. He lowered his voice. Where am I going to put the pod, even if you could somehow get me one? That thing is huge. My dad is going to swing his sledgehammer at it when he sees me lugging it home. Jiang Fei sighed disgruntledly. He knew that there was no way he could play the game, with or without the pod, unless he could persuade his father to allow him to play the game itself. It was never about the gaming pot. Oh man, poor brother Fei. Zhao Feng grunted, shaking his head. Enough about it. Get some time, said Jiang Fei, patting Zhao Feng's shoulders. Zhao Feng nodded. Jiang Fei had always loved gaming, especially those hyper-realistic titles like Dawnbreak. As a man, how would he not like swords and magic? When a man is given the chance to fight, it was an opportunity to place one's footprint in the pages of history. Generally speaking, it was every regular young man's dream. With the advancement of computer technology, warfare would be obsolete. Or at least, it would happen over digital space, where zeros and ones would be flying across the digital battlefield, instead of missiles and bullets. Perhaps a war-loving man like Jiang Fei would be left with the only option there is, a fully immersive, hyper-realistic game. Sadly, that chance was gone. Ever since Jiang Fei entered middle school, Jiang Fei's father had coiled around him like a python. All the gaming consoles in the house had been stashed away. Massively multiplayer online role-playing games, MMORPGs, that was out of the question. After enduring the torturing hell called school, Jiang Fei walked home, crestfallen. It was barely 6 in the evening, but the world already felt cold and dark. Winter was quickly approaching. The sun was working on shorter shifts. Jiang Fei strolled along his usual route home. The low-hitting rays of the sun struck something on the ground, down by the roots of a huge tree. It caught Jiang Fei's eye. Ho ho ho! Someone must have dropped this ring. It's my lucky day. Jiang Fei picked up the platinum-colored ring and raised it up to his eye. The design of the ring was plain, simple, minus any engravings or gems. Still, he found beauty in that simplicity. "That's worth much," said Jiang Fei, casually slipping it on. Over the table at dinner, Jiang Fei tried once again to convince his father. He was shot down in record time. No. With that word echoing in his mind and the fact that dawnbreak was about to launch that night, Jiang Fei shut himself in his room. By 10, Jiang Fei was done with his homework. With a heavy heart, Jiang Fei collapsed on his bed and stared at the clock ticking away. So close, yet so far. Dawnbreak's official servers were launching at 10 p.m. that night. From there, gamers would enjoy a solid 8 hours of fun on average, ending their wholesome session at 6 in the morning. That was the suggested duration, at least. It was equivalent to a full 24 hours in the game. Damn, it's almost starting. The game of the century is almost starting, and I am here, doing nothing on my bed. Jiang Fei wrapped a pillow around his face and let out a muffled scream. His fingers incidentally crossed, one of them touching the ring. Target connection. Target connection established. Data received. Interface completed. Jiang Fei gasped in surprise. He bolted upright and stared at glowing ring. A bright white light burst out, blinding Jiang Fei for a brief second. When his eyes recovered, he was no longer standing in his room. Ding! Welcome to the world of Dawnbreak. Welcome user number 34784. The sound of a young, cheerful girl rang in his ears. Dawnbreak. Jiang Fei could not believe his eyes. The fear and anxiety was immediately replaced with excitement. This isn't exactly the login screen, said the assistant. Still reeling. A part of Jiang Fei's brain tried to grasp the situation. He did not even have a gaming pod, to begin with. How was he at this menu? This must be a dream. He was probably too exhausted after being slammed by his homework. On top of it, he was still in bed. Rings don't just glow. Day was for the cold, harsh truth, and the night was for dreams and fantasies. That was the only way this made sense. His brain had to channel his desires for the game somewhere, somehow, or it would blow. Chapter 2, the first login. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. His spirits suddenly uplifted upon that drop everything and stop thinking approach had been decided on. He went on and created his first game character as per the assistant's guidance. The young, cheerful girl cried out. A clear chime rang through the air, and the male representatives of 4 different races took form before his eyes. Elf, orc, human, and specter. When Jiang Fei honed in on the male elf, a notification popped up stating, "The elves. A peaceful, loving race gifted with strong, agile bodies. They possess a natural talent for magic control. Strength growth, B health growth, C agility growth, A intelligence growth, a spirit growth, B initial attribute bonus points, agility +1 intelligence +1 race perk, child of the forest. Gains 10% bonus overall attribute points whenever the character is in a forest terrain. Jiang Fei nodded after reading the full message and moved on to the remaining three. The Orcs, known for their commanding bravery and overpowering strength. A race of warrior that values strength above all else. Possess significantly denser musculature and, along with it, immense strength. In exchange for this power, they do not have any aptitude for magic. Strength growth, a health growth, a agility growth, B intelligence growth, C spirit growth, B initial attribute bonus points. Strength plus 1 health plus 2 race perk. Berserk. Instantly increases attack power by 50% and reduces defense by 50%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown duration, 10 minutes. Humans. A jack of all trades. An isolated race that pursues knowledge while ironically knowing little of other races. Humans may start off average, but their growth potential is limitless. Strength growth, B health growth, B agility growth, B intelligence growth, B spirit growth, A initial attribute bonus points. Health plus 1 spirit plus 2 race perk. Evolution. A human character could potentially evolve into a different race by means of a hidden race quest. Search and complete the hidden quest to evolve into a different race. Note, there are 36 different race progenitors. Only one player may complete the evolution quest, and each progenitors would only issue one evolution quest. The Unyielding One. Completion of an evolution quest will grant the player the blessing of the Unyielding One, granting the player an additional 5% experience points, EXP, for foes slain, quest rewards, and skill masteries. The Spectre, the living dead, the undead. They broke free of the Spectre Emperor's control and are of their own free will. Persisting on this unnatural form of existence by sheer willpower, they only seek to extend their presence. Strength growth, a health growth, B agility growth, B intelligence growth, a spirit growth, C initial attribute bonus points. Strength plus 2 intelligence plus 1 race perk. Spectre's Will. Purges the effects of spirit-based magic and gains immunity for 5 seconds. Cooldown duration 10 minutes. I'm in a dream. This can't be real. Might as well reach for the stars. Let's go. If Jiang Fei had been playing the game in a real pod, it would have been the elf race, no question about it. He never thought of himself a professional player, where entire companies would be out there sponsoring his progress, actually paying him to play. There's almost no way for him to invest that much effort and butt heads with actual professional players to compete for those hidden evolution quests. This was a dream. Who the heck settles for mediocrity and risk-free decisions in dreams? If you did not go all out in dreams, you have a serious problem. Selection confirmed. Human race selected. Please adjust your character appearance. Please adjust the appearance grade and intensity. You may also manually adjust your appearance. This was the character appearance adjustment phase, a feature commonly seen in most online games. Male players would typically opt for the randomization function, while female players would take as much time necessary to make the most improvements possible. Emphasis on possible. Otherwise, the sky was the limit, said Jiang Fei without a moment's pause. He could only dream for so many hours, and he might never return to it again, or so he thought. He would not waste any time in the character creation phase. If he woke up there and then, it would be game over. Character creation in process. An input box with the title name appeared in front of him, as well as a man with a slightly altered face of Jiang Fei, who stood at a height similar to its real-life counterpart. Jiang Fei was being an utter troll. In other games, Jiang Fei would never himself an uncool name. However, this was a dream. Why rack precious brain power to come up with a cool name? Character creation complete. A loud chime was heard, and a bright light flashed again. The light engulfed both Jiang Fei and the character he had just created. After a brief second, Jiang Fei came up and realized that his surroundings had changed again. Hark! Someone in the distant plain screamed at the top of his lungs as he crossed blades with some unseen foe. The shopkeeper called out to players passing the front of his shop. Those were only a few of the noises that Jiang Fei picked up. With a grin, Jiang Fei grew excited. Not bad. Not bad at all. What are you talking about? Shengshi has spent years developing this game. How could not real? A player standing next to Jiang Fei snorted. Jiang Fei grew anxious. Something was aloof. The scenery, the players' dialogues, ambience, they were all far too realistic. Jiang Fei reached out for his right leg and pinched it hard. Pain jolted through his body. The type of pain that did not belong in dreams, and if it did, would give the deepest sleepers a rude awakening. What's going on? Jiang Fei gasped. What on earth is going on? Is this real? Jiang Fei's brain got to its feet, patting the dust off itself. He started recalling past advertisements of the game. There was talk of how even the sensory level could be tweaked by 20% to 0%. If one went for the all 0% extreme, one might lose a huge chunk of what the game could offer. Naturally, most female players would opt for 0%. Oh my god! At that moment, Jiang Fei was on cloud 9. For that moment, he had completely forgotten about the mysterious ring that was still on his finger. Said Jiang Fei, his eyes finally catching its glint. Real-world objects did not typically follow their users into the game. However, if the ring was responsible for him being in the game, it had all rights of being in the game as well. As he rubbed the ring, a sudden pop-up gave Jiang Fei a mild start. It was 36 slot inventory page. Ho ho ho. Jiang Fei smiled. As a longtime veteran gamer, he was all too aware of the benefits that came with a large inventory, especially in the early stages of the game. I'm not going to put too much thought into this. With nothing but gaming on his mind, Jiang Fei decided to dive deep into the game. What ring? What about it? Chapter 3 In-Game Encyclopedia. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Before getting started, Jiang Fei decided to calm his nerves and regain his bearings. He took a deep breath and opened up his status window. Name, Verger Glider Level, 0 class, Beginner Profession, none experience points, 0 out of 100 health point, 110 110 mana point, 100 physical attack power, 10 plus 1 magic attack power, 10 physical defense, 5 plus 1 magical defense, 5 strength, 10 determines a character's physical attack. Agility, 10 determines a character's attack speed, movement speed, and dexterity. Vitality, 11 determines a character's health points and physical defense. 5. Intelligence, 10 determines a character's magic attack and magical defense. 0. Spirit, 12 determines a character's health and mana point regeneration speed, skill mastery speed. Recover 1 point of health and mana every 5 seconds in out-of-combat status per spirit point. 1 point of health and mana every 5 seconds in combat status per spirit point. Skill, Focus Strike. Attacks the enemy instantly, dealing 120% damage. Increase 10% critical chance for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. The standard human beginner would have 2 complementary system gifts, a wooden sword and a cotton shirt, which were equipped by default. They were not without any attribute whatsoever, but he might as well be naked. Jiang Fei gazed around. The beginner's village did not offer anything impressive. Everything there was just the bare essentials, the bread and butter of all MMORPGs. There were a total of 12 NPCs around, and only 9 quests available. One quick chat and grab run would allow a player to easily accept all quests. Oh, great adventurer! You have arrived. Our restaurant has exhausted all our food supply. Could you please help us collect 10 pieces of chicken meat? Oh, great adventurer! You have arrived. We have used up all the leather in the tailor's shop. Could you please hunt and gather 10 pieces of deer skin? Oh, great adventurer! You have arrived. We have run out of herbs to make medicine for the people. Could you please gather 10 briar thorns? It was all the same conversation starter, the same reply options. Nothing gets old. This is getting out of hand. Jiang Fei sighed. Beginner quest from a beginner's village would be easy. That was a given. The problem now was a disproportionate ratio between the player/monster population. A monster would only be permitted its pathetic existence for an eternity of half a second before its head would roll to the ground, having been lobbed off by any single person in a sardine pack full of players before being stampeded into the dirt. The monsters could offer no resistance whatsoever. It was being the early bird and picking up your spoils that was quickly becoming a major pain in the neck. Just as Jiang Fei was on the verge of losing his temper, he found a monster that had yet to have found itself a dance partner. He dashed towards it. That was when something interesting happened. Plymouth Rock Chicken, Beast, Normal, Level, 1 health point, 50 attack power, 5 skill, none note. Beginner's Village Weak Monster. Low hostility. Quest initiator, restaurant owner. Whoa, what the dash? Jiang Fei stopped dead his tracks and stared at the information pop-up. Before playing the game, Jiang Fei had done some research on Dawnbreak. According to the publicly released information, some skills allowed identification. Only players with said skill could have access to the monster's name, level, and health points. Such information was not accessible to just anyone. However, not only was Jiang Fei able to read such detailed information about the monster, he was even able to see if it was related to any other quests. Even the quest initiator would be revealed. It was basically an encyclopedia of the game. Jiang Fei stared at the ring in his finger. The ring hummed and glowed slightly, as if it was acknowledging him, aware of everything. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Jiang Fei lightly slapped himself. I can't stop. Halfway to think about this thing each time. Jiang Fei was the kind of guy that would not say no to fun. Anything that he could not solve or understand at the moment would be tossed to a corner of his head and forgotten. His attention was now set on grinding. Ding! You have killed Plymouth Rock Chicken. Obtained 2 experience points. In the game, all quest items would automatically be deposited into the player's inventory. Other items such as potions, equipment, and etc. items would require manual looting. Remains of a recent kill would emit a faint light if loot was still present. Now that he had found a target to slay, Jiang Fei wasted no time at all and jumped at the next poor little chicken. This skill will be given to all players by the village chief. Ding! After collecting the item, Jiang Fei's first grinding session in Dawnbreak commenced. Ding! Congratulations! Player Verger Glider has reached level 1. As his ears reverberated with the chime of the notification, Jiang Fei's euphoria quickly faded. That name, that ridiculous name, he had known sooner. He would have ended up with a better name. However, if he were to delete his character and start over, he would need to wait for an entire week to recreate a character. Jiang Fei would never allow himself to waste that much time. There was no choice but to swallow his shame. In this game, characters below level 10 would have all attribute points evenly distributed. 10 attribute points would be given for every level gained. Prior to level 10, a player's attributes would gain 2 points each. After that, those 10 attribute points would be split in 2. 5 would be evenly distributed, and the other 5 would be given to the player to manually invest. Woo! After gaining a level, Jiang Fei, who was now slightly more agile, rushed towards a field of wild rabbits. Ding! You have killed Wild Rabbit. Obtained 5 experience points. Ding! 2 hours later, Jiang Fei was already level 4. Along the way, he got his hands on another equipment, a torn cloth armor lower pants which provided more modesty than defense. At that point, the system blared out a warning about how his inventory was at full capacity. Many items had already been moved into the mysterious ring inventory. There was only one minor caveat about the ring. Items from the ground could not be directly placed into the ring's inventory. He had to manually move all the items from his own character's inventory into the ring's inventory before being able to loot anything more from the ground. As such, to ease his gameplay, Jiang Fei had moved all the etc. items into the ring's inventory and only placed the quest items in his character's inventory. Chapter 4 Hack Leveling. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation As Jiang Fei was moving some items from his character's inventory, he found that several items in the ring's stock were missing. Jiang Fei held the ring up to his eyes. At that moment, he heard a tiny chime, a chime so soft that one could have easily missed it. When the chime rang, a piece of delicious rabbit meat disappeared from his very eyes. What the F dash, Jiang Fei gasped. Was the ring actually taxing him? He looked closer than ever, finally uncovering a new secret of the ring. On the surface, the ring seemed to come with 36 slots, but they worked very differently from a regular character's inventory. It appeared to come in two portions, top and bottom. The top half of the ring's inventory had a very faint blue in its background, while the lower half had a faint red. If he had not been paying attention, he would have never seen it. This newly uncovered secret was the fact that any items placed in the red section of the ring's inventory would eventually disappear after every 10 minutes or so. It was not fixed. Each time an item was consumed, a crack-like mark would appear on the ring. It was just a mark, not an actual indication of any damage to the ring. The scar grew as the ring consumed more items. After 2 hours, the scar had grown so long that it had almost made a complete circle. As the last item vanished with the chime, the crack-like marks had formed a complete circle on the surface of the ring. A bright light flashed, and the scar in the ring vanished, leaving behind a flawless, silver surface, as if it was freshly made out of the refinery. Jiang Fei cocked his head. Huh, what's this? Besides the 36 slots that the mysterious ring provided, there was something a little extra. Luck plus 10. Luck was a hidden attribute in the game. Players called it that way, since it could not be quantified or viewed on their attributes window. In the game, some equipment provided luck as an additional attribute buff. This attribute affected a player's evade chance, critical chance, and item drop rate, even. Luck-induced evasion was not determined by actually physically moving away from an attack. An attack may appear to fully land on a player, but the player would sustain no damage whatsoever. It will be the same as critical strike chances. Players may be able to deal 3 times the regular attack damage when one uses active skills to cause damage, or even when striking the enemy's weak spot. G system. Random number generator. A successful proc, programmed random occurrence, would deal double the regular damage, while completely ignoring defense value. In some situations, such as fighting with an enemy with high defense, a critical strike would deal more than triple the damage commonly seen. Drop rate has been and would always be a source of frustration for all MMORPG gamers. G. Lord and ask for his grace. However, when a player had enough of the luck attribute, the odds would be in your favor, especially when it comes to drop rate. Still, great luck did not necessarily mean that one would find a celestial tier weapon from a level 1 chicken. Luck only involved the preset drop table of that particular monster. For example, if a chicken had possible grade A, B, and C drops, high luck enabled a higher chance of yielding a grade A drop. On the other hand, a luckless chap could only dream of living under the shadow of a grade A drop. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. He was sure that the ring was not part of the game. It behaved less like a regular item and more of a hacking tool. It was not recognized by the system, but it was working in the game just fine. Crap, I don't exactly condone hacking, not to mention how I might even get banned from this game. The dilemma infuriated Jiang Fei. However, it was also his only key to playing the game. There was just no other way. At that point, Jiang Fei had gotten a fair grasp on the ring's function. But what the blue-colored ones? After thinking about it for a moment, Jiang Fei could not come up with any explanation, nor did he find anything particular about it. As usual, he shoved it aside and enjoyed the game without any further care. 7 to 8 hours later, Jiang Fei returned to the village, lugging all the required quest items along with him. He was still level 4. What a pain. Dawn Break was a slow and arduous process, as gaining levels sure took some time. It was the same for the drop rate. Even with 10 luck, Jiang Fei had found it remarkably difficult to get a good fix on his desired items. The quest items had taken him almost an hour each. Bless you, adventurer. Bless you. You have saved me. Ding. Obtained 550 experience points. After submitting the first quest, Jiang Fei had obtained little experience points and a white tier equipment. Although it was painfully cheap, It was the kind of reward one could expect from a lowly quest in the beginner's village. The game categorized equipment grades as such: gray, white, green, blue, violet, and gold. Outside those categories were also unique types, the chromatic evolving equipment, and finally, the greatest of them all, the celestial grade. Gray equipment had been established as the lowest tier in the equipment grading, as only players in the beginner's village would equip them. This equipment adds only less than 50% of the basic attributes. TL note: author did not explain what the basic attributes were. When a player outgrew the beginner's village, any gray equipment would most likely be sold to NPCs, as they were not even worth using. White equipment was the bare-bones equipment that provided some basic attributes. Nothing additional would be gained from them. TL note: again, no explanation of what basic attributes are. Equipment of this grade could be sold to NPC, but they could also be broken down into metal ingots and sold to players. Players would then use the metal ingots as materials for their smithing skill. The end price would be higher than selling the equipment itself. Green equipment was named fine equipment. They provided 130% basic attributes and even provided 1 or 2 additional attributes. If the equipment had 2 additional attributes, it would be classified as the refined amongst the fine grade. Most players would be walking about with this. Blue equipment were superior grade. They provide 150% of the basic attributes and provided 2 to 3 additional attributes. Even if 2 additional attributes was equal to the refined green equipment, it still provided more basic attribute percentages. If it had 3 additional attributes, the equipment would be highly valuable and particularly strong. When the game reaches maturity, with more and more players reaching mid-game content, players who wielded such equipment would be considered elites. The next grade was coded in violet text and was called Epic. They provide 180% basic attributes and had 3 to 4 additional attributes. Likewise, even the lesser variety that only provided 3 additional attributes were already superior to their blue equivalents. Violet equipment was like owning a premium sports car, such as a Lamborghini or a fancy Birkin's handbag. Only a handful of players would be able to get their hands on them. One would already be formidable, even among professional players, if they had even 1 article of violet tier equipment in their armory. Gold-texted legendary equipment provided 200% basic attributes with an additional 4 to 5 other attributes. Like all the grades before this, their lesser varieties were still superior to those that provided an equivalent amount of additional attributes. TL note: repeat. As the nickname implied, it was almost impossible to have a full set of legendary tier equipment. Having one of them alone would already turn a player into an idol. Chromatic evolving equipment were special and unique. They could only be obtained from hidden class quests. Their power levels were similar to the legendary equipment. What that set them aside was their potential to gain experience along with their wielders. It would be downright stupidity if one were to discard them. Also, hidden class quests did not necessarily provide one with such a gem. Unlike the hidden race quest, which was only limited to 36 in the entire game, hidden class quest was slightly less rare, but they're still notoriously difficult to come across. One required truckloads of luck for this. Lastly, at the top of the food chain was the celestial grade. One could only obtain such an equipment grade by slaying a god. The attributes alone could blow one's mind, and the road to procuring it was just as mind-blowing. Chapter 5, A Superman Dream. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After running around the village, Jiang Fei was finally done with the quests. From the beginning, Jiang Fei had been walking about with a full set of the weakest tier equipment. The quests had rewarded with him a few better alternatives. While hunting, he had managed to procure a pair of gray grade lower pants. Even so, it barely helped. It better serve a trash can. At that moment, Jiang Fei had already managed to equip a full set of white tier equipment. It was still weak, but it was significantly better than a full set of gray tier equipment. When he returned to the village to submit the quest, he was level 4. By the time he completed all the quests available, he had gained enough experience points to reach level 6. However, It did not seem like he would be graduating from the beginner's village anytime soon. Ding! Attention, players. The server will shut down in 30 minutes. Please prepare yourself before the allotted time. Dawnbreak was brilliant in a way that its servers only ran for 8 hours a day. That was a full 24 hours of gameplay, while players still got a full 8 hours of sleep. It did not disrupt one's daily lifestyle, allowing one to function normally while enjoying this virtual heaven in their uninterrupted sleep. A new lifestyle. Jiang Fei started his journey back to the beginner's village. Along the way, he opened his inventory window and started organizing his items. So let's throw these to the ring as leveling fodder. TL note. Items to be sacrificed. It has to be food, or else it would not work. Random EDC items would be gone and still won't contribute to the ring's level. He organized the items, one at a time, scrutinizing each of them. One particularly item caught his attention. A bottle containing clear, red liquid. Hey, there's a red potion here. I don't think I would be using them anytime soon. Monsters in the beginner's village are just too weak. Best put them in the blue slots. Ding! Attention players. The server will shut down in 30 seconds. Please make proper preparations before the server disconnects. As Jiang Fei was just finished tidying his inventory and tossing trash at the NPC, the system called out again. Shying, after the same white light flashed by, Jiang Fei found himself lying flat on his bed. Everything had returned to normal. Jiang Fei scratched his head as he asked himself the same question when he had first entered the game. He lifted his hands up and gazed upon the silvery metal around his finger. Whoosh, a faint, white light flashed from the ring. Jiang Fei bolted upright, fully alert. It is a dream. Baffled by what just happened, Jiang Fei could not think of any other explanation. When a light flashed, he had clearly felt the contents of the ring's inventory. It felt just like he had in the game. Jiang Fei reached to his thighs hesitantly. Cried Jiang Fei as he pinched himself hard. It worked. He was not dreaming. Definitely not dreaming. The pain was hell on earth. Wait, why would he even subject himself to such pain? Why the heck did he apply that much force? *T. Damn, this is real. He could only accept the reality that had been shoved right in his face. The ring was with him, and he knew that the ring's inventory was real. The only difference here was how the game had separated it into two, red and blue. In reality, he could only access the 18 blue slots. One of those slots contained the small red potion. A concerned voice rang from outside Jiang Fei's room. It was his mother. Nothing, Mom. Jiang Fei gave a lousy excuse after screaming and bicycle kicking the air in pain. It must have sounded like any mother's worst fears. If you say so, it's time for you to get out of bed. His mother switched to strict, nagging Asian mom mode as soon as she knew there was nothing going on with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. As a high school student, it was rough morning after rough morning. With the game, everyone in the game would be up at 6 a.m. sharp with a full night's sleep. Oversleeping would be a thing of the past. Jiang Fei got up of his bed, more curious about the ring than ever. He had felt the ring's in-game functions in this real world. Would its contents manifest themselves in reality as well? As he reached this hypothesis, Jiang Fei concentrated on the ring and focused on the little red potion in the inventory. It may merely be a common health points potion, but what would it look like in the real world? Jiang Fei cried, hoping for the best. He was so nervous that his heart could have jumped right out of his mouth. If he could take it out, he would no longer be an average high school student. What if he could take out some godlike equipment from the game and wield them in the real world? He would be stronger than that crappy Superman who couldn't even tell inside from out when donning his underpants. Whoosh, a faint blue light flashed, and Jiang Fei felt the sensation of a cold glass in his hand. I did it. Excited, Jiang Fei reached for his thigh and pinched himself again. Whoa, brother glider, nothing MOM. Afe, you're in high school now. This time, his screams were so loud that his mother had shouted back at him with equal intensity. Surprisingly, she bought his plausible but lazy excuse without much fuss. I'm invincible. Jiang Fei screamed into his pillow. Right, right. Jiang Fei tried to summon the inventory window out, but failed. Things were not as simple as it was before. The ring's inventory was not as easy to use in reality. Items could only be moved between the game's inventory, that and withdrawal from the ring's inventory in the real world. There was no way for Jiang Fei to deposit the item back without the game's inventory. Crap. Jiang Fei gave up almost immediately, since the potion could almost fit in a palm, like a small female perfume. He then placed it in his bag. After a quick breakfast, Jiang Fei got dressed and went to school. Brother Fei, oh man, you've missed out on the game. Dawn Break is so realistic. It's too real. Mun. You dash. I'm not done. After playing for the entire night, I woke up feeling refreshed. Jiang Fei's best friend, Zhao Feng, immediately sauntered up to him and bragged about the game when Jiang Fei entered the classroom. It's a shame that your dad won't allow you to play the game. Imagine both of us playing together. We could be dominating the entire server. Dude, I reached level 6 yesterday. Zhao Feng's rambling continued, on without showing any signs of stopping. Huh, Jiang Fei laughed as he listened to his friend. Even though Zhao Feng was his best friend, he hesitated telling him about the mystery ring. That guy was infamous for his loud mouth. There was no secret he could hold, no tales he would not tell. If he knew about the ring, the whole world would soon know about it. Jiang Fei knew of its power. He knew what would happen if others got to know about the ring. He might not be able to protect it on his own. He could not afford to let any living soul know about it. The rest of the day, his body sat in class, while his mind continued drifting around the ring. He was extremely excited. After a single night, that ring had already produced a red potion from a video game. That was just one night. Just how much change could the ring bring to his life? Brother Fei, I think you should persuade your dad again when you're back home. Our families are practically the same. Financially, I don't see any reason why your dad would not agree. Zhao Feng was still rambling on about the game long after the school bells rang. Chapter 6:6, A Strong Heart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After completing his homework, Jiang Fei quickly made his way to his bed at 10 p.m. sharp. This time around, Jiang Fei got dressed up, made himself cozy, tucked himself into his bed, and shut his eyes. All right, time hit the hay. Excitedly, Jiang Fei reached out to the ring in his finger and rubbed it gently. Whoosh! After a flash of white light, Jiang Fei was sent into the game. Ah, my baby, my preciousess, said Jiang Fei, grinning at the ring. Ding! You have eliminated fork-wielding cat. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 8. Finally, I've leveled up. Jiang Fei mumbled, sighing heavily. All the quests in Beginner's Village had already been completed yesterday. Jiang Fei could only grind and kill monsters, gaining little EXP at a time, hoping to level up. Truth be told, the monsters here were way too weak. In fact, any Greenhorn player could effortlessly dispatch these monsters. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, was a veteran MMORPG player. But even the most experienced veterans struggled with the same old problem. Too many players, too little monsters. There were just too many players and too little monsters to go around for everyone. Hey, you there. This is our turf. As Jiang Fei allowed his momentum to take control of himself, someone roared at him. 3 male players walked up to him, clearly wanting his advantageous position. Jiang Fei turned around, frowning. Due to the special function of the ring, Jiang Fei was unaffected by the system restriction of the game, which protected a player's privacy. Jiang Fei could see the names and levels of the players, as clear as daylight. Their names were not exactly original or creative. Hungry Wolf, Venomous Wolf, and Vicious Wolf. He had heard of those names. They had created a small name for themselves as bullies. Even though they were level 8 at that point, PvP was restricted in the Beginner's Village. Jiang Fei had no reason whatsoever to fear them. However, things could get troublesome if those 3 decided to snatch his kills. It could severely hinder his progress. Hey brat, know your place and get lost. We are the Tri-Wolf Gang, barked Hungry Wolf. He seems to be their leader. What if I don't know my place? Zhang Fei taunted them. He did not intend to back off. Even since Zhang Fei first started playing games, he had never allowed anyone to step on him. The boy had talent, albeit not the type to land him in any top 10 position. However, things have changed with this mystery ring. The top 10 position type of change. With the ring in his hands, Zhang Fei had grown far more confident in himself. His mindset, his courage, his heart, a strong man's heart. Ho ho, said Hungry Wolf, spitting at the ground, trying to imitate some Western cowboy. Zhang Fei clicked his tongue coldly. Hey, are you out of your mind? Vicious Wolf yelled at Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei glanced at Vicious Wolf coldly before turning to Hungry Wolf. You three best enjoy this moment while you still can. Friendly advice. Try not to leave Beginner's Village so soon, said Zhang Fei monotonously. His voice carried a tone so cold that the trio felt a cold shiver down their spines. Jesus Christ. He's just a kid. Hungry Wolf thought to himself. Little brat, I don't know what sort of conceited life you've led to this state, but you finally ran out of luck when you met us, said Venomous Wolf. At that moment, Hungry Wolf received a message. Hungry Wolf, where in the hell are the three of you? Chief found a mini-boss here. Hungry Wolf froze in his steps and quickly called out to his comrade. Enough with this shithead. Oomph. You got away lucky this time, kid. The next time we see your scrawny-ass face, we'll bash it in. You best pray that we don't meet outside the Beginner's Village. Vicious Wolf said before dramatically wheeling around. As they hurried away, Zhang Fei scoffed. With the ring in hand, you would be so far ahead of everyone, including those three wombats. Give it a little more time, and they would know who was prey and who was predator. All right, those guys are not worth dwelling on about. I only have one thing to do today. Zhang Fei's goal of the day was fairly easy and straightforward. He wanted to achieve level 10 before the day ended and leave Beginner's Village. Ding! Yes, finally! Zhang Fei smiled from ear to ear when a weapon dropped out of a fork-wielding cat. Dawnbreak was truly amazing. From the various sceneries, the replay value, the in-game content, the weapons designs, the immersion, it was all perfect. The only source of frustration would be the horribly low drop rate. At the beginning stages of the game, almost all players in the Beginner's Village would still be stuck with 6 white-tier equipment obtained from quest rewards. Only a handful of luckier players might be walking about with superior monster loot. Even so, they would still be of the white grade. Green grade was still practically non-existent. Zhang Fei excitedly picked the long sword off the ground. It was a green grade, a fine weapon. Even with that cheat hack tool of a ring in his hands, he had only managed to farm 4 pieces of white-tier equipment after 2 days. Farming would never be easy from here on out. Fairly speaking, this was the part Zhang Fei was left out. If he had bought the Real Gaming Pod to play Dawnbreak legitimately, he would have obtained the game manual. That manual went into detail on how the game really worked. Equipment that could be farmed in the Beginner's Village had a higher drop rate compared to the other regions. In fact, the overworld monsters would not even drop any equipment whatsoever. Equipment could only be found by killing bosses. Another way to gain equipment would be to rely on professions. Dawnbreak had been dubbed as the second world. Besides the fantasy genre of the game, society, economy, and community were all closely based on the real world. Not all players like to get their hands dirty by killing monsters. In the game, you could easily live out your life as a non-combatant. After reaching level 10, players could become chefs, tailors, blacksmiths, and merchants even. Sadly, legitimate options aside, what the real world considered illegal, such as cheating, theft, robbery, and many other crimes were unrestrained in the game. It was a hostile world, and one needed to pay extra care as one attempted to make their mark. Profession players could produce equipment on their own, but that required considerable advancement into their specialties. Any players below level 10 would not yet be able to craft their own equipment. This was why equipment was so scarce in the Beginner's Village. Violet Tiger Refined Longsword, two-handed sword, fine. Physical attack, plus 12 strength, plus 2 agility. plus 1 level requirement. 7 with the human race perk. This level 7 green grade longsword would provide a total of 14 physical attack. Plus 14 did not sound much, but it was far stronger compared to the plus 4 physical attack white gray dagger that Jiang Fei currently wielded. After equipping the green grade weapon, Jiang Fei's physical attack had increased by at least 30%. Suffice to say, he started killing the monsters at a similarly faster rate. Ding! You have killed Fork-Wielding Cat. Ding! You have killed Strawman. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 9. 5 hours into the game, Jiang Fei had gained a level. He was only one more level from graduating. Yes, Jiang Fei could. Chapter 7, Easter Egg. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, so many items. Jiang Fei clutched his head, staring at his overloaded inventory. When he glanced at the ring's inventory, he noticed that the ring's scar, or rather, experience bar, was no longer moving all that quickly. In fact, it had only moved up as little as 10%. What's going on? Jiang Fei remembered how swiftly it had leveled up the first time. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Jiang Fei pulled out a white gray dagger that had long outlived its use and placed it in the red slots of the ring's inventory. Whoosh, lo and behold, the ring swallowed the dagger 5 minutes later, and the ring's mark had increased by roughly 5%. It was a significantly more massive leap compared to the other items it had recently ingested. What the hell? Looks like you're getting picky all of a sudden, eh? Jiang Fei sighed. Obviously, that simple experimentation had paid off. After gaining levels, the ring had developed a far classier palate for food. Back at the beginner's village, Jiang Fei went to the closest NPC he could find and sold all his trash off. After that, he went back to the grinding zone and started to train. As the monsters were only level 7 or level 8, the experience points per monster were horribly low for Jiang Fei, who was already level 9. Even though the monsters available there were of lower level, they were quite a ways from the village, which meant that after that abrasive the trio from earlier, no one else would be coming around to disturb his grinding session. Of course, it meant that Jiang Fei was now free to fight the monsters and hog all the experience points alone. Ding! You have killed Fork-Wielding Cat. Just as Jiang Fei was collecting the loot, he heard an extraordinary roar. Ding! You have killed over 500 Fork-Wielding Cats. What the? Jiang Fei was surprised. This was the spawning of a mini-boss, triggered by the killing of a certain number of monsters. It was basically a slightly larger version of that specific monster. Players typically jumped training ground upon reaching a certain level. Hence, they rarely ever killed that many monsters, and in extension to that, trigger the spawning of a mini-boss. No one in their right mind would spend that much time in a fixed location to grind. That was why no other player had encountered such a scenario. Following the sound of the roar, Jiang Fei spotted a larger version of the Fork-Wielding Cat. It was at least 3 times larger than the normal monster. Even the fork in its paws was larger than normal. And shining at that too. Well, might not want to poke its tail. Fork-Wielding Cat Chief, humanoid, rare elite, level, 10 health points, 700 attack power, 12 skill. Power Strike, deals 5 times the basic attack damage. Note, the chief of the Fork-Wielding Cats. Low threat. Related quest. None. In the game, monsters were categorized in 3 tiers: normal, elite, and advanced elite. Bosses, on the other hand, had 4 tiers: rare elite, leader, lord, and overlord. Rare elites were not exactly real bosses, per SC. They were more of an Easter egg for players. They were only slightly stronger than normal monsters, yet weaker than elite monsters of the same level. You could call them Easter eggs because they had a 100% drop rate of green equipment. Leader tier and higher tier bosses were the real deal. Any one of the bosses could easily trample an advanced elite tier monster of the same level. Players would have to form complete parties to the best of their organizations to defeat any boss. When Jiang Fei saw the mini-boss spawning, contrary to how an average player would immediately flee, he was extremely delighted. It was Chinese New Year. A red envelope for free. Hee hee. Jiang Fei jumped forth and brandished his sword. -33. The mini-boss wailed painfully and immediately retaliated by swinging its pitchfork at Jiang Fei. -7. As expected, an Easter egg boss was weak. Even with a nearly full set of white tier equipment, Jiang Fei had over 300 health points. It was less than half of that of the mini-boss, but he struck much harder. The outcome of this battle was obvious. The massive cat let out a final mewl, marking Jiang Fei's easy victory. Ding! You have killed fork-wielding cat chief. Jiang Fei cheered. The experience points gained from a not-so-strong mini-boss was at least 7 times more than the normal fork-wielding cat. Ding! Jiang Fei had just found himself another piece of green-tier equipment. Cat spirit boots of accuracy, shoe, fine, movement speed +3 jump +1 agility, +2 accuracy, +2 equipment level, 9 awesome. Jiang Fei was delighted. The most commonly found equipment drop was the breastplate, pants, and weapon, while others had a lower drop rate. Especially boots, since they carried unique attributes. In the game, weapons and 5 accessories had properties that increased attacks. The 5 keepable accessories would be the necklace, 2 rings, and 2 accessories. The 6 other equipment slots that contributed to defense would be the head, body, arm, wrist, leg, and shoulder. Shoes and capes also had special attributes. Shoes could increase movement speed and jump capabilities. On the other hand, capes came with their own packages of special, basic skills. After putting on the boots, Jiang Fei could feel himself walking faster than he normally would. 3 meters a second was rather quick, even for a game, especially since he was in a hyper-realistic game. Jiang Fei was literally moving twice as fast as before. The surprise did not stop there. Jiang Fei's jump height had also increased by a meter. Jiang Fei could now reach new heights, literally. Jiang Fei was excited. It was just a single pair of boots, but Jiang Fei was greatly pleased. Jiang Fei went back to his grind with renewed vigor. Ding! Attention players. The server will shut down in 30 minutes. Please make the adequate preparations before the server disconnects. Jiang Fei cursed. His experience bar was almost at the 90% mark. 5 or 6 more monsters would be enough for him to reach the next level. Jiang Fei's experience calculation was actually on point. He knew that reaching level 10 before the end of the day was entirely possible. However, what he did not account for was how the killing of the mini-boss. The fork-wielding cat had completely halted the spawning of its lesser brethren. After that, Jiang Fei had been forced to join the other players in more common areas. It had resulted in a drop in his grinding efficiency. Ding! You have killed Walking Bird. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 10. Ding! Player Verger Glider. You have successfully graduated from the beginner's village. Please head back to the village and talk to the village chief about your progression to the next city and class. A big red arrow appeared beneath his feet and pointed towards the general direction of the village. Ding! Attention players. The server will shut down in 5 minutes. Please make the adequate preparations before the server disconnects. Yes, I was just in time. Jiang Fei grinned from ear to ear. That minor hiccup aside, his primary goal of the day had been accomplished. Welcome to the double digits. Chapter 8. The shoes from the game. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Before Jiang Fei logged out, he placed the cat's spirit boots of accuracy into the blue slots of the ring's inventory. This could potentially change everything. Extracting the red potion from the game and into the real world had dawned an epiphany upon him. What if the game's equipment could actually manifest in the real world? He would be unstoppable. He would be a superhuman. Whoosh with a flash of light, Jiang Fei returned to the real world. Come on. Namo Amitabha. Jesus Christ. Virgin Mary. Thor Odinson. Jiang Fei muttered and started to rub the ring. Bling ha. Jiang Wei cheered when he found the boots still there in the blue slots. All right, Jiang Fei bellowed. He was so excited that he could feel his toes pulsating in tandem with his heart. Whoosh, a faint blue light flashed in his eyes, and a pair of boots appeared in his palm. Heck yeah! Euphoric beyond imagination, Jiang Fei hurriedly slipped them on. The boots had faded into Jiang Fei's legs before vanishing into thin air. All that was left were his feet, wrapped in warm socks. There was no trace of the boots. Jiang Fei got up, prepared to take a walk. He skipped a little to start warming up. Wham! Sanuva dash! Jiang Fei roared in excruciating pain. The first light hop had turned out to be a powerful leap that sent his head crashing into the ceiling. It was a miracle that his neck had not snapped. Affe? Jiang Fei's mother cried out as she rushed over from the kitchen. I'm fine, said Jiang Fei as he caressed his head. It hurt like hell. Some volcano was more than likely to erupt from it. You did that yesterday. Haven't you learned your lesson? His mother nagged for a little before turning back to the kitchen. Having confirmed the power of the boots, Jiang Fei clenched his fist and did a victory pose. It worked. I'm truly invincible. Ha ha. Jiang Fei laughed for a bit before the pain in his head kicked in. He had almost fractured his skull, but it had been worth it. His dream was coming true. He was going to be Superman. After breakfast, Jiang Fei immediately set off for school. His 2 feet were wearing the same pair of basketball shoes, but Jiang Fei's face had almost been separated into 2 by a beaming smile. From that day on, he would no longer be the poorly coordinated, geeky gamer boy. Class went on as usual, and Jiang Fei was left as bored as always. Especially math. The math teacher was not human. 1 second earlier, the middle-aged, crop-haired teacher was talking about simple 1 + 1 is equal to 0 addition. After a simple sneeze and a wipe, the math teacher had started talking about Lagrange multipliers. Asterisk the sound of freedom. The sound of the school bell. Just as Jiang Fei was already done tossing all his stuff into his bag at a speed faster than light, a young girl's voice rang out from the front. At 1 p.m., there will be a basketball competition between our class and the 6th class. The girl who was yelling whilst waving her hands in the front was Sun Mingming, the class monitor. Zhao Feng, who was sitting behind Jiang Fei, clicked his tongue, disgruntled. It cannot be helped. Jiang Fei's class was the sort of class filled with runts, yet no one could complain about the average result. They were at the bottom. The 6th class, however, was filled with students who excelled at sports, most particularly basketball. Also, their vocabulary seemed to have been hardwired with random vulgarities. To have a match with the 6th class was basically digging one's own grave. Pick 3 random students, and they would easily trounce 5 of the best from Jiang Fei's class. It was like taking candy from a baby. Sun Mingming stalked up in deadly silence to Zhao Feng, like a tigress. Nothing, ma'am. Zhao Feng will cordially be at the court as you command. As the ferocious babe approached, Zhao Feng's knees immediately turned into jelly. It was inevitable. Sun Mingming was extremely cute. A cute little hot chili pepper, that is. Nobody knew when, but at some point in her life, she had taken up Krav Maga. It was a certainty that among all the students in Jiang Fei's year, she was the queen. Oomph, the little cutesy squeaked. She then turned to Jiang Fei and yapped at him. You? Like Sun Mingming, Jiang Fei was well known for his undying hatred toward sports. He would disappear without a trace whenever sports was involved. That was why Sun Mingming had to specifically ensure that Jiang Fei would be present at the basketball court. Jiang Fei shrugged. Long ago, when Jiang Fei was still in junior high, he was in a basketball team. However, due to his poor constitution, he had given up on playing basketball and concentrated on playing games instead. At least games did not require strong bodies. After lunch, Jiang Fei went back to his desk in class and got some shut-eye. Before he even started snoring, he felt a strong sting in his back, after a loud slap, that is. Sonova, who the you big fat liar? You promised to be at the basketball court. It was none other than the little tigress, Sun Mingming. Oh, that. Jiang Fei awkwardly diffused the situation. He did agree to be present at the court for the match, so some level of guilt was nibbling away at his heart. Let's go then. Sun Mingming grabbed a handful of Jiang Fei's sleeve and dragged him out of the classroom. When Jiang Fei arrived at the basketball court, the match had already started 20 minutes ago. The second round had only just begun, yet the score was too painful to read. The sixth class had scored 37 points, and the ninth class, Jiang Fei's class, only had 8 points. It was only the first round, but the score was a complete pitfall. Jiang Fei saw the scoreboard and could not help but gasp. One look at the court, and it was no longer a surprise. No one could even get close to the sixth class backboard. Standing abnormally tall at 190 centimeters, weighing over 90 kilograms, was their center, who could easily send the ninth class Yang Ming flying with a casual stretch. His smaller complements were no small fries either. Wang Chun was the ninth class's point guard. As a result, the ball could never get past the center line. Basically, whenever the ball was on the ninth side, it would get snatched away in less than 10 seconds. Based on that situation, getting 8 points was already a miracle. Fight! 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 Go 9! Jiang Fei turned to the audience and found that all the girls of his class were cheering, while the guys were all bunched up in one corner, completely ignoring the game. Some of them were like old professors in university, pulling out papers, working their pens on them. Huh, look at them. Hey, stop pushing them. As things are, the ninth class can't even run on their own. Let them walk. Haha, good ball. Nice. Compared to the very animated ninth class, the sixth was completely passive. They were barely even cheering. On the contrary, they were actually laughing and snickering away at the ninth class. They were not even taking the game seriously. What a scam. That class should be made illegal, said Zhao Feng, appearing by Jiang Fei's side. Chapter 9-9, The Superhuman Nerd. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Trash of Class 9. Su Hao, the sixth class, forward bellowed as he raised his hands, taunting the ninth class. He caught the ball from an errant ninth class and leaped up. His legs were so powerful that he easily went over the ninth class defense's head levels and passed the ball to a team member. When Su Hao got under the ring, that player passed the ball back to him. With a powerful, unstoppable jump, he caught the ball in the air and slammed the ball into the loop. Beep, the referee blew his whistle, signifying the end of the second round. At that point, the score was 77-13. The lower score obviously belonged to the ninth class. Guys, don't give up just yet. Sun Mingming squeaked as she ran towards the basketball team and handed out refreshments. Even having a large group of girls cheering them on did not seem to be doing much. It was a huge blow. In only 2 rounds, the sixth class had successfully broken the ninth class's spirit. This was not even a match. They were on an entirely different league. How could a bunch of nerds and geeks play against NBA class players? Oh man, Wang Chen groaned. His sports t-shirt was utterly drenched in sweat. You could not find a single dry spot on him. Due to the cold weather, you could visibly see steam puffing out the top of his head like a steam engine. What a load of bull crap. Zhao Feng grunted. Watch it. Wang Chun and the guys have already done their best. They are our best. We can only count on them. Sun Mingming sighed. That was how most honor classrooms were. Hey, Joe. Trash. Su Hao, the same guy who had taunted the class earlier on, bellowed. When he was only greeted with silence, he gathered a few of his gang and walked towards the ninth class students. In all other tests, the sixth class would utterly decimate them. That was why they had such a vendetta against the honor class students. At least the sixth class was better than them at something, and they would capitalize on that to humiliate the ninth. Zhao Feng shot up to his feet and pointed a quivering finger at Su Hao. What? Unhappy? Su Hao arched an eyebrow tauntingly and laughed, said Su Hao as he stared down at Zhao Feng. What you? Zhao Feng had enough. However, just before he wanted to do something about it, Jiang Fei stepped in between them. Su Hao, said Jiang Wei calmly. He never wanted to be involved in any of the class activities. However, Zhao Feng was his brother-in-arms. He would never allow his own brother to be belittled by a bully. Look who is it? The infamous ninth class geek. What do you want? Said Su Hao as he turned around and laughed, not taking Jiang Fei seriously. Hey, geek, if you want to play ball, you should have practiced. We are not having fun here, understand? We are having a real match. Nobody will want to play with your games. Li Chong, Another good basketball player from the 6th class teased Jiang Fei. In truth, he was afraid that if Jiang Fei would escalate the situation into a match in the digital realm. Jiang Fei was famous in the school for his talents in digital games, including digital sports. Real games, huh? Fine, we'll play. Jiang Fei smirked. Coincidentally, he had the cat spirit boots of accuracy on. Also coincidentally, this match was the perfect place to test it out. Jiang Fei. Sun Mingming pulled Jiang Fei aside and asked worriedly. She had a good reason for asking, since Jiang Fei had never once been seen exerting himself in anything. I'll be fine. It's just a game, said Jiang Fei with a faint smile. Sun Mingming nodded. Since the score was already a landslide, what was the worst that could possibly happen? Said Zhao Feng worriedly. He, too, had good reason to be worried for his friend. After all, the 6th class had just taunted him. Playing right into their hands and getting humiliated was the last thing he wanted Jiang Fei to submit himself to. Relax. Jiang Wei smirked and patted Zhao Feng's shoulder assuredly. Beep the referee. Blew his whistle to kick the 3rd round off. It's time. Jiang Fei. Wang Chen asked. I don't care. Jiang Fei replied with a broad smile on his face. Yang Ming asked judiciously. No clue. Wang Chen rolled his eyes. He did not care about the match anymore. It was already beyond saving. Be it Jiang Fei or anyone else, it would end up the same. Come on, Su Hao bellowed as he passed the ball to the rear player. Everyone, move up, crowd the front. After trashing the 9th class for 2 consecutive rounds, Su Hao had lost all expectations of his opponent's abilities. The moment the ball entered his palms, he slipped across the court like a hurricane. Ha! Hey, geek! Su Hao was laughing just as he was about to get close to Jiang Fei. One moment, he was there. The next moment, he had vanished from his sight. Jiang Fei appeared behind the rear player, the ball now in his hands. Jiang Fei easily dunked the ball, scoring 2 points. The point guard cried out. Before he could do anything, the ball had mysteriously disappeared and was already halfway across the court, in the geek's hand. Phew! Jiang Fei smirked confidently. Increasing one's movement speed by 3 points was nothing much in the realm of the game, but in real life, that was a huge boon. 3 meters in 1 second was inhuman. That, and the extra agility buff the boots provided made Jiang Fei an actual NBA player. Guys, watch out for that kid. Su Hao Fdawen. Something was definitely wrong with the geek. The 2-point throw was nothing much compared to the overall score, but Jiang Fei had come as a huge blow to his ego. The entire team had not even started moving, and the ball had been snatched away in an instant. Woo! That's my man, Brother Fei. Zhao Feng screamed at the top of his lungs. Jiang Fei! Jiang Fei! All the girls of the 9th class started to cheer Fei. Who would have thought that they would be harboring a professional player? That fact alone was enough to send the girls of the 9th class into fits of excitement. Su Hao yelled as the point guard did a backhanded pass. That time around, none of the players dared lower their guard. They returned to their standard strategy and spread out. Jiang Fei frowned. It had been easier in the beginning since everyone had seriously underestimated him. Now, everyone was on full alert. Having his movement speed buffed was good, but it would be hard, or rather impossible for him to challenge 5 of them alone. He needed help. He needed his team to work together. Listen, stand and guard outside the circle, cried Jiang Fei. It was useless. The enemy's point guard was too tall and strong. Even if all of Jiang Fei's team rushed forward as one, they would not be able to get past their defense, much less get near the opposing hoop. There was just no room for them to make a stand, cried Jiang Fei as the opposite point guard held him up. At that moment, Su Hao had pulled himself out of the crowd and was able to slip past the 9th class point guard and grab the ball, despite Wang Chun having the entire team defending that position. They were just too weak, cried Su Hao as he was about to take a shot. He knew that Jiang Fei was not the same person he had in mind. He was a threat, and the 6th class dared not look down on him. Cried Su Hao. He took 2 quick steps back to create breathing space between Yang Ming and himself before jumping and taking the shot. Su Hao yelled out again, confident as the ball left his palm. Just as Su Hao was grinning with confidence, Jiang Fei swiftly rushed behind Yang Ming and got between Su Hao and the hoop. It was only a distance of about roughly 4 persons, yet Jiang Fei was able to reach that spot in a split second. When before the ball could even reach to the hoop, Jiang Fei had furiously slammed the ball away. What in the world? Zhao Feng cried out with excitement, as if he was the one who had just performed that stunt. Chapter 10, The Heroic Moment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, cried Jiang Fei once again. Everyone on the team was getting along fine with Jiang Fei at that moment. Jiang Fei growled like a ferocious tiger. When he got the ball in his hand, he jumped up high, outside the penalty line, and tossed the ball. It flew high above, went over the heads of 2 opposing players, and went into the hoop. Hard. Beep 2 points. Everyone in the court, including the spectators from both sides, gasped. Their expressions were not acted out. They had just witnessed an alien possessing Jiang Fei. What's his name? I only know that he's a geek. Nothing more. Jiang Fei smirked as he heard the overwhelmed grunts of the 6th class players. He then turned to his own team and said, "Guys, keep it up." The team responded happily as they huddled up and cheered. Everyone, stay frosty. Have faith. Out of the 5 of them, only one of them is a good player. The other 4 aren't much, said Su Hao. His perception towards Jiang Fei had shifted 180 degrees. At first, he was completely making fun of him. Now, despite not admitting it, he was genuinely scared of the geek. That and how the morale of the entire team had risen drastically. Inversely, the 6th class playstyle had changed. They had started to focus on defense and were stalling as much as possible. They were consciously trying to maintain the lead. They could not afford anything reckless anymore. Jiang Fei could just turn the tables around. Beat by the end of the 3rd round, Jiang Fei had already narrowed the score down to 85 to 62. It was a miracle. In the first 2 rounds, they had managed to score 77 points. When Jiang Fei entered the court in the 3rd round, the 6th class had only managed to score 8 points, while the 9th class, under Jiang Fei's lead, had managed to score 49 points. Brother Fei, what the hell, man? Zhao Feng hurried over to Jiang Fei when the entire team cleared the court. Without any warning or whatsoever, Zhao Feng began to observe Jiang Fei's body at point blank. "Yo, keep your hands off me. I'm not into that sort of thing," Jiang Fei snarled as Zhao Feng came to him with his outstretched arms. "Good job, Jiang Fei. You have outdone yourself today. I have never known that you could be quite the player in the court. I'd always thought that you were always in front of screen 24/7. You have indeed changed my mind." Sun Mingming was beside Zhao Feng when she praised Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei saw her, he was momentarily stunned. Her large eyes were glimmering with light from the court. From a certain perspective, it could send the wrong signals. "Wow, Jiang Fei, you're such a genius. You're so cool," cried one of the girls from Jiang Fei's own class. In less than a breath, the entire class was running towards Jiang Fei for a premature celebration. Jiang Fei laughed it off. To be honest, Jiang Fei's skills were only average. That, and the fact that it had been years since he last dribbled the ball. All the magic in the court had been thanks to the cat's spirit boots of accuracy. His superhuman speed and agility allowed him to place himself at any spot of the court without being stopped by anyone. The outworldly jump height allowed him to throw the ball from any position he wanted. The cherry on top of the cream was the accuracy buff he had. That was just overpowered. Jiang Fei could score a 3-point throw from anywhere outside the penalty line. 100% rate too at that. Beep the last, final round kicked off with the shrill whistle. "Brothers," said Jiang Fei with vigor. Wang Chun and the rest of the team's morale was on a fever pitch. With Jiang Fei, the newfound god of basketball on their side, they would easily crush the 6th class sports athletes. Defense. Focus on defense. Ignore the rest of them. Keep your eyes glued on Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei only. Su Hao gritted his teeth and snarled at his own team. He had expected this to be a cakewalk. Little did he know that he was about to eat his own words. Jiang Fei lashed out with another huge shot. Beep, let's go, cried Jiang Wei as he circled around the point guard and two others before slam, dunking the ball right through the loop. He made sure to hang on to the hoop for dramatic effect. Beep, I quit. F asterisk king hell. Sonova gun. Just in the middle of the fourth round, Jiang Fei had managed to even out the score between his team and the opposite team. While his entire team was basically on fire, the other team had had their morale beaten down the drain. Beep, the last whistle blow ended the match, and the final score was 92-104. The ninth class had achieved the final epic comeback, beating the sixth class sports athletes. Go Nines! Go Nines! The entire class was in a frenzy as Jiang Fei and the team returned to the bench with a victory smile on their faces. What that seemed to be a devastating, hopeless, and undesirable match had turned out to be an epic battle with the help of Jiang Fei, a man who was basically a miracle from the heavens. Hold up, girls. The moment the team got out of the court, they were swarmed by the girls of their class. Some had brought them refreshments, others brought them towels, and others were just laying their hands on their bodies for some unknown reason. Not bad. Not bad at all, Jiang Fei, said Sun Mingming, as she came to Jiang Fei after the crowd dispersed. She had a finger buried in Jiang Fei's chest as she questioned him. I have no interest in basketball, said Jiang Fei, shrugging. Like I care about that. Next time, whenever we have a basketball match, your participation is compulsory. I want the class to be the champions, said Sun Mingming as she approached Jiang Fei even more, perhaps a little too close. Jiang Fei drew a deep breath. It was pleasant. The lingering scent of the girls was still in the air around him. He then grinned and said, Ma'am, class monitor, could you please keep some distance between us? Sun Mingming roared. She would never have expected Jiang Fei to say something like that. Blood rushed to her cheeks when she realized that she was indeed a few inches away from touching his lips. Jiang Fei laughed barbarically. The class monitor was indeed very cute. However, it was a question of her upbringing. How was it possible for one to resort to violence, yet blush like a peach in an embarrassing moment? I take it that I have your consent. If you dare to cross me, I'll make sure of that. Sun Mingming could not stand it any longer and decided to bolt as Jiang Fei was still laughing like a monkey. That's sick, bro. I am impressed. Not only were your basketball skills impressive, you could also tease the class monitor and send her running red. Am I dreaming? Zhao Feng teased Jiang Fei. Haha, that was all real. Keep your eyes peeled for more. Let's head back. Jiang Fei stopped laughing and smiled. He never intended to explain himself. Ever since he had obtained the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei had changed. Before the ring had entered his life, Jiang Fei was already infamous for the wrong reasons. A gamer geek would never earn any honor in school. He was atrocious. That had all culminated in Jiang Fei becoming an actual invisible man among the girls in class. Or rather, the school. No one would consciously approach Jiang Fei without a valid reason. Even Jiang Fei himself preferred keeping to himself. He had never thought of talking to any girls. Even if he fancied some girl, he would only keep his imagination in his mind. Things have changed since the ring found itself on his finger. He was braver. He was bolder. He had obtained the heart of an alpha male. There was no fear, only confidence. With that change of attitude, it was only natural that he would find the guts to speak to girls, especially since he had helped the class to win what seems to be an impossible match. He was the hero, and the entire class had witnessed his heroic moment. With that, it was time for the girls to start gossiping about him. Chapitre entre 11 et 11, inévitable promotion. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. While enduring the whole afternoon class session, Jiang Fei had received plenty of small paper passed to him by the girls in his class. There was even one paper that came from other class. Jiang Fei had never once experienced such a blissful moment when he was only a gamer geek. That euphoric moment did not stop there. While Jiang Fei was actually listening to the teacher's words, he could feel the stare of other coming from all directions. That made Jiang Fei felt excited. Not in the wrong way. He was excited to go back into the game as soon as he could. Whatever happened that day was thanks to a level 10 green grade boots. Just a level 10. It changed Jiang Fei from being a regular lame gamer geek into a professional NBA class basketball player. In just one morning, he had become the star attraction. In the future, if he could procure stronger equipment, being Superman would not be a dream, but a reality. As his mind drifted along the idea of procuring more and more stronger equipment, he got highly agitated. When school was over, he bolted home and finished up his dinner and homework with lightning speed. Once he was done with his daily chores, he sped to his room and waited for the right time to log into the game. Once the clock strikes 10 p.m. sharp, Jiang Fei closed his eyes and entered the game. Since the boots was taken out of the game, it would not be removed from his physical self. Hence, the only equipment he had with him was a green grade two-handed sword. The rest of his equips were white grade. Even so, Jiang Fei did not regret his decision. The boots had little impact on him in the game, but was a huge bonus in real life. Time for me to hit the city. Jiang Fei hit level 10 one day ago and was prompted by the system to move on. With the guidance of the huge arrow beneath his character, Jiang Fei headed towards the village chief. There, he obtained a letter of recommendation which allowed him to advance to a chosen class by handing it to an instructor. To ease every player, a teleportation circle was placed right beside the chief. Jiang Fei walked over to the circle and teleported to a huge city with relative ease. Jiang Fei was bombarded with the sound of the city, busy players rustling around the streets, vendors selling their items, the typical noise that would hear even in the real world. The city he was in was one of the 4 main cities of the China server. The one he was in was called Dawnlight City, which was located in the northeast. The other 3 were called Saintlight City in southeast, Sunrise City in southwest, and Twilight City in northwest. Despite being only the 3rd day since the server had launched, the city was brimming with life. Some of the players had already gathered together to form their own guild. Jiang Fei thought to himself as he pondered on the class system. The best class that he was used to was warrior and assassin. He thought that he should seek out the respected class instructor and compare the differences before choosing one. It was not hard for Jiang Fei to look for the class advancement hall, as it was located in the heart of the city. "Young man, you look like you would be a fine warrior. We, the warrior, have the strongest of body and spirit," said an instructor as Jiang Fei approached him. "Adventure? Would you like to learn the art of an assassin? We thrive in the shadow, silent and deadly," said an assassin instructor that fades in and out of the shadow. Jiang Fei thought about it for a while, and since it was inconvenient for him to join Zhao Feng, or anyone else to play, he thought that he should select assassin instead. A lone adventurer. Jiang Fei voiced out his wish to the instructor in the shadows. A regrettable decision, but not dire. "You may talk to the other instructor, and talk to the ones that interest you," said the assassin instructor solemnly. "Huh, I thought I said I want to." Jiang Fei continued to talk. "Please don't waste my time. If you do not wish to learn the arts of the shadows, please leave me alone," said the instructor as he gestured him to move along. Jiang Fei grunted. "I just said I wanted to be an assassin. Why would he think otherwise?" At the moment Jiang Fei was talking to the instructor, Jiang Fei had not noticed that something was happening. The ring was glowing in a faint silvery light. Ignoring what had happened, Jiang Fei moved on to the warrior instructor as he gave up with the first option. "Excuse me, is that right? That's too bad then. Run along and talk to a preferred class instructor then," said the warrior instructor. "Wait a minute. What is going on? Joe!" Jiang Fei roared. "Please don't waste my time." The warrior instructor turned his back to Jiang Fei. "FML. What?" Agitated, Jiang Fei moved on to the nearest instructor. "It's his, but all right. All is well." "Oh hell no. It's you," cried Jiang Fei when he finally realizes what was happening. The problem was he had already asked all possible class instructor. There was when he finally realized the ring was making things hard for him. Whenever he talks to a class instructor, the ring will glow faintly. When it did, the instructor that Jiang Fei talked to will perceive Jiang Fei rejecting them. "F***, you little metal blowhole. What beef you have with me?" I can't be that. I can't be this. Whoosh, the ring glowed slightly brighter, and a small ray of light shines towards the other side of the hall. Jiang Fei started to frown furiously. The ring was pointing towards the profession instructor. More specifically, the blacksmith. What the hell? A profession? You wanted to take a blacksmith as my main. Jiang Fei rejected the idea almost spontaneously. In Dawnbreak, a player can further advance in their own class. In this game, profession and class falls into the same category. They can only take up one. Unlike other games where profession was considered as a secondary class or a supporting class, or most commonly known as profession. Other MMORPG allows a player to take up multiple professions and sometimes multiple combat class, such as Fantasy XIV. That was a reason why Jiang Fei rejected the idea to take up blacksmithing as his main. The ring did not respond. Listen, if you think by having me to become a blacksmith, I can't continue feeding you equipment, said Jiang Fei, yet the ring continued to be silent. Fine, I give. Jiang Fei sighed heavily. So blacksmith it was. Jiang Fei was in a dilemma. His father would not allow him to play the game. The only he was able to play was using the ring's power. If he wishes to continue to play the game, he would have to listen. No, obey the ring's command to become a blacksmith. He had no choice there. He was relying on the ring to gain power. Without the ring, he could not withdraw items out of the game into the real world. In the end, his dream to become as strong as Superman was more important to him than playing the game. Excuse me. Jiang Fei approached the instructor. Huh, Sprite Young one ain't cha. Good eyes you ave there. Trust me. Ding. The blacksmith master, Krug Sartine, would wish to promote you to become a blacksmith apprentice. As it turns out, the ring did not glow and Jiang Fei finally received the prompt window to become a blacksmith apprentice. Chapter 12, Rosette Knighthood. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Jiang Fei nodded. As if I had a choice to begin with. Ding. Congratulations, player Verger Glider for obtaining a class. Ding, 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 ding. Metalsmith. Level 1, you can turn metal or basic equipment into metal ingots. 60% chance raw material wastage. Beginner's Smith. Level 1 allows you to craft metal armor and weapons under level 20 with a recipe. Success rate of 20%. Flame Hammer. Mastered smites foes with your hammer. 1% chance to create ascended item if the skill is used on smithing. Deals 10% of your current maximum health points as damage if the ability is used in combat. 10-second cooldown time. Iron Hammer, one-handed hammer, normal, smithing success rate plus 5% smithing speed plus 10 class requirement. Blacksmith, the white grade hammer in Jiang Fei's hand felt extremely uncomfortable. It wasn't all that crude or barely holding itself together. It was just. Jiang Fei was hoping to wield a dagger or a longsword instead. Still, no matter how disgruntled he felt, there was no choice. Blacksmiths were not a combat class, but they could still deal a certain amount of damage. The skill, Flame Hammer, had its uses. The problem was its nature as a non-trainable skill. It would forever be stuck at level 1. So, said Jiang Fei as he spoke to the ring. The ring released a faint, silvery light and revealed that circular mark on its surface. After a while, it disappeared. Are you saying? Jiang Fei asked. The ring replied with a faint glow. All right, as mentioned before, Jiang Fei's goal was to become Superman. Henceforth, the game itself had turned into a secondary priority. Ding. Congratulations. Jiang Fei went to the same blacksmith instructor and bought himself a cheap recipe. Jiang Fei could only afford one white grade copy. It was sad. His impoverished self had to pick the cheapest one out of the set. Recipe: green copper wrist guard required skill. Beginner's smithing level 1 required material. Copper ingot X5 complete product. Green copper wrist guard. Physical defense plus 7. Crafting this equipment would require 5 copper ingots, and success was not even guaranteed. Jiang Fei's current blacksmith level only provided him with a low chance of 20%. Even with the trusty iron hammer in his hands, the the success rate was a mere 25%. Just like blacksmiths, most profession-based classes required recipes to create something. Success or failure was one thing. The next hurdle was the chance of creating a superior, premium sample. The lottery, so to speak. The default rate was only 1%, which could be increased by using a better hammer or by increasing one's luck attribute. If crafting produced said equipment, the equipment grade would be one tier higher. For example, if Jiang Fei crafted the green copper wrist guard, a standard white tier equipment, and successfully procced the Ascended, the equipment would be upgraded to a green grade fine quality equipment. However, by those numbers, Jiang Fei would need at least 2,000 copper ingots to produce a single green grade, fine quality green copper wrist guard. At such low odds, players who solely got by with crafting or production would find it ridiculously challenging to survive on their own. They needed the support of a guild or organization. My God, how am I going to collect so many copper ingots? Jiang Fei complained, pinching his brows. At this stage of the game, many guilds and their members were more than likely trying their best to pump their skills to the max. It would be no surprise if the cost for ores would be sky high. Jiang Fei would not be able to purchase them in large quantities. In the midst of his new headache, a cute, female voice called out. Jiang Fei turned around and saw a beautiful, petite little elf. Based on her complexion, she looked to be roughly around his own age. Hovering over her head was her IGN tag, Rosette Meow Meow. Repeated the girl. This time, she was blushing madly. Jiang Fei cocked his head. Intrigued, he nodded and said, yes. Oh, that's good. Jiang Fei shook his head, perhaps a little too hard. Yay! The girl cheered and did a jig of joy. She looked over her shoulder and yelled, Sister Shui. Sister Shui. I found one. Jiang Fei asked. He was genuinely perplexed over the whole thing. The same girl who had been blushing so madly not 2 seconds ago was behaving nothing the young girl that Jiang Fei had in mind. Meow Meow, did you find one? Where is he? Not long after the little girl cried out, a multitude of girls swarmed in from all directions. The fact that they were all young girls had set Jiang Fei on edge. Jiang Fei was petrified. First, a cute girl was asking for your profession. The next thing was a herd of curious-looking young girls swarming up to you. How could anyone remain calm? Hello there. A slightly taller human girl stepped out of the swarm and approached Jiang Fei with a stoic face, offering her hand. Ah, yes. Nice to meet you. Jiang Fei asked, taking her hand. Yes, it's just that. We are a bunch of sisters, and we've played many games together. In other games, we would take up our individual professions and be on our way. Since Dawn Break is quite different, players can only take up one class, professions included. To be fair, none of us wanted to take up non-combat class. We have been searching for such players. I hope that we could work together. Rosette explained. Ah, Jiang Fei nodded. He now knew why the girls were looking at him with puppy eyes. It was a good chance. Profession players would not last out in the wild. They usually banded together in specialized guilds. However, he also realized that the girls needed their resident craftsman. So, how about it, cutie pie? Said Meow Meow, licking her lips. Hey, Rosette. Rose rolled her eyes. There was a faint hue of red on her cheeks. She turned to Jiang Fei and apologized. Please, don't get us wrong. We hope that you'll join us. Jiang Fei nodded. It was a good offer, especially when ores and materials were the most pertinent issues at the moment. If any guild that was willing to take him in, his problem could be solved right there and then. Although she tried her best to mask her excitement, the glitter in her eyes gave her away. In her defense, you don't find solo profession players wandering about often. Chapter 13:13. A super rich, fancy lady coming your way. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, there was a good reason why profession players were highly sought after. Why else would someone play a game? To have fun, of course. Profession players would have not much of a choice, but to spend most of their time in city maps, working with fabric, leather, metal, you name it. How is that supposed to be fun? Hence, the second priority. Money. Players who chose such a path was doing it for the money. That's why you don't see many of these players around. Gutiepie. Come on. Say yes. Say yes, said Meow Meow as she clung on to Jiang Fei's arm. Fine. Fine. That's too much skin contact, said Jiang Fei. This girl was highly aggressive. Yay, cried Meow Meow as she jumped to Jiang Fei's side and whispered into his ears. We have plenty of boobalicious babes in the guild. Ho ho, Jiang Fei coughed. Jiang Fei turned to the little brat and gave her some of her medicine. Cried Meow Meow in a high-pitched cry. She may be aggressive, but no one would have expected a virgin to get that crafty little minx all jumpy like that. Ding! Jiang Fei nodded. Rosette Knighthood was a guild. Guilds were one of the many kinds of group system in the game. Since the guild was only just established, it had a low maximum member limit. At that time, they only had 40 members in the guild and a maximum member limit of only 100. One thing to note was that Jiang Fei was currently the only guy in the all-female guild. Verger Gilder. When Jiang Fei entered the guild and opened up the guild chat, members of the guild started to welcome him with utmost passion. Although the girl meant well, Jiang Fei now regretted his choice of IGN. It was very lame. Even if it was a dream, Jiang Fei could have created a better name for himself. Verger Glider, said Rosette Rose, as she too noticed the oddity in his IGN. TL note. The Chinese name for Verger Glider is Tosang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded his head. Even the guild master felt that Verger Glider was not cool. Brother Glider, I need you and Tinkerbell to sign a contract with me later on, said Rosette Rose. No. Jiang Fei could see that Tinkerbell was another profession player in the guild. Her IGN was Jade Tinkerbell. She was a tailor and had been recruited to join the guild as she was like Jiang Fei, a solo player. As for the contract, it was common practice for most guilds. It was to prevent players from exploiting the guild. After all, the guild did provide all the necessary materials for profession player to increase their levels. Without the contract, the players could just leave once they have milked their share. We're just a small guild. There's no way for us to compete with other bigger ones. However, we can give you a larger cut. We created the guild not to earn money, but to enjoy the game. The only reason we would recruit players like you is to give the other members a better time, Rosette Rose explained. Understand, Jiang Fei replied. As mentioned before, players that chose profession had a motive, and that was to earn as much money as they could. Even though Rosette Rose said that the guild was not aiming to earn money, Jiang Fei had his suspicions. However, when he read the contents of the contract given to him, he was genuinely shocked. The contract stated that after cutting the cost of materials, all profits shall be divided between the profession player and the guild at a ratio of 8-2. That's 20% to the guild, while the profession player would earn 80%. It was an unbelievable number. To put in comparison, other guilds would only give a basic salary and a 10% profit sharing. The guild itself would take 90% of what the profession player made. Rosette Rose saw Jiang Fei's reaction and chuckled. Like I said, the guild was created for the sole purpose of having fun. We recruit players like yourself to ease the gameplay of the guild members. There's no shortage of money. We only ask that you prioritize the production of any equipment to the fellow sisters. Mother F. Jiang Fei screamed in his mind. Still, there it was. Even Jiang Fei had no intention of earning money from the game. However, who could say no to money? Jiang Fei needed an exceptionally large sum of it, since he needed to feed the ring. All right, I'll leave you to it. I'm going to train now with the other sisters. I've already given both you and Tinkerbell access to the guild's public storage. Each of you are allowed to withdraw a daily limit of 50 gold coins. Good luck and work hard, said Rosette Rose as she left Jiang Fei alone and dragged the other giggling girls to grind their levels. F*CK me. What have I got myself into? Since the beginning of the game, Jiang Fei had yet to amass even a single gold coin. They actually allowed anyone to withdraw 50 gold coins a day. It was hard for anyone to farm gold coins at that early stage of the game. Selling junk items to NPCs would only yield peanuts. It would never be enough to even buy potions, much less equipment. How was a guild filled with more than 40 female players able to collect that much money? It was a certainty that the source of that money was not Rosette Rose alone. If it had not been procured from the black market or MMORPG currency sellers, there had to be an explanation for this. Arg, why the hell am I thinking so hard about this? Shoving his curiosity aside, Jiang Fei quickly withdrew 50 gold coins from the guild's public storage and headed to the entrance of the city gates to set up shop, buying all copper ores. Even though Jiang Fei could melt down and salvage materials from white-tier equipment, he had a far better option. Players right then were all from the beginner's village. Equipment would be highly scarce and costly. It would be better for Jiang Fei to buy ores instead. Even though Jiang Fei's buying price was the market standard, he had still managed to buy many items from players returning to the city. They were all too lazy to make their way to the NPCs, and since there was someone who was willing to buy there, or why not sell it to him? Jiang Fei's profession was considered to be of the crafting variety. Some other profession players focused on gathering. That said, there were very few crafters around, but several more gatherers about. Crafters required capital to start their business. On the contrary, gatherers did not need any starting money to earn money. Even if their combat ability was lesser than that of specialized combat-type classes, they could hitch a ride with a large group of players. As they slew monsters for experience points, the gatherers could take the opportunity to gather the necessary materials. That was why players who purely wanted to earn money through the game had chosen gathering as their profession. In less than an hour, Jiang Fei had spent all 50 gold coins to buy more than 50 stacks of copper ores. He had even run back to the guild storage to offload most of the ores that he could not hold on to. Alrighty then. Satisfied with the number of copper ingots, Jiang Fei headed for the blacksmith workshop with 20 copper ingots in hand. Unlike tailoring, blacksmiths required an actual workspace, whereas tailors could start crafting anywhere, anytime they wanted, as long as they had the necessary materials. Blacksmiths needed an anvil and furnace. Zang, zang, ting. With each strike, Jiang Fei sent sparks flying. It was beautiful. Jiang Fei was able to begin appreciating his profession as a blacksmith. Soon, he would be able to survey his first work. Soon, in this case, was literally 5 seconds. The green copper wrist guard was a cheap, white-tier equipment. 5 seconds was all it took. Chapter 14, The Lucky Blacksmith. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy, Translation MM. Smelting complete. You have obtained 8 stacks of copper ingots. A total of 20 copper ingots were produced. Almost half of them had gone up in smoke, as Jiang Fei's smithing skill was only at level 1. A 60% loss. Ding! You have crafted an equipment. Green copper wrist guard. Smithing experience, plus 1 inch ding. Ding! You have crafted an equipment. Green copper wrist guard. Smithing experience, plus 1 inch ding. You have crafted an equipment. Green copper wrist guard. Smithing experience, plus 1 inch ding. As the minutes ticked by, Jiang Fei spent more and more copper ingots in his inventory. As a result, the empty slots in his inventory had been replaced with equipment. Smelting was nothing like smithing. While smithing, failing to produce an ingot from the ore would still grant Jiang Fei experience points. Smithing, however, the materials would still be processed. Failures resulted in a wastage of materials, and it would not award any experience points. After smelting 8 stacks of copper ingots, a total of 1,600 copper ingots, he found that he was able to produce a total of 160 green copper wrist guards. It was a 50% success rate. Moreover, amongst the 160 green copper wrist guard, 20 of them were green tier. That was a pretty good yield. Based on the market prices, a level 10 white tier equipment would cost roughly 20 silver coins. Green tier equipment at the same level would cost around 50 silver coins. To put it bluntly, Jiang Fei could sell all of his equipment for more than 40 gold coins. A total of 20 stacks of copper, or would only cost 20 gold coins. His profit margin was nearly 100%. It did not sound like much, but these profession players would not profit much from their labors to begin with. The main reason was due to the rat race of increasing one's crafting level. Almost all crafters at this stage of the game would have to invest heavily to gain levels. This once again proved that no profession player could survive on their own, not without the help of a guild, at least. Though their pockets would lighten as they leveled up, a good recipe could switch the situation around. Their pockets would end up bulging at the seams. Jiang Fei turned to the temporary storage at the blacksmith workshop, slightly happier than before. Even though he was a profession player, the euphoria and entitlement he felt then matched the elite players of the game. Still, having that many equipment was a problem. Despite being stackable, 140 of them had still taken up 14 slots. Asterisk, whoosh, asterisk, the ring hummed. Jiang Fei looked at the ring and finally realized that the ring had been flashing for a while now. It looked like it was hungry for those equipment that were threatening to give Jiang Fei more headaches. Good timing. Jiang Fei quickly deposited all 140 white grade green copper wrist guards into the red slots of the ring inventory. Ironically, he was grateful for the functions of the ring. Most of his success had largely been due to the ring. Jiang Fei took the 20 grade green copper wrist guards and threw them into his own inventory before heading back to the bank. There, he extracted the remaining 30 stacks of ores and deported the equipment. 30 stacks of copper, or could be smelted into 12 stacks of copper ingots. With that amount, it would be another wholesome metal banging practice for him. After what seemed to be half a day later, Jiang Fei had exhausted all the copper ingots in his inventory and managed to produce 200 normal white tier green copper wrist guard and 30 green tier green copper wrist guard. Even though roughly 100 white tier wrist guards had been fed to the ring, he still had plenty of equipment to go around. So, how's your day, masters? They immediately checked up on their resident crafters. It's going well for me. Jade Tinkerbell was the first to reply. Jade Tinkerbell was a tailor. Her job was ideal for the beginning stages of the game. It was a surefire way of making stable profit. The reason? Due to the simple fact of how their wares would always be relevant in the market. One such ware provided additional inventory slots. Players started off with 5 slots of inventory bags. In some of the earlier tutorials, the system awarded players with a 32-slot inventory bag. After that, players were left to expand their slots on their own. However, due to the % system drop rate, not even 10,000 players would be able to farm one inventory bag. Hence, not only was the value of the inventory bag sky high, its demand would never end. That's wonderful. The sisters were complaining of not having enough inventory slots. Rose cried happily. "How about you?" said Rosette Meow Meow. After claiming one inventory bag from Tinkerbell, she zoomed towards his general direction and came to a complete stop in front of Jiang Fei. "Sadly, the things that I made would not be of much use to you. I'm a blacksmith." Jiang Fei snickered. "What are you saying?" All of a sudden, Jiang Fei heard a voice right behind him. He spun around in shock only to see a beautiful girl's face. She was centimeters away from him. "Aye. Sister Fox is a bully." Like a cat, Meow Meow hissed and jumped on Rosette Fox's back. Jiang Fei could not help but snicker at their comical behavior. No, comical might have been a little too harsh. They were more like a family and a close bunch of friends. A bunch of girls sharing the same dream. "All the equipment that I have crafted are in the public guild storage." Jiang Fei walked towards Rosette Rose and informed her of his progress. Rosette Rose thanked Jiang Fei as she smiled in response. "Wow, how? There's so many equipment." When Rosette Rose checked on the storage, she was shocked to see that many valuable equipment stored. 200 white tier equipment was more than shocking, but 50 green tier ones as well. To put things in perspective, normal blacksmiths could only produce around 100 white tier equipment at the expense of 50 gold coins. On the other hand, Jiang Fei had produced 50 green tier equipment with so many white grades at the cost of only 50 gold coins. The rate for producing ascended equipment would typically be at 1%. If Jiang Fei were to produce 200 white equipment, he would have produced around 3 to 5 green ones. Now, 50 of them were lying in the storage. What? How? The guy was basically a money printing machine. It's nothing much. Jiang Fei brushed it off, hiding the fact that it was all due to the ring's mysterious properties. Huh, Rosette Rose said. Even though the wrist guards were level 10, their green grades equated to a 130% basic attribute. Let's not forget those bonus attributes. The green equipment could last till level 15. Level 15 equipment would not be as good as a level 10 green grade wrist guard. She was already level 15, but that equipment would still serve as an upgrade. What made Rosette Rose more than happy was the fact that Jiang Fei had produced more than enough for the entire guild. There were only 40 of them, and only 20 of them were heavy armor users. There was more than enough for each of them. It was a fantastic feat in the span of a few hours. The player called Verger Glider had provided the entire guild with enough green tier equipment for every member. Jiang Fei's achievement had made himself a valuable asset to the guild in Rosette Rose's eyes. A blacksmith with a high rate of producing ascended equipment would most definitely bring the guild fortune and wealth. His produce did not yet seem like much, but in the latter stages of the game, a violet tier epic tier equipment and a blue tier fine equipment meant the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 15, Three-Pronged Advantage of Cheating. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei was bored. After leaving the Rosette Knighthood girls to the equipment in the guild storage, his hands were left strangely empty. There was absolutely no work left to do. The daily 50 gold coin limit was all spent. Even if he tried to find himself more work, there would be none for him. With nothing else to do, Jiang Fei began window shopping around town, looking for unique recipes. All the recipes that NPCs sold were all white tier, which were mainly used for leveling up crafting skills. Earning money through them would be out of the question. Even with Jiang Fei's exceptionally high luck, he could only earn peanuts. This was why his current priority was getting his hands on rare recipes. Jiang Fei casually brought up the Dawnlight City's level leaderboard. In the lead was a level 17 player. It was as expected, for the game was still growing. Even the strongest guild had an average level of 15. Reaching that level so soon was no easy task. That average level would have meant that most mini-bosses around that area have already tasted their blade. Easter egg bosses might drop one green tier equipment, but a leader tier boss and a hidden treasure chest might actually yield rare profession recipes. It sounded just like one of those classic phones. Jiang Fei looked down and realized that all the white tier equipment in the red slots were all gone. The mark had made a full circle. Its ends had met. Ho ho, leveled up, said Jiang Fei with a smile, as he opened up the ring's properties window. Luck plus 20 all green tier equipment crafted will be randomly granted a skill. One level had made a huge difference to the ring. Not only was the bonus luck now at 20, there was an additional skill that almost sent Jiang Fei's eyes flying out of their sockets. All green tier equipment would have one additional attribute, and that attribute would typically be the common ones like strength, agility, or defense. Some attributes were better than the others, such as accuracy, evade, and block. On the other hand, outright passive skills provided a far greater advantage. And, at the top of it all, having an equipment that provided an active skill was the ultimate upgrade. In the early stages of the game, having one or two additional active skills did wonders, since the default skills granted by their class was lackluster. Furthermore, despite having relatively longer cooldowns, equipment's active skills were cost-free. It would exponentially increase one's damage output. Jiang Fei decided. White tier equipment may sometimes come in green tiers, but the success rate was low. With such an amazing cheat tool around his finger, why even aim for white grades, when you can make green tier equipment even stronger? Sadly, after spending an entire day scouring the entire city for player-sold higher grade recipes for sale, he came up short. It was expected, but did nothing to ease off the disappointment, as the recipe could only be found in rare hidden treasure chests or a leader tier boss drop. At the current stage of the game, not even one of these leaders have tasted defeat. Even if someone did manage to farm one, their guild would never allow them to put it up for sale. Cried Jiang Fei when he finally saw one such recipe. Recipe: Corsair's breastplate. Recipe: fine. Requirement: Beginner blacksmith level 1, my good brother, said Jiang Fei, rushing up to the bandit behind the counter. This, 100 gold coins. The bandit replied in a flash. Deal. Jiang Fei accepted the offer and took off. The recipe was expensive, probably priced higher than its actual worth, but it was worth every coin Jiang Fei was willing to fork out. The drop rate was too low to begin with, but to amass that amount of money would take at least a week. He might already be level 20 by then. However, Jiang Fei had an idea. He remembered counting the number of gold coins in the public guild storage. They had at least 400 to 500 gold coins stashed away. Guild Master, Jiang Fei sent a written message to Rosette Rose. At that moment, he was broke and had already spent his daily limit of 50 gold coins. He could only get more money through the Guild Master. Rosette Rose replied after a short delay. She was busy killing monsters with her band of sisters. 200 gold coins. Jiang Fei hesitated. If he only asked for 100 gold coins, he would not have enough to buy the materials. The materials of green tier equipment would not be cheap. That much. Rose had thought that Jiang Fei wanted 10 or 20 more gold coins. That was completely fine. However, when Jiang Fei requested 200 gold coins, she had to raise an eyebrow. That amount was almost half of what the entire guild owned. Even though she had spent her own cash to purchase in-game currency, she could feel the sting. Plus, the game was spanking new. The gold-to-dollar ratio would be extremely high. I need it for a rare recipe. It's an emergency. I cannot miss it. That's all right with me. I'll send Meow Meow over to you, Rosette Rose replied. She decided to take a leap of faith in the new boy. That sum was enough to give even her pause. It was a risk that she was willing to take, especially after the blacksmith strong showing in his debut. Okay, I'll be waiting at the east gate, said Jiang Fei. Asked Jiang Fei. While waiting for Meow Meow to come over, Jiang Fei tried to strike up a conversation with the bandit. Haha, said the bandit. His tone suggested that he had taken some offense to it. No, nothing of that sort. I'm just a crafter. Going out in the field would be suicide, Jiang Fei said. Jiang Fei deduced that the bandit was a lone adventurer. Only a solo player would sell the recipe for money. So, said the bandit. He was getting impatient. Please wait. Jiang Fei hurriedly explained. What if the bandit suddenly up and left? Brother, cried Meow Meow, running towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked, barely able to keep his voice level. Rosette Meow Meow, send him the gold. All right, I've got the money. Brother Bandit. Jiang Fei then sent a trading invite to the bandit. All right, I've got the money. You've got the recipe. The bandit promptly turned and left. Cried Jiang Fei. Let's be friends. Gale Moonwalker, said the bandit without turning back to face Jiang Fei. I got it. Jiang Fei sent a friendship request. The bandit accepted it before disappearing into the crowd. Satisfied with the transaction, Jiang Fei smiled. When he turned back to face Meow Meow, she was sulking. What a douche, she said. Jiang Fei could not care less about her comment. He was the big winner in life here. Brother, said the petite little girl. Huh, hey, you just took 200 gold coins, said Meow Meow as she crossed her arms and put on a conceited face. Jiang Fei was worried. Had he lost credibility in their eyes? Nope. Sister Rose just asked me to deliver the money, said Meow Meow with a broad grin. Jiang Fei quickly turned his back to Meow Meow. He was blushing madly. Gaga-gaga-go. Away and disturb someone else. Jiang Fei stuttered. He was happy that Rosette Rose had trusted him that much. Hell nay, I'm coming with you. Meow Meow clung onto Jiang Fei's arm. Asterisco, sig, asterisco fine. Jiang Fei shook his head. He immediately put the recipe to use and learned the art of smithing. Chapter 16, The Wild Wolf Blockade. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Recipe, Corsair's Breastplate Requirement, Copper Ingot X10, Iron Ingot X5, Ruby X1 Product, Corsair's Breastplate, Physical Defense plus 30, Random Enhancement. Some recipes came with such detailed description. The finished product would not exactly be as stated. They often came with random enhancements and connotations. A sample may come with absolutely amazing attributes or absolute shit. Either way, Jiang Fei was certain about the recipe. The ring provided him with a 100% chance to add in an extra skill. Any such equipment would be worth a fortune. It was impossible for this recipe to produce anything bad. Using whatever gold coins he had left in his inventory, Jiang Fei went and scoured the market for materials. Just as he was about to head to the blacksmith's workshop and get to work with the Ring of Miracles, a familiar trio called out to him. "Joe, little brat." Venomous Wolf smugly dissed Jiang Fei. "Haha, look at him. He's a blacksmith now. Jobrat." Vicious Wolf was keen enough to notice the hammer hanging off Jiang Fei's waist. War hammers and smithing hammers were visibly different. Based on the differences of the two, Vicious Wolf had quickly concluded that Jiang Fei was no combatant. Said Jiang Fei maliciously. He frowned at the trio. They were bad news. Unlike other games, Dawnbreak's PvP system was a little more dynamic. Technically, there were no such things as safe zones. PvP could be initiated anytime, anywhere. The only safe window a player had was the 20 seconds invincibility time when a player revived or loaded at a respawn point or a teleportation circle. Players could start attacking others at anywhere they wanted to. However, there was a limitation to PvP. There was something called the safety level. There were 21 levels of safety, from 10 to -10. All players started off with 5 points of safety levels. Every time PvP was conducted in an NPC-controlled zone, or if you were the initiator of a fight, you would lose a safety level. If you kill another player, you would lose another 2 points to your safety level and be a target of NPC guards. Upon capture, all items, equipment, and coins would be confiscated. You would also be imprisoned for 3 days. If the safety level dropped to 0, NPCs would place you under a trade embargo. If your safety level dropped beyond 0 and reached the negative area, NPC guards would start a manhunt. Safety levels below -5 would trigger an event, where your current city would issue a kill-on-sight reward mission to other players. Naturally, safety levels could be regained and increased. Players could accept challenging quests to either redeem themselves or even further boost their safety levels. At safety level 8 or higher, the player would be an official of the city, granting access to waive service charges, special set equipment, and others. A player in the negative safety level zone would not be able to proceed like any other player. They could either head over to a neutral city or join the Chaos City, where robbers and bandits roamed free. Due to the sandbox nature of the game, many players had chosen to lead exciting lives of crime. They would enter a city, kill a player, and rob them of all their precious equipment. Before the NPC guard arrived, they would pass the stolen goods to a normal player and leave the city. As long as the stolen goods were high in value, those no-good players were willing to take the punishment and remain in prison. Losing all their lousy equipment was a worthy trade-off. Relax, little one. We won't touch you. Not yet. You're still green behind the ears. Nothing but rubbish and junk metal. For now. You're not worth prison. Better watch yourself in the future. Just when you're thinking of walking around in better armor, we'll be right behind you. Lurking in the shadows, striking where it hurts most when your guard is down. Hungry Wolf laughed menacingly. Long ago, he had been petrified by Jiang Fei's cold stare. The situation was different then, and it was different now. Jiang Fei was a non-combatant. There was nothing to fear from a King blacksmith. What was he going to do? Test his knee-jerk reflex with that toy hammer? You dare. This cute brother here is one of ours, said Meow Meow, leaping forward. Good God. Not bad, brat. You've learned the ancient art of cowering behind a lady. I'm impressed, said Hungry Wolf, guffawing like an actual wolf. Is that right? Mark my words, I'll be seeing you in the future, said Jiang Fei as he tugged Meow Meow back. He knew that he was ill-suited for combat, but it did not mean that he could not protect a lady. Ho, take care, brat. Don't forget to train your levels, yeah? As soon as they were satisfied, they laughed and left Jiang Fei alone with Meow Meow, still in his arms. Meow Meow turned to Jiang Fei and said, Brother, don't let them get to you. Meow Meow had pointedly flung that last word at them, running in their direction for good measure. She turned back to Jiang Fei. Not to worry, I'm Yufine. They're not creeps. Jiang Fei laughed it off. Even though he was smiling and cheerful on the outside, he felt extremely unhappy for not being able to stand up to them. As a blacksmith, he would be a major disadvantage against a combat class player. Jiang Fei glanced at the ring in his finger and thought to himself, I've taken a hit for you. The ring glowed brightly in response, as if it was trying to comfort Jiang Fei. It behaved as if it was saying, worry not. Okay then, said Meow Meow. When she was convinced that Jiang Fei was truly unfazed, she nodded her head in approval. The girl was only around 15 to 16 years old. She was still too young to understand how one would feel. The two of them proceeded to the blacksmith's workshop with Jiang Fei taking the lead. Jiang Fei went on with his usual routine. Furnace, ores into ingots, hammer. The Corsair's breastplate was a level 15 green tier recipe. Crafting the equipment would take a longer time than the green copper wrist guard. A flash of green light, and a new equipment was born. Sturdy Corsair's breastplate, chainmail, fine, physical defense, plus 40 equipped, grants passive skill. Sturdy increases maximum health points by 10%. Level requirement. 15 Jiang Fei's first equipment crafted under Meow Meow's supervision had lived up to the ring's amazing ability. The equipment was green tier and possessed an extra attribute. Its defense value was only 30% more than a similarly leveled white tier equipment. Then there was the passive skill. It turned the equipment into something else entirely. Jiang Fei stood up and passed the chainmail to Meow Meow. Wow, this is great, cried Rosette Meow Meow. The game was still growing. It was not even in its pubescent stage. Everyone was either wearing white tier equipment or nothing at all. Green tier equipment were rare. To obtain stronger equipment, one must kill a boss or have a profession player craft it for you. However, crafters could not just make something out of thin air, even if they had an abundance of materials at their disposal. They still needed recipes from the bosses. Eventually, it all came down to the boss. Taking on a boss required a complete party, and at the heart of it was a solid tank. A tank, as the name implied, was a player who took the brunt of the punishment meant for the team. Hence, a good tank required high health points. The higher health points a tank had, the stronger he would be against high-profile bosses. That was why Rosette Meow Meow had been so thrilled to see a passive skill that increased health points. Chapter 17, Mass-producing equipment with bonus attributes. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, ding, ding, zang, ding, 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 zang, ding. After a few attempts, Jiang Fei got the hang of it. After producing 2 equipment with 2 extra attributes in a row, Jiang Fei's third attempt had produced a blue tier sample. Vampiric Corsair's breastplate, chainmail, fine, physical defense, plus 40 agility, plus 3 equip, grants beginner's lifesteal, deals additional 10 damage, and heals oneself. Level requirement, 10 Robber Corsair's breastplate, chainmail, fine, physical defense, plus 40 strength, plus 3 equip, grants mug. Attacks have a 10% chance to rob the target of 10 copper coins. God of Destruction Corsair's breastplate, chainmail, superior, physical defense, plus 45 strength, plus 5 equip, grants destruction fist. Deals 300 damage to a target and stuns it for 1 second, 2-minute cooldown duration. Level requirement, 15, Jiang Fei side. Those 4 samples were already enough to wear him out. Crafting green tier equipment or better was not as easy as white tier equipment. The crafting process required full concentration, or the process would fail. As such, Jiang Fei had wasted enough materials for 6 attempts. If other profession players knew of Jiang Fei's success rate, they would have been beside themselves with envy. How could they not be? Their success rate of producing Ascended was even lower than 25%. They were no match to Jiang Fei. Nobody else under level 10 in the game could possibly acquire 20 luck points. Wow, cutie bro, how did you do that? Said Meow Meow as Jiang Fei leaned back and caught his breath. She gave Jiang Fei a pat to the back, but she did not stop there. Her hands slithered to his chest and started rubbing away vigorously. Jiang Fei jerked and involuntarily slapped Meow Meow's hands away. Even that brief moment of contact had been enough for him to feel Meow Meow's soft hands. Jiang Fei may be able to put up a straight face when he was handling others, but when it came to girls, he had zero experience. He had been an invisible man since birth all the way to high school. He had never once spoken to a girl, and he could not care less about them. That was why that slap had been enough to send him steaming red across the cheeks. Meow Meow stuck her tongue. She too had realized that she had gone over the line back there. Still, her cute act of brushing things away as if it had been nothing only made her cuter. At that moment, the two of them basked in the euphoria and excitement. Crafting such formidable equipment had just opened up a new avenue to the two of them. When he became a blacksmith, he knew what he was signing up for, a treacherous path that meant zero to no combat ability. His attribution growth rate would not be pretty, either. He would be useless in a fight. However, due to the ring's mysterious abilities, all his work would possess an extra skill at a 100% rate. No other crafter could boast of this. They needed hundreds of attempts before they could come up with a premium sample. Now, as the sole producer of such fine equipment, he had the full right to take the best of the best and wield them himself. He would be a beefed-up crafter, hacking his way through dungeons and adventure. Truth be told, Jiang Fei was not the only one that had that thought. Many other profession players shared the same thought. However, their success rate was far too low to be feasible. Out of 100 equipment, one of them might have a skill, who knows? It might not even have a useful skill. They would have to go through thousands of attempts before they finally win the lottery. That would take a lifetime. That was from the point of a profession player. Some players believed that money was all they needed to win the game. They were called whales, one. However, it still came down to luck. Unless they were made of money, they could only sit and continue dreaming about their ideal set. I need recipes. That was the only thought in Jiang Fei's head. If he wanted to match the combat power of other classes, he needed to start matching skills. He needed multiple copies of the same extra skill. Having just one Corsair's breastplate was not going to cut it. Sister Shui, cried Meow Meow as Jiang Fei was worrying about the upcoming struggle. Rose came towards them with a warm smile on her face. When Jiang Fei had first produced the first two green grade pieces of equipment, Meow Meow had silently contacted Rose. Rose's real name was Murong Xueqing. Rosette, Meow Meow, and Xueqing had known each other for a long time. Their families in the real world were close. Jiang Fei had been right. Every single member of this guild were rich Oju Sans. Murong Xueqing hailed from a wealthy family, and she was the only child. The Murong family ran Wanlong Industries. That was why she behaved ever so elegantly, very much like a woman of the house. What's wrong, Meow Meow? Meow Meow had sounded frantic in her private message. It was only natural, for it was not safe to be alone, not even in the city. Nope, I found a big treasure trove. Meow Meow snickered as she jumped towards Jiang Fei and hugged his arms. It was the exact behavior of a little girl hugging a teddy bear, her precious treasure. Ah, said Rose as she patted Meow Meow's head and smiled gently. Hey, I'm not a little kid anymore. Rosette Meow Meow grunted as she pushed Rose's hand away. She brought Rose to the four newly crafted equipment. With a big grin on her face, she said, "Look at these. Cutie Bro made these." These. Rose was stunned. As the leader of the Rosette Knighthood, Rose was a fairly experienced player who knew the game far better than Meow Meow, even though she was only 3 years her senior. As a woman who had had the value of economics imbued in her by her materialistic family, she knew all too well how valuable such equipment would be and how important of an asset Jiang Fei was to the group. Based on the percent and drop rate of the game and the hashtag $% and success rate of additional attributes, the items that laid out in front of Rose were almost priceless, especially that blue tier one with an active skill. At that point, money was no longer the issue. This was the work of the divine. Chapter 18, The Overly Attached Girl. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Guildmaster? Said Jiang Fei nervously. Rosette Rose was beautiful, and that was perhaps an understatement. How would one feel when a girl stood extreme close to you, staring into your eyes as if she was staring into your soul? Some might feel happy, or their hearts might even skip a beat, but Jiang Fei was not one of those people. On the contrary, it was creeping him out. Ugh, my apologies, said Rosette Rose. Huh, something was different. Rosette Rose had changed the manner of her speech. The tone of her voice was extremely tender, the same kind of tone one would expect when confessing to their love. Jiang Fei quickly snapped. He did not mind the tone of her speech, but the sudden change was way too suspicious. It's too rowdy here, said Rosette Rose. She immediately grabbed hold onto Jiang Fei's arm and dragged him away. At that moment, unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, Rosette Rose was fighting the turmoil in her heart. The contract she had previously given Jiang Fei had been too simple. How could she have known that Jiang Fei would be this capable? Jiang Fei did perform admirably by having a high chance of crafting ascended equipment, but Rosette Rose still did not plan to use him as a money-making mule. She never had that intention from the start. However, things changed when Jiang Fei drew his trump card, being able to constantly produce equipment with an additional attribute. Money had never been on this guy's mind. By then, an epiphany dawned upon her. This was only the third day prior to the server launch. Those who were able to graduate from the beginner's village in such a short amount of time would either be a member of a guild or professional lone players. However, when professional players chose a profession class instead of a combat class, what did that mean? The man must have either obtained a powerful item or an enigmatic skill to support his perplexing choice of playstyle. No random pug player, one, would choose the boring life of crafting or gathering over the exciting adventures of the common class. Rosette Rose then regretted giving Jiang Fei such a lax contract. She had believed that the money would have been enough to buy his loyalty. She was only in this game to prove something to herself. She was a veteran MMORPG player, but her band of ladies were not. This was all about herself, not the formation of a top-end guild. Amongst the members of Rosette Knighthood, Rose most probably had the most experience. The rest of them were just playing it for the fun of it. That was why nothing in her party stood out. As prideful as Rosette Rose was, this had left her slightly disgruntled. Anyhow, she had to hold herself back and remain as a pub gamer if she wanted to keep playing with them. Today, Jiang Fei had reignited the fire in her heart. The fire that could drive her little guild into one of the top-ranking guilds of the game. Now, Jiang Fei was her VVIP. She swore that this Verger glider would never leave her guild alive. Desperation had momentarily driven her to resort to the cheap Lady Lure tactic. The signed contract was now a new source of headache. That contract had been written on the basis of having fun. It was extremely flexible, and the contracted player could just pay a minimal violation fee and be done with the guild. This Verger glider might just glide away whenever he liked. Brother Glider, something has been on my mind. You've had a good look at the guild. You're the only man around the sea of girls. See, there are things that us girls could never do as well as you could. Are you the man that I think you are? Rosette Rose took extra care to layer her voice with a hint of seduction. They were in a quiet hotel room. Jiang Fei had been sandwiched between Rose and Meow Meow, with the both of them caressing his arms. Guildmaster, cannot accept this. Could we just talk normally? Jiang Fei cried out. Rose was beautiful, there was no doubt about that. But when two world-class beauties were sitting arm to arm with him, the only thing that rose were his goosebumps. It was as expected of a virgin. Shishishis. Meow Meow started off with a snicker. It quickly grew into a ridiculously deafening guffaw. You little brat. Rose started to laugh as well. The both of them started to laugh as if Jiang Fei had just pulled off the best stand-up comedy in years. Excuses US. Haha, that was a little inappropriate. Rosette Rose quickly tried to return to being as ladylike as possible. Fine. Jiang Fei stuttered. At first, he actually believed that Rose was going to court him. He felt an immediate relief when Meow Meow and Rose started laughing like possessed hyenas. That embarrassing moment had made Jiang Fei relax for a bit. That maniacal laughing was more heartfelt and sincere than anything else that came from them. Before that, he felt like he was about to be pranked, or worse, blackmailed. I'll be frank. The contract that you signed earlier was a mistake on my part, and I deeply regret it. If it's all right with you, I'd like to offer you a new one, said Rosette Rose bashfully. Jiang Fei cocked his head. Although there was a saying that girls change clothes faster than the flipping of a page, but this was just too fast. It had only been several hours before. Here's the new contract. Please read it thoroughly, said Rose, handing over a new contract. Dragging Jiang Fei all the way to the hotel while crafting a new contract at the same time was no easy feat that only proved just how capable that girl was. Jiang Fei read the new contract and did not know what to feel. The previous contract had come as enough of a shock with that ridiculous profit-sharing ratio. This revision blew the old one out the window. That ridiculous profit-sharing had just gotten even more ridiculous. The profit-sharing remained the same as before, but there was new clause beneath it. Jiang Fei now had the authority to withdraw anything from the guild storage. Moreover, he was now the vice guildmaster. Most shockingly, Rosette Rose had handed Jiang Fei 50% of the shares. This was not a contract. It's a partnership, and a pretty clingy one at that, too. Miss, are you trying a little too hard? Jiang Fei muttered quietly. For a moment, he felt smug about himself. For the longest time, he had been an invisible man, treated as if he had never existed in the school. However, the girl in front of him, Rose, was different. Unlike others, she was proposing to be with him. All right, I see nothing wrong here. The contract was too good to be true, but he could find no reason to reject her proposal. Jiang Fei had deliberately turned a blind eye to one particular condition, and that was Jiang Fei was not allowed to leave Rosette knighthood by his volition. Who cares about that condition? Everything else was crazy. Only a fool would drop it. Chapter 19, Armored Shield. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Jiang Fei nodded his head ever so earnestly, Rosette Rose turned her back for a split second and rolled her eyes. If she had known Jiang Fei to be a man of sound reason, she would not have resorted to such unladylike behavior. It was just another one of her tricks that she picked up after years of conducting business. Since childhood, she had been taught to weigh the effort and benefits. If it paid off, no place was too low for her to stoop. On the other end of the spectrum, Jiang Fei had been raised in an average family. Men at his age would choose honor and glory over benefits. From Jiang Fei's perspective, Rosette Rose was there to help him when he needed help the most. She had accepted him into the guild and had supported his heavy investments without second-guessing his decision. Jiang Fei felt greatly indebted to her, so of course, he would return the favor. Like Rose herself, Jiang Fei was playing the game, not for the benefits in the game, but to take out most of the items from the game into the real world to complete his dream of becoming Superman. He was, truthfully, not interested in any benefits in the game. Both parties came from different backgrounds, so they viewed the same subject very differently. As it was, they eventually ended up at the same spot. Jiang Fei was happy, and so was Rosette Rose. Jiang Fei felt like he was making use of the girls, as he thought they were attracted to him. Rosette Rose needed him for his equipment crafting skills and had gotten him to stay in the guild. All right, now that everything is said and done, we're now a family, said Rosette Rose. There must be a reason behind his high luck and the ability to constantly produce ascended equipment. Yeah, cutie brother, said Meow Meow, ensuring that Jiang Fei's arms sank into her chest. Jiang Fei fidgeted a little and thought up of a fake excuse. It's nothing really. Back in Beginner's Village, I found and completed a hidden quest. As a reward, I obtained some luck attribute and an additional skill. Jiang Fei decided to fake a story and blame it on a hidden quest. He would never reveal the secrets of the ring. Once word got out, there was no way for him to hide it. Might as well tell them that the source of his magnificent power was a reward for a hidden quest. I see, Rose exclaimed. Jiang Fei's excuses was actually dead on one of her many hypotheses of why Jiang Fei would end up being a blacksmith. It was only natural, she thought, as she would have taken the same path if she had been in his shoes. Nishishishi, what did I tell you, Sister Shui? I found a big treasure trove. Sister Shui, how are you going to reward me? Rosette Meow Meow had not idea just how important Jiang Fei was as a player. She knew he was special, but the grand scale of which eluded her little world. However, that did not stop her from demanding something from Sister Shui, said Rose as she patted her head. I guess that you're the main protagonist in this scenario. I remember you liking my limited edition bracelet. Yay, no backsies, cried the little girl as she held out her little finger. That was just the reward she had in mind. You guys have fun. Jiang Fei hurriedly extricated himself from the chair and left the room. Girl talk was too much for him. Before he left the room, Jiang Fei passed all his handiwork to Rosette Rose. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Fei went towards the entrance of the city, the same place where he first bought the Corsair's breastplate recipe. That place was a hotspot for small, player-run stalls. An auction was currently ongoing, but almost 99% of the players in the game were broke. They would rather sit for 2 hours than throw their hard-earned money at something that would be discarded a few levels later. After loitering for some time, Jiang Fei was left disappointed. Players at the city entrance were mostly selling materials. Pub players who picked up gathering classes could never compete with players in professional guilds. They could gather items quickly and pass it to the crafters in the guild. If there was any excess, they would store them in the public guild storage. Sadly, players without guilds had limited inventory slots. The bank storage system was too expensive to use and even more expensive to expand. In the end, they could only gather whatever they could for the day and sell them at the city entrance. The last thing Jiang Fei needed now was materials. His previous batch of purchases had not even been used up. Rosette Rose had disrupted his crafting session. At that point of the game, players could not solo a leader-tier boss. Most of the bosses around were targets of stronger guilds. Treasure chests, on the other hand, boiled down to sheer luck. It was almost impossible for random players to farm for recipes on their own. Jiang Fei had already been extremely fortunate to have been able to find the Corsair's breastplate recipe in the public market. Arg! Jiang Fei gave up finding for recipes and decided to turn to the NPCs. If one went out of the city for an adventure, he needed solid equipment. Since there were no recipes, fine or higher, he was forced to resort to the lowest grade recipes, white tier from the NPCs. What a bummer! Jiang Fei muttered under his breath as he made his way towards the blacksmith instructor. There were 2 types of leveling systems in the game, namely character level and class level. Character levels determine the attributes you gained, while also meeting the equipment's level requirement. Class level determined the skills you could learn, along with its potency. Players could raise their character levels by slaying monsters or completing quests. That was the basis of almost all MMORPGs. Class levels could be raised by repeated uses of the class-provided skill or completing class-specific quests. Right then, Jiang Fei's character level was level 10, while his class was only a level 1 beginner blacksmith. Fortunately, that level 1 experience bar was close to the brim. With money, one could easily get by with life. After buying all the Green Copper series equipment recipes, the instructor praised Jiang Fei with a few words and rewarded him with another recipe. Armor Shield, enhancement material, normal, absorbs physical damage equivalent to 20% maximum health points. Last 20 seconds. 5 minutes cooldown. Limited to blacksmiths. This skill was considered a class-specific perk. Any profession class could obtain such an item from their respective instructors, simply by purchasing and learning more than 5 different kinds of recipes. Blacksmiths aside, other crafter classes had similar perks. Tailors could obtain a special mana absorption enhancement effect. Alchemists could obtain special flasks that allowed the concurrent ingesting of 3 potions, minus cooldowns. These perks allowed profession players to survive a little longer whenever they came under the assault of pikers until the NPC guards came to their rescue. Chapter 2020 Equipment Sales. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After learning all the recipes on hand, Jiang Fei used all the remaining golden copper ores. He did not waste any time returning to the blacksmith workshop to bring hammer to anvil. Since the recipes were all level 10 white grades, crafting them was quick and crisp. Without even realizing it, Jiang Fei found himself out of copper ingots. In return, he now held 300 white tier and 100 green tier equipment. Even though Rosette Rose had given Jiang Fei full access to the guild storage, he could not simply waltz right up and exhaust all the gold in the storage for his own sake. After thinking for a bit, Jiang Fei had a fresh idea. Of all the equipment that he had just created, the best 30 of the 100 green tier equipment were deposited into the guild storage. The rest of the junk would be sold off. Since Rosette Knighthood was already a small guild, to begin with, members who could equip heavy armor were even fewer, 20 players at most. It was best to sell what he could for more materials and transform them into better equipment. With his high luck and ability to mass-produce ascended equipment, Jiang Fei was confident of a sure, easy path ahead. At the same time, he would earn enough money to be self-sustaining. Hot sales. Limited stock of level 10 set equipment for sale. Location at XXX Dawnlight City East Gate. To hasten the entire process, Jiang Fei bit down his pride and bought a broadcasting service to help spread his message throughout the city, as well as players who were close enough. What the hell? Go, go, go. We gotta start running. Jiang Fei's sudden advertisement had caused a major commotion throughout the city. Almost everyone in the game was an *% hashtag pissed off at the $% hashtag asterisk drop rate, and were still lugging beginner gear about. Pub players were not the only ones having a hard time. Even the major profession-centric guilds were troubled by the $% asterisk system. Everything had such an $% asterisk success rates. When they were just starting out, almost all profession players were burning through all their materials to attempt creating some shitty gear. Producing a single green grade with a white grade recipe was a dream. Unlike Jiang Fei, others were not making any profit from white tier equipment, as the end product was worth even lesser than the raw materials they were derived from. Even the whalers were having a tough time handling this problem. At most, they could only walk around with full sets of white tier equipment, all from the quest rewards of the beginner's village. Now that Jiang Fei had made his broadcast citywide, even the big guild masters were scrambling in a hurry. "Hey, Glider, what you doing?" cried Rosette Rose. She was probably the only person in the entire city unhappy with Jiang Fei's sale. He. Calm down, guildmaster. I'm just liquidating some junk. All the good ones are in the storage. See for yourself. I'm just looking for more funds to further my craft, Jiang Fei explained calmly. Rosette Rose was stunned. Is that right? My bad for misjudging your actions. Brother Glider, you'll have to work hard for all the sisters in the guild. Before he knew it, Rosette Rose changed her tone again. It was so indescribable. It was the tone that a woman would adopt whenever she wanted to kiss a man. At least, that was what he saw in the movies. After finally forcing his saliva down, Jiang Fei spat. Guildmaster, could you speak like a normal person? Sigh. One airhead. So be it. Rosette Rose rolled her eyes and left. At first, she wanted to flirt with this young man, who was only 1 year her junior. But still, what virgin? By the time Jiang Fei was done talking to Rosette Rose, a massive crowd had swarmed him. There was just too much for him to store. Not even the temporary storage beside the workshop could hold that many equipment at once. It was not the quantity, but rather the variety that was causing the issue. 300 white tier equipment could be stacked and took up only 30 slots. On the other hand, the green tier equipment had taken up 70 slots. The variety of skills and different attributes that they possessed was just overwhelming. When it seemed that the entire city had clamored around him, Jiang Fei opened up the stall and displayed all of his wares. At the forefront were all the white tier equipment. Jiang Fei intended to empty out the white grades first before anything else. That way, he could further inflate the prices. Each white grade stack contains 10 copies of the same thing. 2 gold coins per stack. Only 30 stacks in total. What the hell? Top guild. At first, many players were expecting only 20 to 30 items. A far cry from the 3-digit zone they were looking at. The only plausible conclusion was that this seller was not a lone player, but a representative of a conglomerate of crafters. We literally called these groups workshops. They would take in any crafter class players and even more gatherers. That way, they could sustain a mutual relationship by selling equipment and sharing the profit. Why must they come in sets? I don't need the rest, just the boots, said one of Jiang Fei's buyers. Based on the price that Jiang Fei had set, each article of equipment will cost 20 silver coins. At that price, average players could afford 1 or 2 pieces, not the entire set. I'm sorry. Sets only, said Jiang Fei. There was no time for him to reorganize and piece the misfits together again. After all, he was here to clear everything out while maximizing his profit. A voice rose up from the noisy jumble of voices. The husky voice was easily distinguishable, their owners even more so. 4 hulking orc warriors waded through the crowd and made their way to the front. Like a hot knife through butter, those strength-based players shoved the other players aside. Apparently, they were escorting a human, who quickly approached Jiang Fei. Southern Azure Sword, Apprentice Knight, human, level, 17 health points, 2,215 attack power, 175 note. Guildmaster of Omni Sword. Due to the power of the ring, Jiang Fei had all the information about the man standing in front of him. Deal. Jiang Fei agreed without a second thought, even though the man did look a little sketchy. The transaction was made, and the Guildmaster's inventory was immediately filled with all the white tier equipment. In exchange, 60 additional gold coins jingled in Jiang Fei's pockets, eliciting a satisfied grin. He could now afford the next batch of smithing. Anything from the green tier equipment would be pure profit. Damn it, someone in the crowd groaned. He was not alone in that sentiment. Several more were unsatisfied with Jiang Fei since he had refused to sell any of the equipment separately. The tension was tight and tempers running short due to one simple factor. F** and hashtag and carat at dollar and asterisk carat low drop rates. This led to a whole slew of other complications. Without proper equipment, players would struggle to continuously fight monsters, even if they were at the same level. Leveling up became an absolute chore past level 10. The free level 10 white tier equipment were by no means insufficient, but the monsters also packed a punch of their own. Players had to choose between spending more golden equipment or on potions. A miserly player could take a seat and recover health the old-fashioned way. Either way, unless they could get their hands on stronger equipment, they would struggle like zombies for a much longer time. Chapter 21:21 The Gathering of Heroes. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A new voice called out, just as Southern Azure Sword was about to make his exit. It was a group of players, led by a young male elf leading them. Slung over his back was a bedazzling chromatic longbow. Happy Drunk, Phantom Marksman, elf, level, 17 health points, 1,745 attack power, 258. When Jiang Fei laid eyes on the elf, he was surprised. Someone had actually obtained a hidden class on the 3rd day of the game. Being lucky would be an understatement. This was divine intervention. In the game, be it profession players or combat class players, there was a total of 3 different class tiers. The first being the most common type, the type that NPCs handed out like free tissue. The second one would be rare classes. Rare classes were stronger. However, they required particular means and methods to advance. The third would be the hardest to obtain, the hidden class. They were a special, exclusive, one-of-a-kind class. The elusive hidden instructors never made more than 2 appearances. Hidden classes were in a league of their own, be it growth rate or skill trees. Hidden class players would tower over their fellow players. With great power came great challenges. Locating a hidden class instructor was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if you did, their quest lines took exceptional skills and tenacity to complete. Whenever a player managed to complete the hidden class quest, he or she would obtain the class, as well as the chromatic evolving equipment. A chromatic evolving equipment would only increase with the player's own level. That was not all. The growth rate of a chromatic evolving equipment would be equivalent to that of a gold tier, epic tier equipment. There was no need to question the man. The bow that was glowing in multiple hues was enough proof for him to be a hunter's hidden class. That bow on his back had the same power as a level 15 gold tier weapon. At that stage of the game, that could very well be the first ultimate weapon seen in public. "What's up?" asked Southern Azure Sword, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Fei could not prove it, but he guessed that the two of them knew each other well. "Ho ho, Brother Azure Sword, please don't be too courteous. Just call me Happy," said Happy Drunk with a smile of his face. "Ho ho, how else am I supposed to treat the young master of Tianyu Enterprise?" said Southern Azure Sword, as he turned his back to Happy Drunk. There were so many undertones and contradictions in that statement that Jiang Fei was now certain that these two shared some dark history. The happy-go-lucky expression on the elf's face disappeared. "All right, I'll cut to the chase. Brother Azure Sword has just bought off 300 sets of equipment. That's wrong. Brother Happy Drunk is right." This time, another large crowd came along. One after another, multiple large group of players continued to show up. It was, after all, a first-come, first-served sale. Southern Azure Sword had been faster than the rest. That was it. "Old demon," Southern Azure Sword hissed through his gritted teeth. Demon's Grimace, Magician, Spectre, level, 17 health points, 1,150 magic attack power, 374 note. Guildmaster of Arcosio's Sanctuary, another guy? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes as more and more big shots of the city arrived. Again, it was only the third day since launch. For a group of people to collect 1,000 gold coins to create the guild, they either had to be a group of professional players or a bunch of players who threw their life savings in a giant pot. Either way, it proved only two things. One, they were strong players. Two, they had many players supporting them. Hundreds of equipment. That's not a small number, you know. Now that we're all here, let's divide them all. If the girls get here, Jiang Fei shuddered. The voice of Demon's Grimace was so coarse that it felt extremely uncomfortable. "Speak of the devil, and she shall appear." Talking behind my back, a deep but undeniably female voice could be heard, roaring from the back of the already massive crowd. Another one? Really? However, Jiang Fei was thrown off by the appearance of this one. Lady Casanova, Warrior, Minotaur, level, 18 health points, 2,150 attack power, 178. Minotaurs were not considered as a hidden race. They were just a subspecies of orcs. Due to the horns and full body of fur, not many players would consider choosing that race. That was why Jiang Fei was now staring with his mouth agape, horrified and amazed at the same time. What kind of female would choose to be a Minotaur? In real life, this was a pretty tall lady, standing at 185 centimeters with a thick-set body. Selecting the Minotaur race had enhanced those features, resulting in a 250 centimeters tall she-beast. The moment she appeared, the crowd fell silent, and more than one lower jaw struck the ground. FML, Jiang Fei thought to himself. His mastery over the poker face shone at that moment, but he truly feared for his life right then. Jiang Fei was not alone in his fear. Demon's Grimace had seemed to shrink in size and spluttered. "Who's talking about you?" "Oomph. It looks like all the important players are already here. Well, let's split the equipment." Lady Casanova glared at Demon's Grimace and bellowed. All three prominent players immediately nodded their heads. That response spoke volumes of her power. Just how strong were the magic thieves? There and then, Southern Azure Sword then resold the goods to everyone at Jiang Fei's original price. It was all too sudden and direct. Why would the other guild masters and vice guild masters just agree to her demand? Jiang Fei could not wrap his mind around it. All his years of playing various games could not allay the mystery. Magic thieves, the aristocrats, and Arcosio's Sanctuary. Those three guilds were the bullies of Dawnlight City. However, they were merely random guilds in China's gaming community. Magic thieves was something else. They were considered a professional guild in the entirety of China. The guild made its appearance in any viral MMORPG there was. That girl, Lady Casanova herself, was already a tough nut to crack. Her husband, Billy Boy, was even more famous. He had been dubbed as the Demolition Man. His PvP and large-scale battle skills led players in other games to trash various fortresses, lay waste to cities, wiping maps clean of players. The man was just as infamous as he was invincible. Each of you get 50 sets. Take it and go, snapped Southern Azure Sword. He was slightly annoyed. If it were not for them, he would already have left Jiang Fei's stall. All the top players in his guild could have been adequately equipped. Chapter 22, A Real Workshop. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Demons Grimace and Happy Drunk nodded their heads at the same time. Surely, if they voiced the content of their hearts, the giant female Minotaur would have their heads marked. Even together, their guilds could never compete against the Magic Thieves. It's decided. We'll see each other again soon, Southern Azure Sword said curtly. Very well. All the other big shots bade their farewells. None of them wished to be there any longer, especially when they were all rivals. At that moment, Jiang Fei was no longer relevant to the picture. He was just another random vendor making his daily living. Jiang Fei shouted at the top of his lungs. His customers were walking away when he had not even brought out the big guns. What's wrong? Lady Casanova leered. She leaned over to stare him down. Jiang Fei took 2 involuntary steps back. This woman could really bring a hoof down and turn me into mush. Jiang Fei chose his next words, carefully and slowly. I have some more equipment for sale. All 4 guilds' representatives responded differently, but Lady Casanova's voice boomed over them all. The 250 centimeters Minotaur took one huge step forward. Her face that was also so close to Jiang Fei that she could have kissed him. If one were to calculate based on current odds, 300 white equipment from Jiang Fei could produce at least 3 to 5 pieces of green equipment. With that knowledge in mind, all 4 of them knew that they would have to fight tooth and nail for these gems. I have 70 green equipment. Jiang Fei made sure to keep them hanging on to every word. Lady Casanova rolled her eyes. 70 green equipment was stretching the suspension of belief. Less than 10,000 players had just reached level 10, and many more were still having the time of their lives playing around in the beginner's village. As such, the total number of green equipment could not exceed 50. Yet this little boy was standing there, saying that he had 70 of them, and with additional skills on top of it? What a ridiculous claim. That was like claiming that the Earth had 3 suns and 8 moons. Let's mention Dawnlight City. All 4 cities combined could gather 50 green equipment with skills imbued. Brat, don't bullshit me. If you claim to have 70 green equipment, I can still let that slide. But claiming to sell 70 green equipment, all with skills imbued? Are you in need of attention? You can't afford mine, said Lady Casanova, turning away from Jiang Fei. Ho ho, do you really believe that the workshop is that inefficient? We have professional, in-house enhancers working round the clock. How else could we have produced 70 green equipment? We have our pride. Jiang Fei drawled like it was nothing. Rose knew how he did it, but he could not afford to have anyone else know of his methods. The less they knew, the better. If word got out that Jiang Fei could produce such equipment in his sleep, the game masters would be out for his blood. The 4 of them exchanged looks of fear and disbelief. Jiang Fei had proved that he was not the kind of player that they had assumed him to be. The boy might even be on equal standing as they were. Enhancers were a profession on their own. However, the class was as rare as the game servers running during the day. The reason would be simple enough. Enhancers could only work with materials exclusively obtained from dismantling green tier equipment or higher. As the server was still in its infantile stage, no player would sacrifice their green equipment for the sake of a single profession. Not even blacksmiths would dismantle their white tier equipment. Even entire professional guilds could not afford to do so either. Such a system was meant to be carried out only its mid-game stage. We would have already dismantled these green ones here if not for the fact that our banks were running low, said Jiang Fei conceitedly. Lady Casanova roared. To have even one enhancer in the guild on the third day of the game was something out of this world. To have someone being ahead of the Magic Thieves had been outside Lady Casanova's predictions. But there it was, those treasures laying right in front of her eyes. She would have to work on obtaining as much green equipment as she could. Everything else would be dealt with later on. 1 gold coin apiece. No picking, like how I won't pick any favorites. Whether it's good or crap, it's up to God now, said Jiang Fei. Even though green equipment would only cost around 50 silver coins, those with skills were worth double that. The 4 of them nodded. It was the best and most unbiased method of distribution. An equipment with a 10% increase in health points and another with a 10% chance to steal 10 copper coins were worlds apart. Attempting to appraise them one at a time would take far too much time. Guys, Lady Casanova quipped. With a single glance, all members of the Magic Thieves rushed into the stall and chased away the other players. Smaller guild and pub player would never get their hands on the green tier equipment, even if they could afford. Nothing much could be said about it. The biggest bullies were in town. It's your call, Sister Casanova. Happy Drunk grinned sheepishly. As the strongest out of the 4, nothing much could be done about her. Not even if the 3 others banded together, said Lady Casanova after a moment's thought. All right, agreed. But it was a reasonable deal. They would have to pick the items in batches, as Jiang Fei had previously voiced out that there would be no selective pickings. Go on, said Lady Casanova, giving her consent. They quickly took their turns. Ho ho. Jiang Fei grinned delightedly. Little brother, what's your name? Let us be friends, said Lady Casanova, leaning towards Jiang Fei. Was she actually trying to be seductive? What the hell is this female cow doing? Jiang Fei was both disgusted and terrified. This hulking giantess had actually leaned in to whisper into his ears in a deep contralto. It was scary since the player leaned in close to him and whispered into his ears with her deep voice. Eventually, he swallowed it down and gave her his name. It was important to form connections with the big shots. Huh. Verger Glider. Hee hee. Demon's Grimace praised Jiang Fei as he too sent an invitation to befriend Jiang Fei. I do wish we could go on and work together in the future. Both Southern Azure Sword and Happy Drunk sent their invitations as well. They were all thinking the same thoughts. Befriending him was as good as befriending a large-scaled, equipment-producing workshop. What more, they had actual, in-house enhancers. Little brother, you must have heard about the Magic Thieves and what we can do. Don't pay any more heed to those pesky little guilds, said Lady Casanova, winking through a large, furry eye. Yes, Jiang Fei tried his best not to look away. If Lady Casanova was not the most influential figure in the city, he would not have even have spared her a glance. Chapter 23, Class Level Increased. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation with the green tier equipment in hand. All 4 guild representatives could now form elite squads of their own. All the bosses in the open world would soon have the time of their lives. With the support of stronger equipment, those players could kill the boss, obtaining rare drops and an abundance of experience points. After selling that batch, Jiang Fei had earned a total of 130 gold coins. Take away 50 gold coin for the material costs. It was a net profit of 80 gold coins. It was all due to the power of the mysterious ring. Having reached the 3rd level, the ring now granted Jiang Fei 20 luck, as well as increased his success rate of crafting ascended equipment. With more than 100 gold coins lining his pockets, Jiang Fei went on to buy as much material as he can. Even though he had crafted more than 100 green equipment with bonus skills and attribute, only those that were above average had passed Jiang Fei's filter. Even so, those had been tossed to the girls of Rosette Knighthood. To them, they were phenomenal, but to Jiang Fei, they were just scraps that could not satisfy him. To have the perfect equipment, Jiang Fei had to resort to the most traditional, foolproof method, mass crafting. As long as there was no shortage of metal for him to hammer, surely the perfect specimen could someday pop up. After some quick counting, Jiang Fei spent all 130 gold coins on copper ores. All 130 stacks would be enough to grant him a new level in smelting. Ding! players' smelting has reached level 2. Reducing wastage from 60% down to 50% was most helpful, especially in his capacity of mass production. After he was done, Jiang Fei had collected a total of 58 copper ingot stacks. By the end of the smelting process, Jiang Fei found that his experience bar would not go up any further. Apparently, he would have to start smelting higher-grade ores if he wished to continue raising his smelting level. It was almost time to wake up, and Jiang Fei decided to end his labors. The temporary storage in the blacksmith's workshop was already at capacity. Jiang Fei moved all 58 stacks to his personal bank storage, planning to continue the crafting process the next day. Ding! Attention players! The server will shut down in 30 minutes. Please make the adequate preparations before the server disconnects. It was almost time. Jiang Fei had just finished transferring all 58 stacks to his bank. The temporary storage was just like its name suggested. It would be wiped clean whenever the server shut down. Jiang Fei woke up, content with his progress. After breakfast, Jiang Fei walked to school. But on that day, something was different. Jiang Fei's journeys were usually mundane and without incident. On that morning, there seemed to be glares coming from all angles. Along the way to his classroom, he could hear students whispering his name. It was probably because of the basketball competition he won the day before. Looky, looky, is that him? TSK. What do you know? It's exactly because he doesn't look like he plays any sports, period. The kid is good. What? He must be really good then. Uh-huh. PSS. Don't even try. Look, you're right. Let's talk to him. Doesn't that make us look? You're right. And the Oscar goes to that kid. What a fake. Are you insulting him? Or are you praising him? Liar. You're obviously super jealous of him. It was too much for Jiang Fei to handle. All the girls had a sudden change of heart, and all the guys were either impressed or envious of Jiang Fei. It was all due to this sudden influx fame of him. After all, he had led a class of bookworms to victory against the 6th class, the athletes class, no less. His popularity had shot up like Jack's beanstalk, from a pebble on the side to the road, to a school celebrity. Jiang Fei was a magnet to the young girls who were just going through puberty. They were still young and naive, and they would rather drool over a man's abs than his gray matter. In this case, when it came to looks, Jiang Fei was average at best, but the girls still regarded him as a superstar nevertheless. Sometimes one needed to throw a few slam dunks to get the girls. Jiang Fei had long been a master over his body. He managed to maintain his cool while making his way to class. Truth be told, he was screaming with joy in his heart. Zhao Feng had waited just long enough for Jiang Fei to take his seat. Oi, back off. Jiang Fei pushed Zhao Feng's face away from his, unable to contain a grin. Brother Fei, I'd have never known that you would be hiding your talent like that. Hey, Zhao Feng pouted. Get lost, you. What's that supposed to mean, huh? Snapped Jiang Fei, flinging a pack of cookies at Zhao Feng. Good man, said Zhao Feng, ripping the packet open and stuffing his face full. High school classes were so boring that Jiang Fei could not even think of a single item from the game that he could sneak in and lighten his eyelids. The basketball competition amongst the first-year students was still ongoing. On that day, the 9th class had been left without an opponent. Jiang Fei was bored enough to attend even regular class, much less a basketball match. Sun Mingming had not missed a chance to remind Jiang Fei about joining the next match as part of the team. The best of his class were just barely short of being massacred. Now that Sun Mingming had found herself a super player from their class, she would never stop whipping Jiang Fei like a workhorse. Brother Fei, when is your dad gonna let you play the game? Zhao Feng mumbled, stifling a yawn during the last class. Asterisk, that's the bell. I'll be going back home now. Back home, Jiang Fei repeated his daily routine. Dinner, homework, bathroom. It was a boring cycle, and his family had no qualms about it. They were the epitome of China's most average family. Jiang Fei's father worked as a blue-collar in some random company, earning a decent amount that kept the family in relative comfort. Jiang Fei's mother was a full-time housewife who took care of Jiang Fei and his father. That was all to it. With a bright flash, Jiang Fei entered the game for the fourth time. "Time to work for a living," said Jiang Fei with a wide smile on his face. To be able to keep up with the combat specialists, Jiang Fei would have to pack on some crazy, serious equipment. He would have to craft an insane amount of equipment to find the perfect skills and attributes. Ding! Class level has increased. After continuously smithing for more than 10 hours, Jiang Fei had gained yet another class level. Blacksmithing was then level 2. His crafting success rate had increased by a mere 5%, and the success rate of crafting ascended equipment had risen by a minuscule 1%. Chapter 24, Clearing the Storage. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. 4 to 5 hours later, Jiang Fei was once more all out of materials. In its place was 1,100 white tier equipment and over 420 green ones. That heightened success rate of crafting equipment, as well as the appearance of equipment with bonus attributes, was clearly shining. Fortunately, the temporary storage system did not have a maximum capacity, or else Jiang Fei would have been in serious trouble. After carefully reviewing all the equipment, Jiang Fei had placed aside the best 100 for the Rosette Knighthood. On the other hand, the best out of the entire batch were placed in the ring's blue slots. The rest of the equipment would most likely be sold off. Truth be told, Jiang Fei had little to no knowledge about the mysterious ring. There were still a few pieces of white equipment in the red slot that the ring had yet to consume. Jiang Fei had even thrown in a few greens. Even so, the ring had not taken anything in. It was as if the ring had stopped leveling up after reaching level 3. Even though Jiang Fei did not fully understand the ring, he suspected that there were some conditions to fulfill, conditions that he did not yet know. "Wow," said Rosette Meow Meow, as Jiang Fei was depositing the green equipment into Rosette Knighthood storage. She had appeared out of nowhere and had clung onto Jiang Fei like a young little sister. "Are you really that bored, Meow Meow?" "Hey, I did. I'm already level 15, said Meow Meow, puffing her chest out in pride. Even though reaching level 15 was an achievement to some, it was auto snail's pace for elites. Meow Meow was a priest. This meant that she could afford falling behind on a few levels. Said Jiang Fei, slightly annoyed. "I'm here to restock potions for Sister Shui." "Cute brother, this game is so hard. The monsters are too strong. It takes so much money with all the damage taken and the healing potions," Meow Meow complained. If only she knew just how lucky she and the other princesses of the guild were. Potions were the most expensive method when it came to spam training. That was one of the reasons why whales could gain levels faster than free-to-play players. Perhaps not even the top 4 guilds would be willing to spend real money just for the sake of faster leveling. "TSK, what are you still doing here then? Go, stop bothering me," said Jiang Fei, laughing. "Bleh." Rosette Meow Meow blew raspberries at Jiang Fei and quickly left for the potion shop. After she left, Jiang Fei deposited 100 greens. He found that the previous batch of green equipment were all gone. The current batch would most likely be snatched away just as quickly. Most importantly, all heavy armor classes would be fully equipped. With Jiang Fei constantly supplying and upgrading the guild's armory, Rosette Knighthood would soon be the best-equipped guild in the entire game. His efforts would undoubtedly boost their leveling rate too. What remained in his inventory was over 1,000 white equipment and 300 green equipment. The only way to deal with them was to sell them away, especially now that he had a good source of income. The 4 guilds. Large quantities of equipment for sale. Jiang Fei had copy-pasted the same message to all 4 big figures. In less than a minute, all 4 of them had replied. They now knew that Jiang Fei's large quantities had to equate to several hundred at the very least. By the time Jiang Fei got to his coordinates, the 4 players were already waiting for him. Fortunately for Jiang Fei, there was more than one blacksmith's workshop in the city. Jiang Fei had chosen a particularly remote location to prevent players from attacking him. "Ho ho!" Southern Azure Sword spoke up as Jiang Fei approached. "Ho ho! It's only normal for us to produce this much. There's still plenty more to go," said Jiang Fei. "Little brother, didn't I tell you to contact only me if you wanted to sell equipment?" said Lady Casanova as she approached Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could have sworn that she had eclipsed the sunlight that shone upon him. Sister Casanova, you shouldn't get too greedy, hogging away all the nice equipment for yourself, said Happy Drunk, as elegant and calm as always. Jiang Fei was shocked, but he hid his expression well when he saw Happy Drunk's level. In just one day, the man had surpassed Lady Casanova's level and had reached level 19. Yeah, Demon's Grimace joined the fray and started complaining. Jiang Fei glanced outside the blacksmith's workshop and saw a large number of players gathering. It was evident that those 4 big shots had brought in their members as a show of their power. Enough chit-chat. This current sale is meant for clear the workshop storage. We would not be selling any equipment for the time being. Right now, there's a total of 1,100 white tier equipment and 320 green equipment. The prices remain the same as yesterday, said Jiang Fei with a stoic expression. Good man, said Southern Azure Sword. Even though all 4 of them knew that Jiang Fei had mentioned large amounts, they would have never guessed the number would actually exceed 3 digits. Since Jiang Fei was clearing an entire guild's storage, that amount made some sense. Brother, what is the name of your workshop? Asked Demon's Grimace. To have such a productive workshop would mean that its parent guild was bound to would be extremely powerful. If they were not attached to anyone but themselves, it was the perfect opportunity to reel him in. Ho ho, business first. That conversation could wait. Jiang Fei turned, trying to hide the fact that there was no such thing as a workshop to begin with. All right, let's get on with business, said Southern Azure Sword. Lady Casanova, perhaps we could have more equipment this time? Each of us shall have 200 white equipment, while you could take 300. As for the green equipment, each of us shall have 70, and the remaining 110 would be yours, said Happy Drunk. Lady Casanova nodded. Even though the numbers were not as high as the previous transaction, it was fine. As a matter of fact, the 4 of them were in the same city. It would be unwise for either one of them to grow too powerful and monopolize everything. Happy Drunk turned to Demon's Grimace and Southern Azure Sword. Lady Casanova answered on their behalves. The transaction was quickly made, and Jiang Fei walked away with 430 gold coins in hand. The fact that the 4 guilds, as well as Rosette Knighthood, treated gold coins like the paper currency in a game of Monopoly notwithstanding, the 430 gold coins in Jiang Fei's pocket right then was worth at least 4,000 RMB in the black market. Even though Jiang Fei did craft some equipment, it was nothing but scrap for the 4 big guilds. Arcosio's Sanctuary alone should have over 10,000 players, and they were the smallest amongst the 4. A few hundred articles of equipment was nothing but a spoonful of water for 1,000 soldiers. They were only buying this equipment for their elite forces. Not even the core members of their guild would be able to live under the shadow of such equipment. Chapter 25, Full Armor. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When all had been sold and Jiang Fei was all alone again, he could not be any happier. It was not about the money he earned or the free space in his bank. Nothing so petty. He was happy because he had handpicked the best equipment and placed them in the blue slot of the ring's inventory. He was ready to take them out into the real world. Sturdy green copper helmet, chainmail headgear, fine. Physical defense plus 25 vitality, plus 2 equipped. Grants the passive skill. Rocky armor, lowers all physical attack by 5%. Green copper chestplate of reflection. Chainmail upper body, fine. Physical defense plus 30 vitality, plus 3 equipped. Grants passive skill. Reflection, lowers all magical attack by 10% and reflect them back to the attacker. Green copper gauntlet of striking, chainmail arm, fine. Physical defense plus 25 vitality, plus 2 equipped. Grant skill, iron fist, strike a target with a powerful fist attack, deals 300 fixed damage. 50 seconds cooldown. Berserking green copper metal leg armor, chainmail leg, fine. Physical defense plus 30 vitality, plus 3 equipped. Grant skill, charge. Charges toward the target with great speed and deals 50 fixed damage. Stuns the target for 2 seconds. Effective distance, 3 meters, 20 meters. 600 seconds cooldown. Green copper armlet of shredding. Chainmail wrist guard. Fine. Physical defense plus 25 vitality. Plus 1 equipped. Grant skill. Laceration. Enables all normal attacks to bleed target. Deals 10 bleeding damage per second. Lasts for 5 seconds. Maximum of 5 stacks. Green copper shoulder guard of vigor. Chainmail shoulder armor. Fine. Physical defense plus 20 vitality. Plus 2 equipped. Grants passive skill. Vigor. Increase maximum health points by 15%. Vampire green copper boots. Chainmail boots. Fine. Movement speed plus 2 jump plus 1 vitality. Plus 2 equipped. Grants passive skill beginner lifesteal. Deals 10 additional damage on every attack and heals an equal amount. Out of hundreds, Jiang Fei had picked 7 equipment that would serve him the best. Since Jiang Fei was a blacksmith, attack, strength, intelligence, or any other attribute would have an extremely low growth rate. Besides that, he could never equip any other weapon besides the blacksmith's hammer. Sadly, the hammer would not increase any attack power. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to walk the path of a tank, selecting a full set of equipment with vitality as a bonus attribute. After donning the gear, Jiang Fei checked his attribute window. Player, Verger Glider level, 10 class, Beginner's Blacksmith level 2 experience points, 730/25,000 health point, 512 firsts, 512 mana point, 300 physical attack power, 60 physical defense, 160 plus 50 magic defense. 60 his health points were now so high that he had basically exceeded all other combat class players of the same level. A level 10 warrior would have, at most, around 1,000 health points, while a magician only had 600 to 700. He had literally crafted these health points into fruition. As a trade-off, he packed just about as much punch as a chicken. The weakest level 10 warrior class player would have over 100 attack power. Jiang Fei only had a mere 60. To put things into comparison, the enemy would fight with a sword, while Jiang Fei would fight using a chopstick. At best, he could use a metal chopstick. Aside from the basic skill, Blazing Hammer of the Blacksmith class, Jiang Fei had gained 2 additional active skills, Charge and Iron Fist. At the bare minimum, Jiang Fei was almost equal to a warrior. However, his passive skills would shine over the long term. Laceration would deal damager over time. And there was also the passive life-stealing skill which healed him by 10 health points with each attack. Both helped him outlast others when it came to long periods of grinding monsters. Life-stealing basically removed his need for potions. It's time to smash some monsters, Jiang Fei energetically said. He clenched a fist. What had he been doing for the past 2 days? No, it was not about making money. It was all to allow him to fight alongside the combat classes. Onto the field, onto the battleground, to bleed, to kill, and to level up. By the time Jiang Fei left Dawnlight City for the first time, many others were already fighting in the fields. During that time of the day, players were active everywhere. Like mushrooms after the rain, Jiang Fei could not find a single bare spot. On regular days, all the girls in Rosette Knighthood would be chattering away in the public guild channel. It was natural for Jiang Fei to be familiar with their training grounds. Unlike any other beginner who would carefully test the water with their toes, he immediately strode into the forest alone. Ding! You have discovered the night forest. As he stepped out of the sunlight and into the shadows of the forest, the chimes of the notification sent a flutter through Jiang Fei's heart, as it had been a long time since he had actually obtained some combat experience points. The mini-map refreshed itself and displayed the night forest. Jiang Fei had officially left the region of the Dawnlight City. The night forest was a level 2 protected area. Compared to the main city, which was only a level 1 protected area, players were allowed to conduct PvP. As long as they kept away from NPC guards, they could evade the law, and their protection levels would also be out of danger. However, if you happened to be unlucky, the NPC guards would appear out of the blue, and you would suffer a penalty similar to a level 1 protected area. cried Jiang Fei upon spotting the first monster he had ever seen after what seemed like an eternity. Wild Tiger, Beast, Normal, Level, 11 health point, 800 attack power, 70 skills, Pounce. Leaps and attacks a target when in combat alert. Note: regular Wild Beast, low threat level. Due to the ring's mysterious power, Jiang Fei was able to see all of the monster's properties. Like a bolt of lightning, Jiang Fei smashed the tiger with his hammer without any reservations. -40. -1. Jiang Fei struck like a chicken, but the wild tiger struck him like a gnat. In reality, a level 11 monster would never be that weak. Jiang Fei's defense was just too much for the tiger to inflict any significant damage. That, and the 5% damage reduction passive skill. -10, -10, +10, as Jiang Fei was not much of a powerhouse. It all went down to his passive skills. 2 seconds after Jiang Fei had landed an attack, the dot effect had ticked twice. At the same time, Jiang Fei had restored 10 health points. Ding! You have defeated Wild Tiger. After piling a ton of shred on the Wild Tiger, the monster fell in 10 seconds. His total DPS power actually rivaled the output of glass cannons like magicians. He could kill at the speed of a hunter or a magician, yet be as tough as a tank. At this rate, he would leave battles of this level unscathed. Jiang Fei gasped at his own power. In the beginning, Jiang Fei had roughly gauged that he would be able to hold his own against a monster that over-leveled him ever so slightly. He had not expected his passive skills and attribute boosts to actually steamroll them. He had not even activated any of his active skills, yet he had taken down a monster faster than a magician. If that was the case, let's head deeper into the forest. Chapter 26. 26. A Surprising Dungeon. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After some time, normal level 10 monsters stopped becoming enough for him to gain sufficient experience. It was most infuriating. The level gap between the girls and the Rosette Knights and himself were too far apart. Of course, he was not trying to compete with Happy Drunk and his team of elites. He was trying his best to catch up to Rosette Knighthood's average level. A great deal of them were already level 17, with the lowest being level 16. If Jiang Fei were to continue killing level 10 monsters, he would never catch up with them. The problem lay with training ground. No matter where he went, most of the popular training grounds would be occupied by guilds, weak and strong alike. Left without any other choice, Jiang Fei ventured deep into the forest. The night forest was not a very pleasant place to train, as it was crawling with beast-type enemies. They would never drop coins, cloth materials, or anything else that could be useful. However, their corpses could be harvested for their hides. A leather craft worker could gather some food materials. However, its value was far too low to cover the cost of training. Unless a large guild had a leather craft worker in the party to collect as many leathers as they need, it was completely not worth killing the monsters in the forest. As Jiang Fei ventured deeper into the forest, the levels gradually increased. The wild tigers there had reached level 13. There were even level 15 black bears. Even so, Jiang Fei's superior equipment wiped the ground with their faces. The wild tiger may be swifter than he was, but its claws could not penetrate his armor. The black bear may have the strength to deal just a little more damage, but it was nothing compared to the damage Jiang Fei could dealt to it, and neither could it surpass his recovery rate, courtesy of his lifesteal passive. Ding! You have defeated Black Bear. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 11. All attribute +1. After spending an hour in the deeper regions of the night forest, Jiang Fei finally gained a level. The bright glow was so satisfying to watch, especially when Jiang Fei had never leveled up since he left the beginner's village. 5 points. Jiang Fei swiftly opened the attribute window and invested all the given attribute points solely on vitality. As a result, his health points now reached 1,800 points. After walking deeper into the night forest, the monsters that spawned there posed no more challenge. It seemed that the levels of the wild tiger and black bear were capped at level 13 and level 15. A voice rang out behind Jiang Fei, just as he was about to venture deeper. An NPC guard rushed towards Jiang Fei, anxiety and worry lining his face. Jiang Fei turned around with his shield raised, fearing that a random player was about to attack him. He lowered his guard when he saw that it was an NPC guard who clearly did not have the intention to fight. Respected adventurer, please do not proceed any further. There has been an incident in the forest ahead. The monsters deep there have undergone some sort of mutation, said the guard, catching his breath. I don't know, but Lord Moliere has set off into the deepest area of the forest to investigate the source, said Jiang Fei. Without a doubt, meeting an NPC inside the forest only meant one thing: a quest. Oh, great adventurer. Ding, the patrolling guard has a quest for you. The mutated forest. Gladly, said Jiang Fei. Quest name: The Mutated Forest, Dungeon. Quest description: Something has happened to the Night Forest, and some are calling it an unknown mutation. Patrol Captain Moliere has gone into the forest to investigate the cause, but has yet to return. The patrolling guard hopes that you could enter the Night Forest and search for Captain Moliere. Quest goal: Search Moliere. Quest reward: 15,000 experience points, 5 silver coins. Good luck to you, hailed the guard. After that, he immediately turned away and left. It was the programmed response, the scripted line, and the limited artificial intelligence capabilities. That did not matter to Jiang Fei, as he had just received a very important quest. A dungeon quest. Both stunned and happy at the same time, Jiang Fei could not believe his luck. The quest alone did not mean much, but it would eventually lead him into an actual dungeon. That mattered the most. Although Jiang Fei considered himself to be quite the introvert, he was not all agoraphobic. At times, he would chat with the girls in the guild. Those girls may not be the most skilled players out there, but they had their uses. That being able to detect gossip faster than anyone. If anyone in the game ever finds a dungeon, that news would surely reach their ears. This gave Jiang Fei good reason to suspect that he might have just found the game's first dungeon. Some NPC had popped up to prevent him from proceeding any further. That must have meant that if Jiang Fei proceeded as planned, he would soon reach the dungeon. Precisely what he wanted. Ding! The monsters inside are much stronger than you have ever encountered. It is recommended that you explore the dungeon with a party. Please bring sufficient potions, Jiang Fei replied. Ding! Deep into the Night Forest, minimum requirement. Player level 12. You are currently too weak. Just when the game had raised his hopes sky high, Jiang Fei was immensely let down to learn that the system had applied a level limitation to the dungeon. Jiang Fei would have to gain another level to enter the dungeon. As he went on, Jiang Fei could see the entrance of the dungeon. It had a violet, glowing light barrier that acted as a door. Deep into the Night Forest, level 15 dungeon. Level requirement: 12 to 25 player limit. Normal mode. 5-player small party, elite mode. 10-player party, heroic mode. 10-player party. Note: this is Dawnbreak's lowest level dungeon. Dungeon difficulty: medium, high, very high. Due to the ring's special function, Jiang Fei was able to obtain detailed information about the dungeon. He was slightly worried about the dungeon's difficulty. At its lowest level, the dungeon's default difficulty was at medium. There were even high and very high threat levels. If the lowest level dungeon's default difficulty was already at medium, what would higher level dungeons be like? Worst of all was the fact that Jiang Fei did not meet the dungeon's entry-level requirement. He was just one level away. If anyone were to steal this dungeon from him, he would be devastated. In the end, Jiang Fei decided to sprint to level 12 and enter the dungeon. If he could survive the dungeon on his own, he would not need to summon the girls from Rosette Knighthood. To speed things up, Jiang Fei hurriedly trained in the vicinity of the dungeon. In just half an hour, Jiang Fei had killed almost all the monsters close to the dungeon entrance and reached level 12. Chapter 27. 27. Zaire, the Ferocious Tiger. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, after investing all 5 attribute points into Vitality, Jiang Fei's maximum health had surpassed 2,000. His current health points were at 2,064, matching a level 20 warrior. Finally, Jiang Fei excitedly entered the dungeon, and a system notification popped out. Ding! Welcome to the Deep into the Night Forest dungeon. Since Jiang Fei was the only player, he would not dare to try the harder difficulty. Might as well clear the easiest one to gauge the difficulty level. Whoosh, a bright white light flashed by as Jiang Fei made his way past the violet light barrier and into the dungeon. Once Jiang Fei was inside the dungeon instance, he was greeted by an empty space with no monsters around. It was a small, mini-sized safe zone. This existed in all dungeons, allowing party members to prepare themselves. Not far from where he stood, Jiang Fei could spot two tiger-like creatures. They possessed the heads, tails, and limbs of a tiger, but walked on two legs like humans. From that distance, the creatures looked like the tiger folk of the beastmen race. Despite the low light, it was easy to spot the two creatures as their eyes glowed red. Demonized Tiger Man, humanoid being, normal, level, 14 health points, 1,150 attack power, 95 note. Berserk and demonized for an unknown reason. Low threat level. Berserk, huh? Jiang Fei roared as he charged towards the monster. The two tiger men spotted Jiang Fei and roared. Unlike the monsters that spawned outside of a dungeon, monsters that spawned within the dungeon came in groups of at least two. -34. Jiang Fei smashed the monster with his hammer and dealt just slightly lower damage than usual. It was expected, as monsters in the dungeon would always be stronger. Still, it was not much of a problem. -1, -1. Both the tiger men slashed away at Jiang Fei, but could only deal the bare minimum amount of damage due to Jiang Fei's insanely high defense. When Jiang Fei saw that the monsters still could not penetrate his defense, he sighed a breath of relief and continued to attack the monsters. Ding! You have defeated Demonized Tiger Man. Ding! You have defeated Demonized Tiger Man. While they were stronger than usual, they also provided more experience points. It was more than double of that outside of the dungeon. No matter the game, dungeons would always be the best places to grind. Ding! Ding! The Demonized Tiger Men were not wild beast types, they were humanoid monsters. That was the reason why the loot had changed. TSK, trash items. Jiang Fei clicked his tongue disgruntledly and pressed on. Another group of Demonized Tiger Men appeared, but the numbers had increased exponentially. This time, it was a group of 6. If a small party had encountered them, the tank would find his hands quickly getting full. However, even alone, Jiang Fei stood strong, unconcerned about the little scratches they gave him. After 2 minutes of whacking and smashing, Jiang Fei stood victorious over their corpses. Since his luck was exceptionally higher than the norm, the group of tiger men had dropped some linen. They may be rather useless to Jiang Fei, but linen was a valuable material for tailors. They were valued much higher than ores per article. After looting, Jiang Fei continued onward, killing more tiger men, their groups increasing in size. At one point, Jiang Fei had encountered a group of 10 tiger men. Phew! No wonder the default difficulty was medium. The start of the dungeon is already swarming with monsters. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for reaching level 13. All attribute +1. Jiang Fei had gained a level, way ahead of expectations, and that was before the boss had even shown up. It was not all too surprising, since the dungeon had been designed for a party of 5. Since Jiang Fei was doing this solo, he was claiming a vast amount of experience by himself. Naturally, Jiang Fei had invested all the given attribute points into vitality. With his health points raised, Jiang Fei upped the ante. After defeating 2 more large groups of demonized tiger men, Jiang Fei stood before the first dungeon boss. Zaire, the ferocious tiger, humanoid, elite, level, 15 health points, 2,100 attack power, 150 skills, heavy hit, swipe, blitz assault note, leader of the demonized tiger men. Medium threat, Jiang Fei roared. After killing so many tiger men, Jiang Fei's confidence was at its peak. Unhesitatingly, he charged at the boss. The boss roared and answered with a charge of its own. Charge! Against that boss, there was no need for Jiang Fei to keep his skills in reserve. -50. Since this skill came from an equipment, the damage was fixed. But it was not that pathetic amount of damage that Jiang Fei was counting on. It was the 2-second stun effect. Iron Fist. -300. Equipment-derived skills came with their shortcomings. Not only did they have longer cooldown times, but their attacks were also incapable of inflicting critical damage. No player could rely on equipment skill for a lucky strike. Unfortunately, that was all Jiang Fei could depend on. After recovering, the boss roared and started retaliating. -55. As the first boss of the dungeon, Zaire was powerful enough to cause significant damage. Still, Jiang Fei had health points to spare. He was not too worried about it. Jiang Fei bellowed, leaping into the air with his hammer held aloft. -25. Clearly, this boss did not have much defense, if even Jiang Fei's normal attacks could deal some damage. But it was the passives that kicked in next. With a fixed 10 damage per second, Jiang Fei started laying on as many laceration debuff stacks as permitted onto the boss. A few seconds later, Jiang Fei's total DPS was 134 damage. When the boss's health points neared 60%, Zaire turned around rapidly and used its tail to knock Jiang Fei down before quickly pouncing on him like a furious cat. Even though the attack was nothing to Jiang Fei, it could have wiped out a regular party. The attack had a knockdown effect as well as an aggro clearing effect. Without any aggro, the boss would no longer be focused on the tank. In that split second, the next member who deals damage or heals someone else would be the next target. Losing one or even two party members would be inevitable in such a situation. As Jiang Fei was the only one present then, the boss could only pick on him. That attack was nothing but a minor setback for Jiang Fei. The final combo left Jiang Fei was momentarily stunned, but the boss just had to leap for him. How nice of you. Chapter 28, Might of the Tiger. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Blazing Hammer. -215. That was the first time Jiang Fei had ever used his class skill. Surprisingly, the damage output was pretty good. The skill dealt damage equal to 10% of Jiang Fei's maximum health points. Right then, Jiang Fei's maximum health points surpassed 2,300. Even with the defense reduction, Jiang Fei could still deal more than 200 damage. His combat power was almost equal to a warrior of the same level. Best of all, Blazing Hammer's cooldown duration was only 10 seconds. It was not too long or too brief, but it could be used as the main attacking skill. If Jiang Fei's regular attack was any higher, he could rival a true warrior. Since Jiang Fei's normal attack was so weak, he could only rely on the dot to cause real damage to the boss. Paired along with Blazing Hammer, Jiang Fei's overall DPS speed was acceptable. When the boss health points reached the low 20% threshold, it roared deafeningly, indicating that an ultimate skill was coming. In an instant, Jiang Fei lost sight of the boss. The boss had suddenly gained an insane burst of speed, causing Jiang Fei to completely miss on all his attacks. That was not all. Every time the boss flashed past Jiang Fei, a stream of blood would spew out of Jiang Fei's body, causing more than 70 points of damage. What a skill! Jiang Fei grunted. Fortunately for Jiang Fei, he had solid defense and high health points. In just 3 seconds, the boss had dealt more than 800 damage on Jiang Fei, reducing Jiang Fei's health points down to only 30%. The skill Blitz Assault was a skill that attacked all targets at random, with 10 hits in total. On Jiang Fei, each attack dealt around 70 damage. However, if a cloth armor player were present, they would have been long dead. That was the reason why these skills were called ultimates, as they could instantly finish off players. Jiang Fei had just shrugged off an attack meant for an entire party. The boss was left with only 30% of his health points, and he already carried the maximum stack of .bleed. The boss would die, even if Jiang Fei stopped attacking altogether. With a pained wail, the boss dropped to the ground dead. Ding! You have defeated Zaire. the ferocious Tigerman. Ding! Ding! Despite being a boss, it was only the first boss of the dungeon, so it was not particularly tough. Still, the drops were better. After killing a boss, the game was designed to reward players for their efforts. When Jiang Fei slew the boss, a silver treasure chest had spawned, right where the boss corpse was. Heck yeah, there better be something good inside the chest. Excited, Jiang Fei went on to open the chest, hoping that the system would reward him with something, like a first kill achievement or better. The treasure chest popped open, releasing a brilliant blue light. Jiang Fei stood there with his fingers crossed, hoping that it produced the one thing he needed the most. Recipe! Recipe! Cried Jiang Fei as the blue light faded. A recipe would instantly propel him to Cloud 9. Crafting epic tier equipment would be a breeze. If he were to be the first to craft the game's first epic tier equipment, he would be a money-printing machine, the embodiment of a walking gold mine. Cried Jiang Fei with rage when the blue light finally vanished, revealing nothing but an excellent tier necklace. Might of the Tiger, neck, excellent. Attack plus 35 strength, plus 3 agility, plus 5 level requirement. 15, it was just an average grade excellent equipment. It was not the best amongst the excellent tier blue tier equipment, but it was still a necklace. Not only was the drop rate of accessories $$ hashtag at % hashtag low, the crafting class, Jewel Meister, was just as challenging to play as an enhancer. It was almost impossible for anyone to take up the class without an entire guild supporting them. That was mainly the reason why not many players were equipped with accessories. Although many level 20 players were on the level ranking board, those players still had all 5 of their accessory slots empty. That showed just how low the drop rates of accessories in the game were. "I'll hold on to this for now," said Jiang Fei, sulking. No matter how precious the necklace was, it was a level 15 equipment that Jiang Fei could not yet equip. After the first boss, all the monsters that spawned had changed from tiger men to bear men. Demonized bearmen, humanoid, normal, level, 16 health point, 1,500 attack power, 120 note, berserk and demonized for an unknown reason. Low threat level. Jiang Fei shrugged and proceeded to attack. Blazing Hammer, minus 207. The bear men were surprisingly stronger than the tiger men. Minus 28, minus 32. The 2 bear men swung at the same time and dealt some damage to Jiang Fei. It was a low amount, but their attacks were strong enough to break through Jiang Fei's defense. Fortunately, they were marked slower. They only attacked once every 3 seconds. Ding! You have defeated demonized bearmen. Ding! You have defeated demonized bearmen. Fisk, said Jiang Fei. After the battle with the 2 bearmen, Jiang Fei was only left with 15% health points. The dungeon had overwhelmed Jiang Fei's lifesteal. After earning more than 400 gold coins from the equipment he crafted, Jiang Fei had bought the necessary item that an adventurer would carry around at all times, potions. With the money in hand, Jiang Fei had started to behave like the rich girls in his guild, spending a total of 30 gold coins worth of health potions in one shot. Still, 30 gold coins worth of potion was only 5 stacks. Each potion healed 50 health points in the span of 10 seconds. Each stack had 30 bottles, at 20 silver coins each. It was equivalent to one of Jiang Fei's white tier equipment. "Arc screw it all," groaned Jiang Fei, setting the potion on a hotkey bar and proceeding deeper into the dungeon. He roared, charging headlong into a massive group. Like an open faucet, Jiang Fei continuously spammed his potions. The price was steep, but it had been worth it. Standing among the corpses, Jiang Fei stood, basking in the afterglow of yet another recent level up. He had reached level 14. Chapter 29, Dungeon Cleared. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, as per usual practice, Jiang Fei added all his stat points to Vitality. His health points and defense had grown quite a fair bit. Fighting monsters had also become far less arduous. Although he was still not yet completely free of potions, he no longer had to glug them down like consecutive shots in Oktoberfest. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei finally came upon the second boss of the dungeon. Clomier, humanoid, elite, level, 18 health points, 3,150 attack power, 188 skill, bash, roar, slam, frenzy. Remark, mini-boss of the demonized bearmen. Has groundbreaking offensive capabilities. Threat level, above average. Clearly, this bearman's boss was way more ferocious compared to the previous Tigerman's boss. It had much higher attack and health points. Besides, the mysterious ring actually deemed it to have an above-average threat level. Jiang Fei had already cleared the dungeon up to this point. He was not one to lay down without first trying. Besides, the death penalty within dungeons was not as severe. If a player died in regular maps, he would lose an entire level. Even if a healing class resurrected him, he would still lose 50% of that level's experience points. The death penalty within dungeons was way lower. It only entailed a loss of 20% experience points. This also served as an incentive for players to challenge dungeons. If stepping into a dungeon risked the loss of their hard-earned levels, why even try? Dash! -50 Jiang Fei went right up to the bearman's boss. It was just a named elite boss. It was not strong enough to be immune to disabling skills, and thus, it could be staggered and interrupted. Jiang Fei's first strike had locked it down in a 2-second stun duration. Iron Fist, -300. Blazing Hammer, -552. -14. -10. Lifesteal, -10. Laceration, 1 stack. -16. -10. Lifesteal, -20. Laceration, 2 stacks. Jiang Fei went all out while the boss was still stunned. The critical hit from the Blazing Hammer had come as a pleasant surprise. Along with the damage from that prior Iron Fist, the boss had lost a third of his health points. However, his subsequent normal attacks were somewhat embarrassing. They averaged at around 20 points of damage. It was simply disastrous and barely watchable. Fortunately, the lifesteal and laceration effects were still keeping up the damage output. After 2 seconds, the boss regained consciousness. The spike in damage output had sent the boss into an immediate frenzy. -187. The boss's entire body started glowing red. Its attack value had multiplied. With 1 bash, it had dealt almost 200 damage on Jiang Fei. As if triumphant with his counterattack, the bearman's boss let out a furious roar. Gray light flashed through Jiang Fei's body. He looked at his own attack value. It had dropped to 12. The boss's roar could drastically weaken a player's attack. But this skill was really too much of a waste to be used against Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's attack originally sucked to begin with. Reducing his attack was pointless. -1, -10, lifesteal -30, laceration 3 stacks. As expected, Jiang Fei's normal attacks no longer penetrated the boss's defense. But the special effects from lifesteal and laceration were still as lethal as ever. As the man and bear fought on, the laceration effect on the boss was now at 10 stacks. However, Jiang Fei's health points was now below 50%. He had already started drinking potions. Blazing Hammer, -247. After Jiang Fei leveled up, his vitality had once again increased. In extension to that, he had gained even more hit points. The damage by the Blazing Hammer had also relatively shot up. At the same time, the laceration count was up to 10 stacks. The bleeding effect of 100 damage per second turned out to be rather impressive. As the battle progressed, both sides traded heavy blows. Even though Jiang Fei had begun drinking potions, he was quickly losing ground. Even his recovery effect from lifesteal barely helped. This was even when the boss's frenzy was unsustainable. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have long been bear-slapped to death. Just when the boss had only 20% health points remaining, it suddenly swooped over towards Jiang Fei. Its entire gigantic body rose in the air and attempted to frog splash Jiang Fei. -325. You have been stunned. Jiang Fei had no way of reading ahead of that move. He was caught like a deer in the headlamps of a car. Besides, he was not an agility-type class. Even if he wanted to, he would not have been able to evade it. A huge damage value that exceeded 300, as well as a 1-second stun left Zhang Fei immobilized, allowing the boss to land yet another merciless blow. Minus 112. F***CK. When Zhang Fei recovered, he was already below 300 health points. On the other hand, the boss's health points still exceeded 700. Zhang Fei roared. Desperately, he swung his blacksmith hammer at the boss's head. Blazing hammer. Minus 237. Just as Zhang Fei was worried about not being able to last another 2 hits from a boss, he suddenly realized that Iron Fist had already cooled down. Iron Fist. Minus 300. Minus 100 right after Iron Fist. The bleeding icon reappeared on the boss's head. Along with a mournful howl, Clomier the demonic bear keeled over and died. Ding! You have killed Clomier, the demonic bear. Ding! You have killed all the bosses of Deep in the Night Forest, normal. Ding! Your party is the first team to clear Deep in the Night Forest in normal mode. Zhang Fei intended to remain low. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party team, Hide the Name, has cleared the dungeon Deep in the Night Forest in normal mode. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party team, Hide the Name, has cleared the dungeon Deep in the Night Forest in normal mode. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party team, Hide the Name, has cleared the dungeon Deep in the Night Forest in normal mode. The announcement was repeated thrice. The entirety of Dawnbreak City fell into a sudden silence. Not only were the rest of the players dumbfounded, but Zhang Fei was probably the most alarmed. F***CK. I asked you to hide the name, not name it that way. Zhang Fei had never expected such a sophisticated system to be this idiotic. He was commanding it to hide the name of his party, not name his party hide the name. What the F***CK? F***CK. There's a dungeon. So, someone found a dungeon and even solo edit. Ordinary players merely started discussing about the matter. Those who knew Zhang Fei had turned into a jumble of nerves. What's going on? Isn't that Verger Glider a blacksmith? How did he actually solo the dungeon? Southern Azure Sword muttered to himself, his eyebrows furrowed. This guy is quite something. Demon's grimace husky voice sent goosebumps across the skins of every onlooker around him. Huh. Ha ha. Interesting. Zue Xiaoyao smiled. His interest had most definitely been piqued. Little brother, you've truly got me worried. Lady Casanova muttered to herself, flicking the blood and gore off her mace, right after extricating it from the bashed skull of a level 22 monster. Chapter 30, The Strongest Tank. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. Congratulations! Player Verger Glider's level has increased to 15. All stats +1. Along with the system's announcement, Zhang Fei received 50,000 experience points and 1 gold coin. It could be considered as the reward for being the first person to clear the dungeon. With such abundant experience points, Zhang Fei leveled up once again. He had achieved level 15. One dungeon for 3 levels could only be achieved by soloing it. Ding! Ding! Apparently, this boss was also an elite grade monster. It had nothing good to offer. The big prize should still coming through from the treasure chest. With a sudden flash of white light, the boss corpse disappeared. A golden treasure chest replaced it. Recipe. Zhang Fei chanted to himself as he approached the treasure chest. After a sudden, blue flash of light, Zhang Fei was once again left disappointed. It was no recipe. Power of the Wild Bear, offhand. Shield excellent. Physical defense plus 50 magical defense plus 20 parry rating plus 5 strength. Plus 5 vitality. Plus 5 level requirement. 15. Although Zhang Fei had not acquired any recipes, he was still rather content. As a crafting class, Zhang Fei could only equip the blacksmith hammer. However, his secondary weapon slot was empty. He may not be able to wield offensive-type weapons. Even so, he was able to put on a life-saving shield. Zhang Fei withdrew the previous blue necklace from his bag and equipped it. It was not exactly eye-catching, but the shield drew as much attention as one could imagine. It was humongous, almost half the size of a man. Emblazoned on its center was the image of a roaring bear on its hinds. The shield emitted a cold, silver metallic gleam. Holding it in front of one's body would instill a sense of heartfelt, confident security. After adding all 5 ability points into the vitality attribute, Jiang Fei stepped back to survey his final results. Name: Verger, Glider level, 15 class, Beginner Blacksmith level 2 experience points. 1, 730/125, 000 health points. 2, 921/2, 921 mana points. 350 its physical attack power. 70 plus 35 physical defense. 97 plus 210 magic defense. 70 plus 20. A short half-hour later in another normal mode dungeon, Jiang Fei had gained another 3 levels. Suffice to say, his stats had increased drastically. His health points was almost at the 3,000 mark. His physical defense had exceeded 300. He might not be the #1 tank in the world, but no one else throughout the entirety of Dawnlight City could possibly be more of a tank than Jiang Fei. Ding! Deep in the Night Forest, normal, has been completed. When Jiang Fei was teleported out of the dungeon, his buddy list was flickering nonstop. All 4 magnates had sent him messages inquiring about the dungeon's location, one after another. Jiang Fei merely ran his eyes across the list. He did not reply to any of them. Not only was the private message channel flooded, the guild channel of Rosette Knighthood was in just as much disarray. Cutie! Rosette Meow Meow was the first to shout in the Knighthood's channel. She could care less about him being a crafting class or a combat class. Anyway, she was always the first to kick up a fuss. Not bad. Rosette Rose sent a voice message via private message channel. The tone was subtle and profound. Wow, that's true. Wicked girl, get out of the way. When Rosette Meow Meow started the conversation, the channel of Rosette Knighthood blew up. 2 women could easily match the quacking of hundreds of ducks. Imagine having more than 40 girls in the Knighthood. Let's not even talk about girls who knew each other in real life. There would be no holds barred, no censorship, no filters. Even being on the same chat channel as them was enough to send Jiang Fei blushing. Cutie bro, you can't pocket the profits without sharing with anyone else. All our pretty girls are counting on you. Rosette Rose suddenly switched into that characteristically coquettish tone, reaching out to Jiang Fei via private message. That tone always gave Jiang Fei a major headache. Fine, I don't care how you became so insanely strong. Regardless, you can't keep the dungeon all for yourself. Whenever Rosette Rose got down to serious business, she transformed into a stern, older woman. Yeah, I got it. The location is at XXX. Jiang Fei quickly accepted the offer. However, he re-entered the dungeon only to find it empty. After going through the system notes, he finally learned that the dungeon would only be refreshed on the 2nd day. In other words, if Jiang Fei intended to clear the dungeon once again, he could only challenge the elite mode or heroic mode. The normal mode of the dungeon would have to wait for tomorrow. Jiang Fei had only been able to solo raid the dungeon in normal mode with extreme risk. It was almost impossible to go through the dungeon in elite mode, let alone heroic mode. Jiang Fei had just managed to clear the normal difficulty. However, he never got to meet the quest NPC Moliere. Apparently, this Moliere could only be found in the higher difficulties of the dungeon. Jiang Fei needed teammates, and the girls within the Knighthood just happened to be the ideal candidates. All right, Rosette Rose immediately mobilized all the girls in the Knighthood. That pretty tailor aside, the others had streamed towards the Night Forest. Many were already wandering about in the Night Forest. It did not take rocket science to deduce that it was somewhere in the Night Forest. All the big guilds had already sent scouts to the location. Since so many were already searching for the dungeon, Rosette Rose's sudden entry with her band of sisters did not seem out of the ordinary. Jiang Fei had given them the precise coordinates. Even if the dungeon was well hidden, it would only be a matter of time before this group of ladies met up with Jiang Fei. Wow, The moment Rosette Meow Meow saw Jiang Fei, she ran up to him. She walked around Jiang Fei, surveying him from head to toe, left and right, as if she did not recognize him. Wow! At that moment, Rosette Fox came up as well. She started prodding his body with her fair, white hands. Among the girls of the knighthood, Rosette Fox was probably the most brazen of them all. Well, after upgrading into the angular, functional-looking bronze equipment set and slinging an iron shield over his back, Jiang Fei's overall outlook had changed. However, the blacksmith hammer having off his waist seemed to be a little nondescript. Let's cut the chatter. Ma'am, we can't sit around for long. Give me 9 of your best. Right now, Jiang Fei was not in the mood. The 4 big guilds had been incessantly bugging him about the location of the dungeon. It was a known fact that the night forest was rather small for a map. Someone was bound to come across the dungeon soon. If not for that risk, Jiang Fei would have already headed back to the city to forge a blue-grade raider's breastplate for himself. But priorities were priorities. Chapter 31. Challenging the Elite Mode. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Rosette Rose had initially intended to tease Jiang Fei and smother him with the girls. She was highly competitive and ambitious. The opportunity had yet to present itself to her. Therefore, she could only run about with her girls like a pack of wild animals. Now, here was her chance to earn a name for her Rosette knighthood. How could she possibly let such golden opportunity slip through? 9 elites were chosen from among the 40-odd girls. The remaining divided themselves into 5 teams of 5-member parties to challenge the dungeon in normal mode. Within 10 minutes, they had hurriedly filed into their new places. The Rosette knighthood girls only had average gaming skills. But thanks to Jiang Fei, these girls were well equipped, especially those who were able to equip heavy armor. Therefore, Rosette knighthood had more than an ample supply of tanks. They were thus able to concurrently form multiple parties for the dungeon. While some parties were complete and at the ready, about half a dozen girls had to be stuck outside the entrance, training. At that moment, they were unable to enter the dungeon due to the mismatch of classes. All was still good, for they could easily switch positions with the ones within the dungeon anytime the need arose. After Rosette Rose turned her adult lady mode on, she distributed her members in good order. She certainly had the potential to be one of those premium guild masters. Soon after, Jiang Fei found himself in a solid 10-member party. Obviously, he was their main tank, but there were up to 4 other heavy armor class girls ready to share the load. Once again, thanks to Jiang Fei, the heavily armored girls within the knighthood most probably had the highest attributes and raw statuses. When it came to a first-time attempt on an elite dungeon, every little bit mattered. This party comprised of Rosette Rose the Knight, Rosette Meow Meow, and Rosette Peach, the 2 priests, Rosette Fox and Rosette Narcissus, the 2 magicians, Rosette Dragoness and Rosette Dazzle Dance, the 2 warriors, Rosette Phantom the bandit, and Rosette Bubbles the hunter. Brother Glider, since you've already been through this once, take the lead. After the party was formed, Rosette Rose transferred the party leadership to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei quickly took up the offer. After all, as the party leader, he had the right to mark the monsters himself. It gave him the finesse and fine control over the battle. Ding! Answered Jiang Fei in sonorous. After a white light enveloped them, Jiang Fei and the others found themselves standing on dungeon soil. In normal mode, a miniature save zone could be found at the entrance of the dungeon. It gave players the sanctuary to make ample preparations for their adventure. Close to the entrance, doorkeeper NPCs actually stood watch over the players. This time, Jiang Fei was in for a big surprise. Deep within his heart, he considered himself lucky for not being arrogant enough to challenge the elite mode solo. It would not have ended well for him. Instead of doorkeepers, 2 demonized tiger men were there to welcome them. They may just be demonized tiger men, but in elite mode, they were freaking bosses. Demonized Tiger Man, humanoid, elite, level, 17 health points, 2,000 attack power, 152 remarks. Demonized Ferocious Tiger, immense offensive capabilities. Medium threat level. They were mere grunts, but their basic attributes had already exceeded that of the normal mode's first boss. What the heck would an elite mode boss be like? F***CKME. No wonder it's called the elite mode. Jiang Fei murmured to himself. Whoa. The girls immediately started chirping like curious birds. Before Jiang Fei could open his mouth, Rosette Rose got them snapping back into attention. After all, this was serious. Girls were girls, but Rosette Rose could not possibly allow these girls to waste time with chatter. The girls answered in unison. Rosette Rose stood atop quite the pedestal within the hearts of these girls. One line was enough to silence them. Brother Glider, take the girls and get a formation up, said Rosette Rose, bunching her little fists up together. Right now, her eyes were sparkling, filled with the desire to earn the honor of being the first party to clear the dungeon. Her thoughts coincided with Jiang Fei's. He was most certainly not in the mood to waste any time. Thus, he immediately dashed towards the two doorkeepers. At the same time, he said, "Everyone, try to keep up. Healers, pay attention to my health points." Jiang Fei had no Yoi skills. He was afraid that the girls would mess up and gain the monster's full attention instead. Therefore, he first marked a Tiger Man. He did not dare start off with a charge, lest the girls failed to keep up. At least the sight of his face had triggered the aggro quite nicely. Within the first few steps, the two Tiger Men took note of his existence, who swiftly swooped over. Iron Fist, -300. Blazing Hammer, -274. Jiang Fei landed two merciless blows on his marked target. Due to the recent growth spurt of his health points, his blazing hammer now hurt a lot more. -72, -10. Lifesteal, -10. Laceration, 1 stack. After those first two skills, Jiang Fei swiveled around and landed a normal attack on the other monster, gaining his aggro as well. Since Jiang Fei now had the might of the tiger necklace around his neck, his attack value had finally exceeded 100. 105 attack was not exactly high, but it was nowhere as weak as before. -98, -112. The two Tiger Men answered with their own. Had Jiang Fei not entered without forming a party, he might not have been able to stand against them, even with the aid of potions. Jiang Fei had deducted 1/6 of the Tigerman's health points after his first cycle of attacks. But he was not alone. The girls have quickly caught up. Although all of Jiang Fei's skills were on cooldown, the girls behind quickly ensured that the two monsters were no longer a threat. Not only was there strength in numbers, but the girls were significantly higher leveled. Rosette Rose was already level 19. The other girls were between levels 16 and 17. Besides, they were able to equip actual offensive weapons. Even a magician with a full set of white-grade equipment would have a higher normal attack attribute than Jiang Fei. "Wow!" shouted Rosette Meow Meow. The regular quality items were quickly snatched away as members took turns looting. The overall drop rate of the entire dungeon had increased due to Jiang Fei's existence. "Indeed, every mob gives so many EXP, said Rosette Peach, surprised. Although it was a 10-man party, the monsters were all elites. Evenly divided, each person still earned more than 1,000 experience points. That's right. The girls in the party had not yet quite gotten over their shock, not like they had the time to. Jiang Fei had only been level 10 when he came online today, and in the blink of an eye, he had attained level 15. Now the mystery was solved. Chapter 32, Advanced Elite. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As the crowds of monsters thickened with each passing wave, Jiang Fei's health points found themselves at a critical point with growing frequency. Thanks to the two cleric girls, he did not pay it much mind, said Jiang Fei spiritedly. His experience bar was already half full again. The elite mode was a treasure trove of experience points, said Rosette Rose, slightly disgruntled. The experience points flow was truly addictive. There was no better place to grind. Unfortunately, she had heard from Jiang Fei that each difficulty level of the dungeon could only be cleared once per day. If not, everyone would be camping day and night in dungeons. Soon after Jiang Fei and the others cleared those 2 waves, they stood before the first boss, whispering amongst themselves. Zaire, the ferocious tiger, humanoid, advanced elite. Level, 19 health points, 5,000 attack power, 275 skill. Heavy hit, bite, swipe, frenzy, blitz assault remark. Advanced elite is the classification for a significantly powerful threat, with attack power that is worthy of the name. High threat level. Zaire, the ferocious tiger of the elite mode dungeon, was way stronger than the boss in the normal mode. Not only had its stats been multiplied 2-fold, it even had 2 additional skills to boot. Everyone get to full health points. Don't panic when I start the fight. Jiang Fei warned. Don't worry, brother Glider. These girls in the party have been handpicked by myself. They've been through multiple games with me. Rosa Rose nodded. Jiang Fei saw that everyone was ready. With the blacksmith hammer in his hand, his feet exploded off the ground. Dash! -50. The boss may be an advanced elite, but it was just a first boss. It was not immune to staggers and interruptions like a real boss. Jiang Fei's collision had immediately sent it into a stun cycle. Iron Fist, -300. Blazing Hammer, -624. Critical hit just... Jiang Fei had initially intended to take a few more seconds to stabilize the aggro. He had not expected the Blazing Hammer to land a critical blow. In that case, go for it, ladies. Just beat the boss to death already. Rosa Rose took the lead. The melee attackers surrounded the boss and got to work. The long-range sorceresses and hunter classes released their volleys. Their magic spells and arrows flew at Zaire, the ferocious tiger, with a generosity that could rival that of nature and its oxygen. The boss had an immense 5,000 health points. All party members within the team were attackers, except for him and the 2 clerics. The warriors and knights had no accessible slots for shields at their current level. Even if they wanted to, they could not yet pick up a defense-oriented role. They had no such plans for their characters, either. Thus, they poured all their ability points into strength. The party seemed to be filled with heavy armors, but all of them were attackers. The boss quickly lost his health points. -225, -347. Heavy hit, -174. Bite, -30. Bleeding. 2 seconds later, the boss regained consciousness. Its ferocious reciprocation took the cat out of Jiang Fei's tongue. He had 300 defense points and 5% physical damage reduction on top of that. Even so, he definitely felt that one. If a warrior tank had been in his position, he would most probably already be waiting for the reload screen to his respawn point. +170, +225. There were 2 clerics, but even they were struggling to keep up with the boss's damage output. The ferocious tiger boss was not slow and clumsy like the upcoming bear boss. It was a big, fast, angry cat. Meow Meow, use Great Heal. Peach, use Lesser Heal. Not long after, Jiang Fei's health points dropped to below 50%. Jiang Fei was fading fast. His conventional methods were not going to cut it. The 2 clerics replied. They started switching tactics. Jiang Fei's health points was no longer in the red. Everyone stopped. Jiang Fei saw the boss health points was quickly approaching the 50% mark. The Great Bash was coming. Jiang Fei was the only person with actual experience with this dungeon. The girls asked no questions and did their best to comply. Jiang Fei's health points were back to full. With 1 blazing hammer, he knocked the boss health points below 50%. As expected, the boss swung its tail and launched swipe. Jiang Fei was sent flying. At the same time, the boss aggro table was reset. -100. By then, everyone had stopped attacking. By default, the boss was going to go for Rosa Phantom, who was now standing closest to it. That was when Jiang Fei's bleeding effect started biting into the boss. The boss registered the damage and spun towards Jiang Fei. You don't have to come to me. I'll go to you. I'm all on cooldown. I'll need time to stabilize the aggro. Jiang Fei managed to squeeze those words out between the exchange of blows. Rosa Meow Meow had been spamming Greater Heal just now. Even with her mana potions, she was quickly running dry. That was why Jiang Fei had ordered the switch. Blazing Hammer, -268. After accumulating his aggro, Jiang Fei gave them the all-green. The boss health points was fast approaching the 30% mark. With a roar, its entire body glowed red. Frenzy mode, minus 472, minus 385. A frenzied state meant frenzied attacks. Both clerics, greater heal. As Jiang Fei was giving orders, he drank a health potion as well. The next frontier, the 10% mark, began showing up. Jiang Fei did not forget to warn the girls. The boss is going to unleash its ultimate. Just stay calm. Clerics, heal yourself. Everyone else would have to pile up on it. With a roar, the boss let loose with Blitz Assault. This was an elite version of the Blitz Assault. Compared to the original 12 hits, this was 20 hits. Moreover, its attack had drastically increased. Each time those claws swept through Jiang Fei's body, 400 points rose up in the air. The damage on cloth-armored girls was almost multiplied. They were close to the 800 range. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had given an early warning. The boss had vanished from sight, and everyone's health points were beginning to drop like crazy, but nobody was losing composure yet. The two weakest clerics were fully occupied with their own health bars. Sorceresses Rosa Fox and Rosa Narcissus only took one hit each. Although they were in danger, they were not yet dead. Chapter 33, Dividing the Spoils. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It may be Jiang Fei's high luck going around the party, or it may be the boss' gentlemanly nature of not hitting a girl. Regardless, when the boss ultimate ended, all 10 party members were still left standing, no worse for the wear. In the process, Jiang Fei alone had eaten 6 out of the 20 hits. The heavy armor users had taken 2 to 3 hits each. The girls in cloth and leather armor had taken a hit each. That was how everyone had gotten away with their lives. The boss was a cheat. That was the naked truth. If a cloth armor player took too many hits, she would have to nail it down to tough luck. There was just no way of surviving it. At their current level, priests were unable to put up shields. Knights were unable to grant others invincibility. Magicians had no skills to keep themselves alive. In short, they were sitting ducks for the boss to skewer. Regardless, the entire party got through the boss ultimate. Zaire was all spent. It was still capable of packing a punch, but it no longer had the health to last long enough for that power to come into effect. Down it went. Ding! You have killed Zaire the ferocious tiger. Just one boss, and everyone had received an average of more than 10,000 experience points. It was mind-blowing. The girls who were almost going to level up suddenly flashed gold. Now, nobody in the party was below level 17, except for Jiang Fei. Rosette Rose poked at the corpse. It was still coins and linens. It was far more than usual, but the guild master was still very disappointed. Jiang Fei grinned. A treasure chest would be spawned at the end. Oh, Rosette Rose nodded, her mood significantly brighter. As expected, the boss corpse was quickly replaced by a silver treasure chest. Brother Glider, you have golden luck, said Rosette Rose to Jiang Fei, as he had told her about how he had ramped up his luck attribute through a hidden quest. Jiang Fei went on ahead. He strode towards the treasure chest. Rosette Meow Meow shouted at his back. Recipe! Recipe! Jiang Fei could care less about those clingy girls. He kept on chanting the recipe mantra. A flash of blue light later, Jiang Fei was once again disappointed. There were no recipes. Tiger's Fong, main hand, dagger, excellent, attack plus 70 agility, plus 5 accuracy, plus 5 equipped, increases your attack by 5%. Level requirement, level 15 Aquamoon Magician Robe, cloth armor, upper body, excellent. Physical defense plus 25 magical defense plus 20 intelligence, plus 5 vitality, plus 5 equipped. Grants you an active skill. Aqua Shield. Summons a magic shield. Absorbs 500 damage. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown duration, 5 minutes. Level requirement, 15. After all, the elite mode was a 10-man dungeon. That would be twice the drops. 2 pieces of blue tier equipment popped out. They were both of the ascended variety, with 3 additional attributes. This was justified by the first kill bonus and Jiang Fei's high luck. Unknowingly, Rosette Phantom had already ran up to Jiang Fei's back. When she spoke, her fragrance flowed over the back of Jiang Fei's neck. It was akin to a warm breath of wind, but Jiang Fei was still taken aback. What the hell? Seriously, miss? Why can't you make some noise when moving? Rosette Phantom had not spoken much. She had never joined in whenever the girls teased Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had thought that she was one of those rare introverts. He had never expected her lady to be filled with dirty tricks too. Oh, just hurry up and give it to me. Rosette Phantom stretched her slender white hands out, groping for Jiang Fei. Here it is. Here it is. No one else within the party needed this dagger anyway. Jiang Fei hurriedly sent her away with the dagger. Teased Rosette Fox, ogling at Jiang Fei. It was Jiang Fei's turn to have a headache. The dagger just now was an easy call. Rosette Phantom was the only one who needed it. Now, there were 4 girls standing before him. 2 magicians and 2 priests, all staring at him anxiously. Jiang Fei was a blacksmith. Therefore, even if a male-type equipment dropped from the boss, the heavily armored users would not be as anxious. Jiang Fei had already produced a generous amount of ascended equipment. They were pleased enough with their gear. The girls with cloth armor were not as fortunate. The 4 of them only had 3 level 10 white tier equipment between them. The rest were all equipment received from the quest rewards of the beginner's village. Therefore, the sight of a level 15 blue tier equipment was enough to turn them into raving lunatics. Jiang Fei was not stupid. He could not make this decision. No matter how he went on with this, he would make himself an enemy out of 3 girls. Rosette rose huffed and turned away. You do not want to make an enemy out of anyone. Well, so do I. Forget it. I'm not making this decision. After all, the girls within the knighthood knew each other better. This could not be their first time experiencing such a scenario. Okay. Rosette Meow Meow was the first to agree. Looking at how she had already dug her feet in the dirt, she seemed more interested in the game than the equipment. After a few rounds, the results were out. Rosette Narcissus had defeated the rest of the cloth armor girls and won the blue-grade magician robe. This is unfair. Narcissus is a freak. Rosette Fox took him aside and whispered, That's right. Rosette Peach nodded frantically. Stop being sore losers. Cutie bro, hand it over. Rosette Narcissus rolled her eyes at the 2 of them. She excitedly donned the newly acquired Aquamoon Magician robe. Wow! Rosette Meow Meow cooed. The Aquamoon Magician robe was quite the looker. It was like an aqua blue, haunt-style robe that really accentuated the curves on the top front portion. It truly brought out Rosette Narcissus's voluptuous figure. Rosette Fox, still stuck in her white-grade sorceress robe, was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred all at the same time. Her eyes were on fire. Rosette Fox was not alone in her rage. The moment such beautiful clothing appeared, the eyes of the heavily armored users also started smothering. All right, dungeon first. Unlike the other girls, Rosette Rose had recovered relatively swiftly, although she too had momentarily glanced at the sorceress robe in envy. In her eyes, the honor of clearing the dungeon as the first party was just as important. By the time Jiang Fei and the others had taken down the first boss of the elite mode, other players have finally found the entrance of the dungeon. Within 5 minutes, word of mouth had ensured that the location of the dungeon, deep in the night forest, was now public knowledge within the entirety of Dawnlight City. Chapter 34. The Importance of a Powerful Tank. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Get the main guild members and parties and make sure that they have competent leaders. We're going for the dungeon ASAP. There's no time. We're heading directly for the elite mode. Among the big guilds, Southern Azure Sword was the first guild master to catch wind of its location. Of course, it was always better to start slow, but the normal mode had already been cleared by a solo player. It could not possibly be all that difficult. It was time to earn the glory of clearing the dungeon in elite mode. That was why he got his men to head straight for the top. After all, such achievements were usually announced citywide. This was basically free advertisement. The early stages of the game would be the perfect time for all the big guilds to develop and grow. It was the perfect time for recruitment. Interesting. Get my fourth and fifth brother over. Happy Drunk grinned to himself. The elite mode it is. These are the coordinates? About time. Mobilize everyone. Tell them to stock up on potions. Demon's Grimace's husky voice boomed through the trees. We have our coordinates now, so why are you all still standing here? Lady Casanova lifted her mace and placed it on a shoulder. She made a decisive turn and started heading for the dungeon. Oh, when Lady Casanova arrived at the dungeon entrance, the other three big guilds were already gathered there. At their forefront were their core members and their fully decked-out gear. Hundreds already stood by the entrance. What's up, Miss Casanova? Happy Drunk had always been soft-spoken and polite. Save me the frill and ribbon talk. Lady Casanova swung her almost 2-meter-long mace single-handedly with a menacing whoosh. Several players involuntarily stepped back. If that's how you want to do it, let's play fair. Happy Drunk smiled. Southern Azure Sword nodded. He had no qualms about that approach. He gave a pointed look at Lady Casanova. After all, Magic Thieves was the strongest guild around. If they intended to hog the dungeon to themselves, they could do it. A fierce war would undoubtedly break out. Why are you looking at me? Lady Casanova glared back. Haha, so you're a pacifist. But how about that guy behind you? Demon's Grimace had very keen eyes. Behind Lady Casanova's huge frame was the target of his latest dig. Ha. At that moment, a human player stepped out. He seemed to be in his 30s. He had to be a warrior or knight. Asked Happy Drunk, his eyes narrowing. No one would be free of an impending headache upon the sight of Billy Boy. This guy was a professional PvP guildmaster. He enjoyed killing people for pleasure. Whenever there was a big skirmish, he would be in the thick of things. The PvP system within Dawnbreak was almost devoid of rules and regulations. This guy might just stir up the game's first major guild war this early in the game. Me? I'm not interested. Billy Boy shrugged. F*CKU. Of course you're not interested in dungeons. The three guild masters most definitely had thoughts along these lines, but none dared verbally provoke this lunatic. That's enough. None of these pussies are going in, so get lost already. Lady Casanova grabbed Billy Boy by his collar and dragged him along. A 180-something man was nothing to a 2.5-meter tall shrew cow. I'm leaving. Billy Boy shrugged. Fighting was in his blood, but this was the best time to race for levels and strengthen his guild. He did not want his pastime to affect the guild's growth. When Billy Boy disappeared through the entrance, only did everyone else breathe a sigh of relief. That guy was one loose cannon. All right, gauge your individual capabilities and determine your places. Don't even think of causing trouble with the other guilds while we're inside, said Southern Azure Sword. No problem. The others nodded. Now that they got the fair play agreement down, they could breathe easy. It resulted in a total of almost 20 10-man parties entering the Elite Mode dungeon at the same time. The other players and members of the small guild had also started organizing parties to challenge the normal mode dungeon. More confident guilds even attempted the Elite Mode. It was not like they wanted the first kill. They were only asking for equipment and experience points. 15 minutes later, Southern Azure Sword appeared at the dungeon entrance. At the 16th minute, Demon's Grimace also came plodding from the graveyard along with his people. They had all been wiped out. Joe. He was in a pot-kettle situation, but could not resist throwing a jab at Southern Azure Sword. Southern Azure Sword rolled his eyes. As the two of them continued poking fun at each other, Lady Casanova appeared behind them. What the F***CK? Asked Southern Azure Sword, his eyes the size of shields. Go to hell. Lady Casanova roared menacingly. This time, Happy Drunk showed up, his party members defeatedly dragging their souls along. Yo, old brother, you seem to have lasted the longest. Demon's Grimace asked. Happy Drunk shrugged and told them the truth. There was nothing to gain from omitting anything out. You guys got caught at the 7th wave as well? Lady Casanova asked, dubious. Yeah, this dungeon is broken. 5 elite monsters at the 6th wave were fine. Southern Azure Sword lamented. The others smiled with embarrassment. It was clear as day. They had all been eliminated in the exact same manner. Cut the bullsh asterisk T. The four of them looked at each other. They had no choice. Their tank was nowhere near as tough as Jiang Fei. Their only option was to throw more tanks in to share the damage. Party configurations were adjusted. The four of them rallied their best players and went again. The other 10-man parties were all disbanded entirely. They changed into 5-man parties and went for the normal mode dungeon. Even the main tanks of the elite guilds had failed to hold up. What did that mean for regular tanks? Tanks made up the soul of a party. He was their footstone. The durability of a tank determined the success or failure of a challenge. Gaming skills, reaction time, and microcontrols, the girls within the Rosette Knighthood, not even Rosette Rose, could not be compared to the elites of the 4 big guilds. It was thanks to Jiang Fei's ridiculous durability that gave them such a smooth sail. This was how this noisy, disorganized band of girls had been able to take down the first boss of the elite mode dungeon. On the other hand, the Big Four had been wiped out before they could even look into the nostrils of the first boss. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 35, Advancing to the Second Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. While the Big Four were still picking up their asses from the floor, Jiang Fei was powering on, the girls of the Rosette Knighthood tailing him closely. Along with the furious roars were 7 to 8 bare pan-fry palms, smacking Jiang Fei across the face. Each hit had dealt more than 200 damage, even when it was Jiang Fei. Fortunately, these bear men were significantly slower. If not, the 2 priests behind him would have trouble keeping his health points up. Cried Rosette Dragoness. It was hard to pick out a particular target from the mass of bodies before her. She had mistakenly prodded a target that had not yet been marked by Jiang Fei. It barely took anything to surpass the aggro Jiang Fei had on it, for he had only given it a normal hit, minus 475. As the bare palm collided with the beautiful warrior, almost 500 points of damage popped up. Although Rosette Dragoness was decently decked out in a full set of green tier equipment that Jiang Fei had crafted himself, she had not built her character to take hits. Her choice of equipment and distribution of ability points were all offense-focused. She barely had over health points. It was only a matter of time before that ruthless bear mauls her to death. Based on Rosette Dragoness's case, one could only surmise that Jiang Fei was not just tough. He was ridiculously so. Crafting classes would already start off with higher defense attribute as compared to combat classes. Moreover, Jiang Fei had pumped all his ability points into vitality. His equipment had been customized to give him even more vitality. Jiang Fei was the toughest nail of all tough nails. Let's not downplay Jiang Fei's craftsmanship. The main tanks of those premium guilds had yet to obtain full sets of green tier equipment. Try as they might, even the most dedicated ability point distribution would just match that of Rosette Dragoness defense, at best. One monster would still smack them around for 500 damage. If 7 to 8 monsters attacked at once, even 4,000 health points won't take that, let alone 2,000 health points. Jiang Fei quickly turned to the female warrior's rescue. Blazing Hammer, minus 668. The critical hit at the crucial moment had turned the monster's attention back to Jiang Fei. Everyone be careful. I'm not a warrior. I can't grab aggro like those specialized tanks. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. He had been extremely fortunate to have landed a critical hit. Otherwise, he might have been too late. Ironically, Jiang Fei was not a true tank, but he was far tougher than most. But there was a flaw in his tactics that could not be rectified. He had no skills that could generate aggro. Warriors had taunt. Druids in bear form had the skill provoke. Jiang Fei had nothing. He could only stand on equal footing and wrestle for the aggro with the offense classes. At least, Jiang Fei had solid equipment and high luck. His constant critical hits enabled him to maintain his footing with the girls within the party. Also, he was often the first person to initiate an attack. That was why he would be able to keep the monster's aggro to himself. If such a delicate balance was ever offset, Jiang Fei would be helpless. He had no way of salvaging the situation. Rosette Dragoness stuck her tongue out, half sheepish, half cheeky. She knew full well how her carelessness had almost brought disaster upon the party. The battle continued. The monsters were slain, wave after wave. Bearmen even started coming in groups of 10. As tough as Jiang Fei was, the stifling volume of attacks were starting to get to him. The two priests were stretched to the limit, acting as extensions to his health bar. On Jiang Fei's end, he had been spamming his health potions to no end. There was just no other way to get through this. After a long, hard battle with the Bearmen, Jiang Fei decided that it was time for much-needed rest and reorganization. If their subsequent battles were anything of this level, people would start slipping up, and fatal mistakes could occur. After seeing to it that everyone was breathing easy and had fully restored their health points and mana points, Jiang Fei resumed the advance. At that moment, the four big guild's masters once again held their reunion at the entrance of the dungeon. "So," asked Southern Azure Sword, uncertain of himself. "Clear my asterisk SS. That advanced elite mini-boss thing was just too much." Demon's Grimace groaned. This time, he could not hide the distress in his face. "Well, I gotta agree with you on that," said Happy Drunk, nodding earnestly. "Bullshit. I'm getting a totally different vibe from you." Lady Casanova was loudmouthed and brash, but she was still a lady, and ladies could read through lines like a tick weaving through a mass body of fur. She saw through Happy Drunk's expression with a glance. Almost. After the boss got into a frenzy, their tanks quickly became irrelevant. Stat-wise, at least. The party had adapted quickly and utilized the taunt skill, kiting the boss and juggling it between their sub-tanks. By the time the sub-tanks fell, the main tank had already been fully healed by the party. They had delayed it long enough to outlast the boss frenzy mode. But when the boss released its ultimate, the party had no answer for it. Worst off, the boss had regained 5% of its health points with each kill. As a result, the still-living, heavily armored members could only look on helplessly as the boss regained over 2,000 health in the span of a few slashes. Disgruntled and frustrated, they could only allow the boss to rake through their armor. The boss ultimate was indiscriminate and completely random. Happy Drunk and his members had been slightly unlucky. Their priests and magicians had been quick to fall first, leading to a tragedy. If Jiang Fei's party had encountered the same situation, they might not have fared any better. "Hey boy," Lady Casanova snapped. "Heh, I'll be happy to share all my secrets with you." Happy Drunk was gentle and suave, but he was just as cunning. It did not take long before the Big Four got to their feet and went for the first boss again. On this side of the universe, Jiang Fei was currently fighting for his life against the second boss of the dungeon. Level, 20 health points, 7,500 attack power, for 75 skill, bash, roar, slam, frenzy, summon bearmen, war stomp. Holy F asterisk CK. What do they feed this guy in the elite dungeon? Jiang Fei frowned at those ridiculous numbers. He was not about to ignore the part that said summon bearmen, either. This was going to be a massive pain in the ass. Astrozette rose. Jiang Fei was silent in thought for a moment. He finally said, "Guildmaster, I was about to delegate the minion bearmen to you, but looks like things won't be that simple." Rose did not seem to mind it, said Jiang Fei. As a knight, Rose belonged to a versatile class who was able to heal, attack, and defend. She was a jack of all trades, master of none. Said Rose, nodding. "Dazzle Dance, grab a hold of some mobs." Jiang Fei called out to Rosette Dazzle Dance. Rosette Dragoness was also a warrior, but she had added some ability points into strength and agility. She was not particularly durable, but with the aid of the priests, she would be able to hold her own against a few monsters. But she would definitely be damned if a strength-type knight like Rosette Rose took up the healing role. As a player who had divided her ability points equally into her vitality and strength, Rosette Dazzle Dance was the first choice for the sub-tank position. Meow Meow and Peach, don't hold back. Pour all of your greater heals onto me. Don't hold back on those mana potions. Zhang Fei pointedly warned the priests. These girls did not lack money. Spamming their potions was not much of a problem. Zhang Fei swung his blacksmith hammer and dashed forward. As usual, he went face first, putting on an expression that would provoke a sleeping Buddha into action. Chapter 36, Fighting the Demonic Bear. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Bearman boss saw the little man heading towards him and roared in welcome. It swung its massive pair of paws about before bounding towards Zhang Fei. Iron Fist. -300. Just as Zhang Fei mustered up a blow of his own, the boss had promptly replied. A massive bear paw slammed into Zhang Fei's body. -382. Holy shit. F***CKME. Zhang Fei almost jumped out his skin. This bearman struck like a Mack truck. +274. +203. Fortunately, the two priests had just caught up to him. They immediately started healing him up. Blazing Hammer. -278. Zhang Fei's blacksmith hammer crunched into the boss flesh. The gang of girls had finally caught up and formed up behind him. Blades, magic, and arrows plunked off its head, one after another. Zhang Fei could sense a significant drop in the party's total damage output. This large, black mass of fur was most certainly tougher than the Tigerman's boss. The Bearman delivered a particularly ruthless bash, forcing Zhang Fei a half-step back. -887. F***King Hell. This guy is tough. Zhang Fei hurriedly chugged a potion down his throat. The two priests would start falling back at this rate. Slowly but surely, they whittled down the boss health points. It was closing upon the 80% mark. The Bearman's boss suddenly stopped attacking. It flung its head up to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. Swish! Two white flashes of light momentarily blinded them. Two elite bearmen were summoned. Zhang Fei shouted. Rosette Rose and Rosette Dazzledance knew what to do. Zhang Fei had told them everything in advance. Those two minions were not yet even done with their spawn animations. They were just standing up as Rosette Dazzledance pounced on the opportunity. With a charge, followed by a taunt, she gave them a rude welcome. -347. -321. The two elite bearmen were no slouches either. Although they lumbered and floundered about with relative slowness, they still packed quite the punch. Brother Glider. Rosette Rose was not a specialized healer. Her health points were quickly dropping. Dazzledance, drink your potions. Zhang Fei had expected just as much. Altogether, the girls spun around and saved Rosette Dazzledance from certain death. They may hit hard, but they did not take punishment just as well. Within 10 seconds, one of them was buried under a slew of attacks from half a dozen girls. Moreover, they only struck once per 3 seconds. Rosette Dazzledance had barely gotten away, but nevertheless, she had lived. Guildmaster, get Dazzledance back to full health. Zhang Fei swallowed the knot in his throat. They had just barely managed through the first obstacle, the 80% mark. At 60%, the boss summoned more bear men, but the party was far better prepared. They fell down far sooner than before. At 50%, Zhang Fei shouted a warning. Right after the melee attackers got out of the way, the boss let loose. With a furious roar, Zhang Fei's attack power was reduced by 80%. His normal attacks came nowhere close to piercing through the boss defense. Zhang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine for the tank to lose attacking power, but losing power from one of the main damage outputs would have been devastating. They might not even be able to handle the upcoming summon minions. If they failed to save Rosette Dazzledance, the priest would be taken out, and soon after that, a full team wipeout. As expected, at 40% health points, the boss summoned more minions. Thanks to Zhang Fei's early warning, the melee attacking girls had remained unaffected by the boss roar. Their attack power had not been compromised. The minions quickly fell to their full, unabridged power. At 30%, the bearman rose up on its hindquarters. Wah! Spread out. Try as his best. The warning was still too late. The boss threw itself on the ground. A shockwave rushed out to the surroundings. Minus 1,700. Minus 1,700. Minus 1,700. Minus 1,700. Minus 1,700. All 5 melee attackers were struck by the boss war stomp. As the boss in the normal mode had never demonstrated this skill, not even Zhang Fei could have seen this coming. This was where he lost his edge. The party could only take it like any other first-time party. Take whatever skill that is thrown at you. Ding! The 5 melee attackers were Zhang Fei and the 4 heavy-armored party members. Even the strength and agility-based warrior, Rosette Dragoness, had more than 1,700 health points. The blow had almost taken her out, but she was still standing. Rosette Phantom the Bandit had not been as fortunate. She only had 1,300 health points and was taken out on the spot. Healers, I still need your help. The others would have to depend on their potions. Zhang Fei shouted between the gulps of a red potion. It had been a merciless blow, but the bulk of the party's attack power still remained. They still had the fighting chance. Prioritize survival first, reminded Zhang Fei. If they triggered the boss ultimate at that moment, it would be certain death. Slightly over 10 seconds later, and the party had recovered. The boss health bar was swiftly approaching 20%. Zhang Fei cried, "Healers, go full ham. Don't worry about overhealing. Just keep piling the heals on me, even if I'm full." 20% was when a normal mode boss went into a frenzy. Not only was this boss significantly tougher, it was also capable of summoning minions. Along with a furious roar, the boss summoned the monsters. "I've got the mobs." Rosette Dazzledance was quite the veteran. She had proficiently grabbed hold of the entire bunch. A red glow appeared on the boss body. Frenzy. Zhang Fei's health points started plummeting. The 2 priests were working overtime, unable to afford any distractions. The red glow on the boss body spread outwardly. The frenzy had driven the 2 minions mad as well. Minus 485. Minus 478. "Whoa, I not got this," shouted Rosette Dazzledance, her eyes widening in alarm, as the monsters facing her started foaming at the mouth furiously. Zhang Fei cursed. If he had known earlier, he would have had Rosette Dazzledance drag the monsters away from the boss. No one would have expected a virulent form of frenzy. Chapter 37, Taking Down the Boss. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Zhang Fei roared. The only option left was to swing to victory or go down swinging. "No way," shouted Rosette Rose. "Ding! Dragoness!" shouted Zhang Fei while running circles around the frenzied boss. Rosette Dragoness knew better than to protest. With a taunt, all the minions were sent running towards her. Fortunately, one beast had already fallen to the focused fire. The other one was left reeling with half a bar. Dragoness is dying fast," Rosette Rose shouted. After all, Rosette Dragoness was an attack-type warrior who had not invested anything into her vitality stat. Despite her heavy armor, one hit from the elite Bearman still took off 500 health points. Moreover, Rosette Rose was not a specialized healer. The 2 priests were too preoccupied on healing Zhang Fei. They could spare nothing. 2 hits had almost sent Rosette Dragoness to the graveyard. Zhang Fei was out of options. Ding! Before Rosette Dragoness even hit the ground, Rosette Rose had decisively dashed forward. With a cast of conviction, she grabbed hold of the monster. As a knight, she was undoubtedly tougher than priests and magicians. She was the best option at the moment. Fortunately, Rosette Rose had only received 1 strike from the massive paw. The magicians have managed to blast it to death. Full damage output on the boss. "Healers, don't let up now. I need to remain at full health points if possible," Zhang Fei called out. As the boss health points was quickly approaching 10%, it also meant an impending slam. Even Zhang Fei could not be certain of his survival. The boss took a breathtaking leap to the ceiling and came down on Zhang Fei's head like a sledgehammer. Minus 2,578. Stunned. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had a maximum of 2,900 health points. Any other tank would have been squashed to death, even if they were at full health. Plus 332 plus 271, although Jiang Fei had been momentarily incapacitated, the priests were able to keep healing him. It did not take long for his health points to find themselves in the 4-digit mark again. Minus 812. The boss knew that its end was near. Instead of laying back, it seemed to swing even more wildly than ever. Plus 302 plus 284 plus 50 the moment he recovered. Jiang Fei quickly uncorked another health potion between his teeth. His health points had dropped below 200. A gust of wind would put him down. Minus 575, plus 284 plus 278 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50. Fortunately, the boss attack speed was relatively slow. It almost took 3 seconds for it to muster out a blow. Such sluggishness allowed Jiang Fei's potion to tick thrice. It also gave the priest time to cast their major spells. The slam and bash was the final hard bracket. Having survived that, the battle was as good as done. The Bearman's boss was at the end of its rope. With a mournful wail, its health points was finally emptied. Ding! You have killed Clomier the demonic bear. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 16. All attribute +1. Along the way, the waves of monsters had almost filled Jiang Fei's experience bar to the brim. The boss was all he needed to push him over the edge. "I'll wait for the 3 of you," said Jiang Fei to the 3 fallen party members. As the priests had not yet learned resurrection, they could only run all the way back from the graveyard. It was Rosette Meow Meow's turn to use Gathering again. As a result, they had abruptly received more than 30 linens. Said Rosette Rose with a big smile on her face. As the game's drop rate was merciless, it was incredibly difficult to procure materials for tailors to work on. Even if one was filthy rich, there would be nothing to purchase. Therefore, Jade Tinkerbell was in even more of a predicament than Jiang Fei. However, Rosette Knighthood had walked away from this excursion with a huge yield. Thanks to Jiang Fei, the dungeon was dropping loot to the left and right. Almost every monster had dropped some linen. The boss even dropped dozens of it at a time. By the end of it all, they probably had enough linen for Yi Ling Long to sprint her way to level 2 tailorship. When Rosette Phantom and the others returned, the 4 big guilds were once again gathered around the entrance. They took no notice of Rosette Phantom and the others jogging past them from the graveyard. After all, many others were attempting the normal mode. It was common enough to see people running from the graveyard. Even the 4 big groups had been repeatedly wiped out. Therefore, there was an endless stream of the recently deceased coming from the graveyard. Son of A.B. Asteriskitch, Southern Azure Sword was beyond approach. The ferocious tiger boss had one-shot their main tank. The entire team had been eliminated for the 3rd time. Happy Drunk had the same smile on his face, asked Lady Casanova, glaring menacingly. By luck, Happy Drunk seemed to have given a modest, unassuming reply, but his eyes betrayed a twinkle of pride. After all, the masters of the other 3 big guilds were stuck at the first boss. He was the only leader to have successfully taken down the first boss. Although they had not cleared the dungeon, no announcements had claimed any other party to have done so. If even the 3 big guilds could not take down the first boss, no one else could. He was currently in the lead, and he could very possibly be the first to clear it. Besides, the treasure chest from the Tigerman's boss had produced 2 pieces of equipment. One of them was even a blue tier. This gave Happy Drunk all the reason to believe that the first kill was as good as his, without the shadow of a doubt. Little did Happy Drunk know that the first kill for the first boss had already been snagged by Jiang Fei, long before they even entered the dungeon. By the time he took down the first boss, Jiang Fei had already put the second boss through the other side of the universe. The blue tier equipment that Happy Drunk was so proud of was actually a mediocre sample. The double ascended blue tier equipment as the first kill reward had already been bagged by the Rosette Knighthood. What? It had gained Southern Azure's words full attention. Happy Drunk smiled. Not a word needed to be said. His body language demonstrated his arrogance in its fullest extent. Demon's Grimace barked. Happy Drunk had no reason to hide. If anything, he was happy to show them his spoils. Happy Drunk's party had truly walked away from the boss fight with full pockets. Among it was a scented green tiered ring and blue tiered chainmail bottoms. When he not look at the ring? These early stages of the game gave no room for jewelers to shine. Yet, any accessory was considered a rare piece of equipment. Level 15 blue tiered chainmail bottoms would truly enhance a main tank's capability. This guaranteed far smoother sails in future dungeon runs. Therefore, Happy Drunk was glad to flaunt those two prime samples. He was out to make a clear statement to the other three parties. See this? We've obtained some awesome gear. Our party just went through a major upgrade. This first clear honor belongs to us. As expected, the other three masters were envious. After all, at this stage of the game, any equipment was extremely valuable. Blue-tiered equipment would be priceless. These big shots would never see the diminutive Jiang Fei scurrying about ahead them, with the head of the second boss behind him. Translation note: Corpse run. Corpse running means to run your character's ghost or whisk to the site of your fallen body to resurrect there. Chapter 38, a blue tier recipe. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. After leveling up, Jiang Fei squeezed all of his attribute points into vitality. His health points shot over 3,000. He got involved with some small talk with Rosette Rose and the others. Soon, the three corpses returned, fresh from the grave. Treasure chest. When Rosette Meow Meow saw Rosette Phantom and the others returning, she practically leaped off her feet. Yup, Jiang Fei's luck was ridiculously high. He had to be the only person opening the treasure chest. In a flash of blue light, the golden treasure chest swung open. Jiang Fei clenched his fists. The blue light disappeared. A recipe laid within the treasure chest. It illustrated the design and construction of an equipment of impeccable quality. It was precisely what Jiang Fei had been longing for. Recipe: Furious Bear Roar, smithing recipe. Shoulder, excellent. Requirement: Beginner Blacksmith Level 2. Wild Force, two-handed sword, excellent. Attack plus 127 strength, plus 9 vitality, plus 3 equipped. Grant you a skill, Wild Force. Instantly increases your attack speed by 50%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Level requirement: 15. It was love at first sight for Rosette Dragoness. The sword had almost 3 times the attack of the white tier weapon she had obtained for free from her class advancement. After all, there was a considerable gap between a level 15 ascended blue tier equipment and a trash white tier equipment that the system handed out for free. Besides, the 9 points of strength was a world changer. This was the ultimate offensive weapon. Be it the warriors or the knights, this was good stuff. You guys decide it yourself. Jiang Fei threw the two-handed sword over to Rosette Rose. It was only in the way of his smithing recipe. The recipe was absolutely not up for debate. Jiang Fei was the only person who could use it. But who to give the two-handed sword to? This became a problem. 3 members here could wield a two-handed sword. The 2 warriors, Rosette Dragoness and Rosette Dazzledance, followed by Rosette Rose the Knight. Even if Rosette Dazzledance had chosen to be some sort of hybrid tank healer, Rosette Dragoness and Rosette Rose were utterly competent wielders of the weapon class. Forget it. Rosette Rose was actually conceding for once. Rosette Dragoness was dumbfounded. She had been prepared to leave it to her guild master, Rosette Rose. Moreover, was she not the lady boss of the sisterhood? Rosette Dragoness could not hold a candle to her. Nope, I've decided to go back and reset my ability points, said Rosette Rose. After listening to what Rosette Rose said, all the girls were dumbfounded. She was such a bold, brash woman. How could she possibly end up as a healer? You guys didn't hear me wrong. I made up my mind, said Rosette Rose, handing the wild force over to Rosette Dragoness. If it was in the past, the old Rosette Rose would never take the healer's path. But things have changed. Jiang Fei had been far too dazzling. The rest of the girls might not have seen the depths of this dungeon, but Rosette Rose was not stupid. The girls who had challenged the normal mode dungeon had been whining and crying about the absolute torture. Very few parties had been able to defeat the first boss. Rosette Phantom had updated Rosette Rose about the situation via private message. As she was making her run from the graveyard, she overheard the 4 big guilds conversing at the dungeon entrance. A top master player like Happy Drunk was actually pleased with himself for being able to defeat the first boss of the elite mode dungeon. But a crowd of crows like themselves had actually put down the second boss. How did that even happen? Well, there was this certain blacksmith called Verger Glider. This teenager was 1 year her junior. He was truly an amazing person. Not only he was extraordinarily talented in smithing equipment, but he had also actually broken through the limitation of crafting classes on the battle aspect. He had also become a master player. After all, Rosette Knighthood was just an entertainment organization by a group of rich ladies. It was impossible for her to realize her own ambition by relying on the current power. But after this amazing guy came in, Rosette Rose's heart was suddenly steady and sure. Women were so. No matter how strong their character was on appearance, no matter how versatile their capability, they still hoped to be able to search for a solid backing deep within their heart, enabling them to rely on. Although this guy Verger Glider was 1 year old younger than herself, Rosette Rose knew that she could count on him. Rosette Rose knew that her power could only take her so far. That was why she had decisively decided to place her faith in Jiang Fei. Within any party, the 2 most important footstones were the tanks and the healers. Now that she already had a formidable tank called Jiang Fei, she needed to bolster the healing division. If no one else was willing to offer themselves up, she would roll the first stone. Fortunately, Dawnbreak was not all that ruthless. Players were given a free opportunity to reset their ability points before level 20. This allowed players to have a taste of the game and determine their palette. Otherwise, status reset points would be a major pain in the neck. After Rosette Dragoness took the Wild Force in her hands, Jiang Fei had added the recipe to his skill tree. Furious Bear Roar, Chainmail Shoulder, excellent. Physical defense plus 55 magical defense plus 20 random enchantment level requirement. 15, that recipe was the cherry on the icing. It made Jiang Fei's journey to the dungeon worth every drop of blood. But the elite mode dungeon did not end just like that. Come on, everyone. Just as Jiang Fei and the rest were finished distributing the equipment, not far off, they heard a voice shouting, "Stunfast, men." When Jiang Fei heard the name, he suddenly became energetic. This was the target of his quest. Jiang Fei quickly ran for the voice. "Everyone look, our reinforcements have arrived." Jiang Fei and the others rounded the corner just in time to see an NPC in shining, silver armor giving out a great shout. He quickly rallied his NPC soldiers and gave a decisive charge. Holy F***CK. Jiang Fei looked at the situation. This won't be easy. If this bunch were to fall to the enemies, his quest would be at a fatal end. "Healers, catch up." Jiang Fei shouted over his shoulder to the girls behind. The Corruptor, Humanoid, Elite, level, 18 health points, 2,300 attack power, 200 skill, Contagion. If the wound is not taken care of after being attacked by the Corruptor, corruption would take a hold of you, and you would be more demon than human. Remark, Contagion is ineffective on players, but effective on players' pets. Corrupted pets would betray their masters. At the same time, it would have highly elevated attributes. Jiang Fei quickly calmed down. The only class within his party to command a pet was the Hunter. Even so, Rosette Bubbles intended to advance to the second class as a Hunter. Therefore, she had not yet captured any pets of her own. That nasty-sounding Contagion would hold no power over his party. Chapter 39, Demon Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the enemies were numerous, but the soldiers were better trained. Both parties were more or less equal in power. Jiang Fei's party had broken that fragile balance. It would only be a matter of time before the threat was annihilated. Excellent. Moliere turned towards Jiang Fei and the others, tugging his blade out of a monster. Nope, we're just some adventurers passing by, said Jiang Fei. Ah, you're here now. That's all that matters. As you can see, we're caught up in something here. Adventurers, I am hereby invoking my right as a lieutenant of the Empire and recruiting your services. Please. Moliere said. Ding. Obtained 15,000 experience points. Obtained 5 silver coins. Quest. The Variant Forest Dungeon. The first phase has been completed. Second phase. Assist Patrol Captain Moliere. This may have started off as Jiang Fei's quest, but it had been upgraded into a dungeon quest, so the entire party was eligible to take part. Captain, we've... Just as Jiang Fei and the others were prepared to take a step forward, one of the soldiers called out. Moliere turned and asked, concerned. Moliere followed the soldier's finger and looked. His face betrayed the alarm and shock. Jiang Fei was just as alarmed. His party had gotten away relatively unscathed, but some NPC soldiers had fallen during the fight. Now, those very soldiers were actually staggering to their feet. Jiang Fei instantly surmised the situation. His party members were not as calm. They had no mysterious cheat rings, and were thus unaware of the corruptors possessing such a skill. These NPC soldiers stood up once again. Their muscles and tendons ripped and tore. Their bones crackled, and then their bodies started swelling rapidly. Pieces of fabric and armor flew off. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 2-meter-tall abomination, their bodies covered with disgusting sarcomas. Moliere was quick to regain his bearings. Although still visibly unnerved, he took action. But Captain, his soldiers were still hesitant, despite the direct order from their superior. After all, these were their former comrades. Those men are dead. Moliere roared, charging into the fray alone. Jiang Fei called out to the girls and quickly joined the captain. Bloody humanoid demon, humanoid, elite, level, 19 health points, 3,000 attack power, 275 skill, contagion. If the wound is not handled promptly, corruption would take hold of you and you would join their ranks. Remark, when regular human soldiers are infected, their attacks are enhanced drastically, and they would gain the ability to infect others. Medium threat level. Although Jiang Fei and gang were significantly stronger than other players of their levels, these monsters hit quite hard, like the elite tiger men at the beginning of the dungeon. To the NPC soldiers, they were downright terrifying. My God! A soldier had let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his wound that did not seem life-threatening. It was not the scream that frightened his comrades, but the fact that he was transforming into another one of those monsters. Everyone, be careful. Do not let them touch you. Jiang Fei called out. It was sound advice, but much easier said than done. These soldiers were no match to the monsters. Asking them to not take any hits was like asking them to stand still, yet remain dry in a rain shower. More and more soldiers became new victims. A little nick here, a little graze there. It was enough to infect and turn them into screaming demons. Soon, the bloody humanoid demons were seen swarming about the place. The soldiers took their last stand. It was heartbreaking enough to watch their comrades fall to the corruption, one after another. 10 long minutes later, the demons lay motionless. However, aside from Jiang Fei and the other players, only Moliere the patrol captain remained standing. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not dare take his eyes off the corpses just yet. Moliere strode towards. His steps heavy, his face gaunt. Asked Jiang Fei, "This is the report on the Night Forest. Please deliver it to Bishop Philip in Dawnlight City." Moliere solemnly extracted a scroll from his cloak and handed it to Jiang Fei. Ding. Goal. Deliver the investigation report to Bishop Philip. Reward. 50,000 experience points, 10 silver coins. Jiang Fei asked, stowing the scroll away with great care. Me? Moliere managed a weak smile, laughing bitterly. He pointedly gazed down at his side. Jiang Fei had followed the captain's sight. 3 visible scratches could be seen on the captain's left rib. His shining armor had been torn open, and dark red blood was welling up. It could not be considered life-threatening. It would barely even faze a seasoned warrior like the captain. But the contagion skill was what's killing him. Hurry on now. As Moliere's voice rose, his facial features started morphing before their eyes. It's too late. Hurry. Kill me. Moliere's eyes started turning red. The girls behind Jiang Fei had let out screams of grief and terror. They sympathetically gazed at the captain. At that moment, Moliere had completed his transformation. Moliere, the humanoid demon lord, humanoid, advanced elite, level, 22 health points, 8,800 attack power, 585 skill, great smash, great swipe, flesh phagocytosis, flesh rip, death gaze. Remark, a demonized, human low-ranking officer. His attack has been enhanced drastically. Extremely high threat level. After the transformation was complete, the boss towered over them, standing over 3 meters. Disgusting sarcomas grew all over its body. It looked like a bloated, skinless giant. Its muscles were visible from head to toe. Jiang Fei stared up at the giant, muttering to himself. Chapter 40, A Desperate Fight Against the Demon Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The boss did not remain standing idly for long. With 2 huge steps, it quickly approached Jiang Fei and gang. Introducing itself with it lifted one massive leg and stomped down. Jiang Fei reflexively lifted his shield up. Minus 521. Minus 521. Holy F*** King hell. Jiang Fei coughed. The boss' normal attack was already this ridiculous. Would its skills actually tear the ground open? Jiang Fei hurriedly gulped down a red potion. The 2 priests quickly got to work. Iron Fist. Blazing Hammer. Minus 300. Minus 628. Bring it on. Melee classes. Flank him. This boss struck like a Mack truck, but it was basically a walking glass cannon. At best, its defense might be equivalent to that of the Tigerman's boss. After delivering 2 more punches, the boss suddenly put its hands together, crossing its fingers to form a double-handed fist before bringing it down. Minus 1,280. Jiang Fei was forced back by almost 8 steps. Charge. Minus 50. The last thing Jiang Fei wanted was to have the boss turn around and start laying those heavy blows on the melee attackers. He hurried return to the fray with a dash, stunning the boss for 2 seconds. That should get his attention. The moment the boss recovered, it swung a huge arm in a wide arc. A blood-red light swept past its front. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had already ensured that the boss was facing its back to the others. He would be its only target, AoE or otherwise. Even the ranged attackers and healers were all behind the boss. Minus 725. Cutie, the boss might as well be trying to remold a mountain. Despite their continuous greater heals, Jiang Fei's health was quickly fading. While gulping down another potion, Jiang Fei had Rose jump over to the healing division. They were making progress. The boss health bar was soon reaching the 80% mark. Ding! asked Rosette Rose. The target of the boss' apparent affection, Rosette Bubbles, was also staring at Jiang Fei in a mixture of confusion, disgust, and horror. I don't know. Jiang Fei barely knew any more about the boss than they did. The mysterious ring dropped a hint or 2, but other than just Death Gaze listed as one of its skills, Jiang Fei could not tell what that actually did. At that moment, the boss had stopped attacking. Both its eyes were firmly fixed on Rosette Bubbles. Splat! All of a sudden, the sarcomas on the boss started blowing up. Clusters of rotten meat splattered on the ground before crawling towards Rosette Bubbles like adorable slimes. Whoa! Shouted Rosette Bubbles. Jiang Fei roared, dashing toward a cluster of rotten meat. Blazing Hammer. Minus 298. Jiang Fei called out. A total of 7 pieces of rotten meat had parted from the boss. Each rotten meat had 1,000 health points, and they were all creeping towards Rosette Bubbles. A piece of rotten meat was smashed into pieces. Ding! You have obtained Life Nourishment Effect. Your attack speed has increased by 5%. Jiang Fei was delighted. The boss was basically throwing them a bone. Or in this case, rotten meat. Minus 1,000. Although Jiang Fei and gang had worked rather efficiently, one piece of rotten meat had still made it to Rosette Bubbles, where it dramatically blew up. Phew, Jiang Fei exhaled in relief. Also, he had learned much about the skill. Death Gaze would prevent a player from attacking and moving. At the same time, the boss would activate the skill Flesh Phagocytosis. Rotten meat would creep towards the paralyzed player and blow themselves up, dealing 1,000 damage each. On the other hand, other players would receive an attack speed buff upon a successful kill. Having completed that skill combination, the boss was free to pummel Jiang Fei once again. Bubbles, drink those potions. That was one less mystery about the boss. It had not seemed like much, but that was only because of Jiang Fei's timely judgment. Any later, 2 chunks of rotten meat would have blown anyone else up, save him and Rosette Dazzle Dance. Also, the boss had targeted a range attacker. If it had targeted a melee attacker, it would have been near point blank. An instant kill. There came another great smash. This skill was not triggered by the boss' current health points, but by fixed intervals. It was a general skill, but it almost struck like a full-fledged ultimate. Up to this point, only the boss' Great Swipe had quickly been removed from its repertoire of potential party wipeouts, as Jiang Fei had quickly figured it out. With its back facing the party, that skill had been neutralized. However, the Super Smash and Death Gaze and Flesh Phagocytosis combination was insane. One put healers and tanks to the test. The other challenged the party's combined damage output and reaction time. Ding! At 60% of its health points, the boss activated Death Gaze once again. Jiang Fei shouted. At the same time, he dragged the boss away from her. The targeted player would only be rooted on the spot, 2 seconds after the boss activates the skill. That was also when those chunks of rotten meat would show up. That was the window of opportunity for a player. But 2 seconds was a very small window. Anyone who failed to capitalize on those 2 seconds would be doomed. Rosette Dragoness had been caught off guard. Fortunately, her legs had subconsciously obeyed Jiang Fei, and she had scurried off. Splat! 2 seconds later, she stopped moving. Rotten meat fell off the boss body and started squelching their way towards her. Everyone had already started firing away before he could finish his sentence. Minus 1,000. Again, they killed all but one was never enough to take anyone out. Dragoness, drink your potions. Jiang Fei brought the battle back on track. At the 40% health points, the boss attempted the same stunt. This time, it targeted Rosette Peach. As she was a ranged priest, the party did not lose any damage output and quickly wiped out all 7 chunks of rotten meat. At the 30% health points, the boss finally activated the last skill, Flesh Phagocytosis. The boss scooped up a bloody humanoid demon's corpse and swallowed it whole. Its health bar rose by 5%. At the same time, there was an additional status over its head. Flesh Phagocytosis. 1 stack attack increased by 10%. Chapter 41. I don't intend to stand out. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Whoa. Jiang Fei did not know when the boss would gain another stack, and he definitely did not want to know. A second stack might already be too much. This was bad news. A minute later, at 22% health points, the boss gobbled down another cadaver. 27% health points. Flesh Heap. 2 stacks attack increased by 10%. Defense increased by 10%. Bang. Minus 1,478. Jiang Fei's health points plummeted sharply. Cutie, you can't take too many of those hits. Rosette Meow Meow called out. Damn it. Jiang Fei helplessly stared at his health points that was leaking out like water. He regretted taking things for granted. He had originally gone out to the field for some light grinding and had dressed lightly. All he had on was a full set of level 10 green tier equipment. A shield was just slightly out of budget, but with it, he would not be so close to death. Ding! Fox, retreat. Healers, try to keep me in range of your healing. Jiang Fei called out. The boss combination attack was Jiang Fei's current lifeline. If its onslaught had gone on uninterrupted, Jiang Fei would have already fallen. At that moment, the boss health points had dropped to 20%. The combination skill was once again triggered. The boss stopped hammering on the little blacksmith, giving the 3 healers the room to catch up. Bang! Minus 1,000. Everyone had grown accustomed to the rotten meat situation by then, but in that case, a magician had been rooted to the spot, while the priests and the knight were busy healing up Jiang Fei's health points. The drop in damage output had been enough for 1 rotten meat to make it to its target. Rosette Fox received 1,000 damage, but Jiang Fei was back to full health. Jiang Fei barked. The boss had run out of skills to save itself. The boss activated Consume for the 3rd time. 23% health points. Another Flesh Heap stack. Flesh Heap. 3 stacks attack increased by 20%. Defense increased by 20%. The boss's attack and defense had increased once again. Jiang Fei's health points rose and fall like a spasmodic roller coaster ride. It was mind-blowing. Jiang Fei was at the end of his rope. He was out of options and could only try taking down the boss before it took him down. Finally, after a final great smash, the powerful demon lord let its arms hang loosely by its sides. It had been thoroughly defeated, its health points completely emptied out. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not even have 300 health points left. One more great smash would have taken him out, even if the healers worked overtime. The boss fell like the mountain of meat that it was. The girls behind jumped and cheered for joy. Yay! Rosette Meow Meow was as active as ever. Ding! Your party is the first team to clear the dungeon deep in the Night Forest in Elite Mode. The system notification announced their victory, making it official. We did it! Rose did not even seem to believe her own words. She was stumbling about in a dreamlike state. It was precisely what she fought for, but she was having trouble believing it. Ho ho, said Jiang Fei with a grin. He had already been fooled by the system announcement once. Jiang Fei was not going to let the system to announce his name. Rose had not yet recovered from the shock, and had nodded subconsciously to his request. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party I don't intend to stand out has cleared the dungeon deep in the Night Forest in Elite Mode. Please cheer for the party members Verger Glider, Rosette Rose, Rosette Dragoness, Rosette Meow Meow. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party I don't intend to stand out has cleared the dungeon deep in the Night Forest in Elite Mode. Please cheer for the party members Verger Glider, Rosette Rose, Rosette Dragoness, Rosette Meow Meow. Ding! Citywide announcement. The party I don't intend to stand out has cleared the dungeon deep in the Night Forest in Elite Mode. Please cheer for the party members Verger Glider, Rosette Rose, Rosette Dragoness, Rosette Meow Meow. The system announcement rang out like morning church bells throughout the sky of Dawnlight City. Jiang Fei and the Rosette Knighthood girls receive a reward of 100,000 experience points and 10 silver coins. At the same time, the city almost tore itself apart in alarm. F*CK them. F*CK me. F*CK you. They must have exploited a bug. F*CK me sideways. As the normal players continued cursing each other out, the Big Four were standing motionlessly. Happy Drunk, the self-proclaimed leader of the entire server, had turned into a statue. It was as if the system's announcement had stared down on them, like Medusa herself. Happy Drunk had been most smug about his own progress. Of the Big Four, only he had taken down the first boss. His party had struggled with the Bearman Minion, and when they came in groups of 6, Happy Drunk had to switch things up in his team. He finally settled for a weird combination of 4 healers and 3 tanks to slowly bulldoze their way through the dungeon. Without a tough tank like Jiang Fei, 3 Bearmen easily overwhelmed a regular tank. Happy Drunk had been forced to roll in several tanks, at the cost of a highly weakened damage output. It prolonged fights to an extent that left the healers exhausted. Even so, Happy Drunk was proud of getting that far. After all, even the biggest guild throughout Dawnlight City, Magic Thieves, was still stuck at the first Tigerman's boss. Slow and steady wins the race. And it's not stupid if it works, so he saw no reason to change tactics. But before he even got to meet the second boss, the system had sent a thunderbolt upon him. Broken was his beautiful dream. Loss, despair, humiliation all came crashing down on him. What the? Southern Azure Sword could not believe his senses, but the system was impartial. Demon's Grimace could barely speak. If anyone could clear the dungeon, only the Big Four could do it. But to have some unknown clear it by such a huge gap, they had not even broken through the first boss. Yet these guys have already cleared the dungeon. What a slap to the face. It's that Verger glider guy again. Lady Casanova mumbled furiously. Chapter 42, 3 Ascended Equipment. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation in Zhang Fei's buddy list. The profile pictures of 4 big guild masters were flickering. They were peppering him with endless streams of questions. Sadly, Zhang Fei had bigger things to look at. A golden treasure chest had taken the place of the boss' massive corpse. Brother Glider, Rose truly regretted her decision. She had just recovered from her shock, but it was too late. Zhang Fei had decided on a lousy excuse of a name, wasting such a great advertising opportunity. If this announcement had been used to propagate the Rosette knighthood, that would have been perfect. I'm a big-time introvert. Introverts put introverted names, said Zhang Fei, pretending to be the meekest, closeted geek ever. The girls all rolled their eyes at him. Rosette Meow Meow was clearly more interested in the gleaming treasure chest. Oh, the damage has already been done. Brother Glider, go to your thing. Rosette Rose was still disgruntled about the whole party name thing, but the system announcement had already been sent. Nothing more could be said. The heavy, golden lid flicked open at a speed and lightness that belied its appearance. A dazzling blue light flashed by. Staff of the Humanoid Demon Lord. Staff. Excellent. Physical attack, plus 18 magical attack, plus 135 intelligence, plus 7 vitality, plus 5 equipped. Allows you to acquire skill. Humanoid Demon Puppet. Summons a humanoid demon puppet that is of equal level to you and aid you in combat. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Level requirement, 15 Claret Defense Ring. Ring, excellent. Physical attack, plus 35 vitality, plus 6 parry, plus 3 equipped. Allows you to acquire skill, Claret Aegis. Instantly increases your defense, causing you to withstand only 50% of the total damage you receive from the next 3 attacks. Level requirement, 15 Flesh Bracelet, Leather Bracelet, excellent. Physical defense plus 15 magical defense, plus 15 agility, plus 6 strength, plus 4 equipped. Allows you to acquire skill, Consume. Every time you kill an enemy within 5 levels of you, you recover 15% health points. Level requirement, 15 as expected from the final boss. 3 Ascended Blue Tier equipment dropped at once. Although there were no more smithing recipes, Zhang Fei had no complaints about it. The leather bracelet was almost immediately set aside. Within the entire party, Rosette Phantom was the only player who utilized leather armor. The bracelet was hers by default. She had to be ridiculously lucky to obtain 2 special equipment from 1 dungeon run. The ring went to Zhang Fei. After all, he was Rosette Knighthood's trump card tank. Even the defense-oriented Rosette Dazzle Dance had no qualms about him taking the ring. After all, no girl enjoyed standing on the front row to take the beating for everyone else. Her build had been a result of necessity, not choice. Now this Zhang Fei had popped out of nowhere, so she could rest easy. When it was time to distribute the staff, the 4 girls turned towards Zhang Fei. The 2 priests and the magician Rosette Fox had not even obtained a single piece of equipment. Their eyes spoke of a million tales. "Oh, please, priests, back off," snapped Rosette Rose. Rosette Meow Meow and Rosette Peach could not hide their disappointment, but they said no more. "Narcissus, you've already had one." Rosette Rose had turned to Rosette Narcissus. Rosette Narcissus nodded. After all, she was not the only magician. It would be too much for her to hog it all to herself. Yay! Rosette Fox tugged the staff out of Zhang Fei's hands. At the same time, she had pounced up and kissed him on the cheek. "Hey, you're such a flirt." Rosette Rose rolled her eyes. She despised those who placed misters before sisters. I don't care. Anyway, I'm kissing who gave me the staff. Even with the staff in her hands, Rosette Fox did not neglect to assault Zhang Fei's cheek with her lips. Let's. Zhang Fei coughed. After all, they had barely scraped through the elite mode. At their current level, the heroic mode would be suicide. Besides, Rosette Rose was currently too busy to focus in combat. As Zhang Fei had not replied the masters of the 4 big guilds, they had turned to the guild master instead. She did not have the guts to blatantly ignore them like Zhang Fei. After all, Rosette Rose's earnest wish was to develop Rosette Knighthood into a first-class big guild. To achieve this goal, she could not afford to offend the existing big guilds. She was currently busy building relationships with those few guild masters. One thing was certain. She most certainly would not disclose Zhang Fei's secret to anyone else. Zhang Fei was the key to achieving her goals. If other guilds actually poached Zhang Fei, she might just break down and cry. Upon returning to the city, Zhang Fei brought the girls to the cathedral at the center of Dawnlight City. After all, Molière had entrusted a report to him before his corruption, asking him to deliver it to Bishop Philip in person. A low-level priest asked, "It's an emergency concerning the military." I see. The alarmed priest had immediately headed into the cathedral. Soon after, an old priest hobbled out. The green words Bishop Philip hovered over his head. "Yes," said Zhang Fei, handing the scroll over. "Ding. The quest, the Variant Forest dungeon, has been completed. Obtain 50,000 experience points." The moment the scroll made contact with the bishop's fingers, Zhang Fei and the girls within the knighthood received the quest rewards altogether. With 50,000 experience points shoved into the pocket, Zhang Fei's experience bar shot up. Once again, he was close to leveling up. Sigh. May the Lord comfort their souls. "All right, I'll deal with this matter," said Bishop Philip, turning and walked back into the cathedral. It looked like that was the end of it. No more follow-up quests. Zhang Fei and the girls parted ways. It was high time for some major equipment upgrades. After all, he had a green tier recipe now. It should be enough for him to produce blue tier breastplates. He even had a blue tier recipe that might actually produce violet tier legendary shoulder armor. The prospect almost got him weak at the knees. Of course, the higher quality the recipe, the more materials required, and the higher the cost. Although Zhang Fei almost had 400 gold coins on his person, he could not mass-produce the armor like before. Chapter 43, Secret Disclosure. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, an ordinary player will be plenty pleased with a blue tier equipment, let alone a legendary tier. But Zhang Fei was not ordinary. He was a crafting class. Without the support of stronger equipment, he would fall behind in combat. Zhang Fei's skills came solely from his equipment. Therefore, his only way of going forward was with better equipment. His combat skills were literally tailor-made. And to do that, he needed more materials, which were in grossly scarce supply. Hey bro, while Zhang Fei was still worrying about where to outsource for more materials, the great victim had flung himself on the doorstep. Southern Azure Sword himself had taken the initiative to reach out to Zhang Fei. The man had been left without a choice, let alone clearing the dungeon. He could not even break through the first boss. The first person he had reached out to was that enigmatic Verger glider, but he had been promptly ignored. His second option had been Rosette Rose, but this beautiful girl was the only daughter of a business family. She had been brought up as a businesswoman, along with the tight defense and light-footed negotiation capabilities. He had not been able to get anything useful from her, other than get increasingly frustrated at her elusive omission of key details. At most, she only said that the first boss was just the beginning. The latter stages of the dungeon would make the first boss look like a baby's toy. If the first boss was already giving you this much trouble, prepare to be wiped out by the subsequent monsters. At first, Southern Azure Sword and the rest had thought that Rosette Rose was just playing some mental games to increase the gap. But Happy Drunk had made himself a personal example as an effective means of convincing others. The Bearmen monsters that came in 10 had toyed with them like infants. Even their formation of 4 tanks, and 5 healers was unable to hold out. When Happy Drunk was done speaking, the other 3 guilds were utterly dumbfounded. As one, the 4 guild masters unanimously realized their actual obstacle was the fact their tanks were made of paper. So, how we reinforce paper? Put them in a hardcover file. However, they first needed to kill a boss to get some hardcovers. The blacksmith players within the guild would only waste materials producing white-tier equipments. Jiang Fei was the only alternative left. Equipment? Of course. Jiang Fei pounced upon the opportunity. This big fat sheep had delivered itself to his door. He would feel sorry for himself if he spared it. When Southern Azure Sword heard that Jiang Fei had some actual blue-tier equipment, he was just as shocked as he thought himself fortunate. He would not be the first party to clear the dungeon, but he could still organize 2 parties, 3 parties for parties of 5, 6, 7, 8 parties to attempt sending a tsunami through the elite mode dungeon. The glory was no longer there, but the experience points and equipment from the dungeon were just as crucial towards the early development of his guild. 5 gold coins for each level 15 green tier breastplate, said Jiang Fei, demanding an exorbitant price, asked Southern Azure Sword. He had a huge guild, but the game was just in its infantile stages. The landlord had no surplus grains, said Jiang Fei, making sure to enunciate each word. Southern Azure Sword would have tipped over a chair if he had been sitting on one. Jiang Fei had once sold more than 70 equipment with additional skills, but he had claimed them to be handpicked and binned. Were all these samples also handpicked? They even had level 15 green tier and blue tier equipment crafted. These guys were filthy rich, weren't they? I have lots of equipment. It may be impossible for your guild to swallow them all. This time, Jiang Fei's greed had blinded his better judgment. While attempting to mercilessly slaughter these big guilds, he had also exposed his little secret. What? Even the smug and arrogant Happy Drunk had opened his slit eyes wide at that, said Demon's Grimace with his husky voice. That's right. I've sent someone to investigate. This guy is a member of some small group named Rosette Knighthood. They seem to be a group of pub-level rich ladies. None of them show any promise. Lady Casanova marched right in, slamming a pile of documents on the table. Southern Azure Sword had grown weary of being surprised. He knew that Jiang Fei had a massive amount of blue-tier equipment, but there was too much to go around. Therefore, he had to find someplace to offload them. That's perfectly plausible. After my team put their heads together, their best hypothesis is that he must have encountered a secret quest, secret item, secret NPC, secret skill, secret whatever. Point being, he has to have found something that gives crafting classes a massive boost. There's no better reason for a solo player to pick a crafting class, said Lady Casanova. The advisors of these big guilds were indeed no ordinary beings. They had ended up on the same conclusion as what Jiang Fei told Rosette Rose. Overlooking Jiang Fei's cheat ring was to be expected, but it was some solid detective work nevertheless. When Lady Casanova was finished talking, the other 3 guild masters spoke simultaneously. Evidently, all of them wanted this walking treasure trove for themselves. To hell with Rosette Knighthood and their wealth. Only the big 4 were worthy of competing with each other. If they intended to poach someone, a small clan like Rosette Knighthood was only bound to be trampled upon. Hey, Lady Casanova rolled her eyes. In her mind, she went, "You guys intend to poach him?" The power balance of Dawnlight City was now in a fragile state. Magic thieves held the majority monopoly. No one else could be mentioned in the same breath. But if the other 3 big guilds were brought together, Magic Thieves might find itself at the bottom rung. Now, Jiang Fei's existence could most possibly tip the scales. If Lady Casanova poached Jiang Fei, that would mean real trouble for the other 3 guilds. If they gave Jiang Fei the breathing space to bolster Magic Thieves' firepower, they would solidify their monopoly. Therefore, in the end, Magic Thieves' advisory team had come up with a solid plan. Have Jiang Fei, the variable, remain within this tiny Rosette Knighthood. This small group of gals was not a threat to any guild. Besides, they severely lacked manpower. Jiang Fei's equipment would have to stand against the entirety of Dawnlight City. Either that, or he would have to sell it all to them. That way, as long as the four of them maintained equal access to his equipment, the city could develop in peace. After Lady Casanova announced her plans, Southern Azure Sword and the rest had nodded in unison. Jiang Fei's value had clouded their visions. All they could think of was his conscription. When Lady Casanova's level-headed analysis got to them, they saw the benefits of her plan. If any one guild won Jiang Fei over, that guild would immediately become the common enemy of Dawnlight City. At the early stages of the game, everyone needed room to grow. A citywide guild battle royale this early in the game would have devastating consequences. It was in everyone's best interest to keep Jiang Fei neutral, whether they knew it or otherwise. Chapter 44. Saving someone from a car accident. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In the end, the four big guilds headed for Jiang Fei together. They intended to purchase some equipment from him. I don't have any in stock yet. Come back tomorrow night, and you can take whatever you can. But I don't take payment in the form of gold coins, said Jiang Fei. The four guild masters asked no questions, for they were all well aware of Jiang Fei's background. If they gave Jiang Fei money and let him buy materials after that, someone else was going to profit from it. Besides, they had no much cash on hand. Jiang Fei's request for materials sang to their tune. After all, they had their entire storage of materials and no way of using them swiftly enough. Instead of letting those useless blacksmiths in their guilds put them to waste, it was far more worthwhile providing the minerals to Jiang Fei, the unanimously neutral blacksmith. Well, if you guys trust me, I hope that you'll let me have the materials first. Advance payment, Jiang Fei sheepishly added. After all, he was unable to start smithing without materials. The four guildmasters' replies were as simple and direct as usual. From their perspective, Jiang Fei would never possibly give up on a long-term, mutually beneficial partnership to cheat them of some early-stage materials. Jiang Fei had offered extremely unreasonable prices to the four big guilds. On average, it was approximately 5 material sets of Raider's breastplate for each green-grade Raider's breastplate. On the other hand, 15 sets of materials were required for each blue grade. An equal amount of material sets for each blue-grade shoulder armor. Even so, Jiang Fei was already a model of honesty and reliability in the eyes of the four guild masters. After all, they did not know that Jiang Fei's success rate was almost 50%. His probability of producing an ascended equipment was also around 10%. The few guild masters had been making calculations according to the success rate of their guild's crafters. According to their algorithms, not only had Jiang Fei not earned any money, he had to be deep in debt. After taking in all the materials sent by the four big guilds and shoving them into the bank, Jiang Fei leaned back and did some calculations. Altogether, he had obtained almost 1,000 material sets for breastplates and 500 material sets for shoulder armors. With these materials, he could produce at least 500 breastplates and 200 shoulder armors. But he only had to give the few big guilds about 100 to 200 breastplates mixed with blue and green grade, and dozens of blue-grade shoulder armors. The heavens had thrown him a giant bone. The servers were about to shut down. Jiang Fei knew better than to start rushing through his commissions. He started wandering aimlessly within Dawnlight City, waiting for the servers to go offline. By 6 in the morning, Jiang Fei automatically got up from sleep. Jiang Fei's mom was busy in the kitchen as usual, preparing breakfast. It was the dawn of a new day. Winter in the north of China was bizarre. Not only did the sky start turning in early, it was also slow to rise. When the poor high school students went to school, the sky was still dark. There were almost no pedestrians along the road. Virum, as Jiang Fei dragged his feet through the ground, a sharp engine roar assaulted his eardrums. A sports car sped by past Jiang Fei at lightning speed. Although there was a 6-lane distance between them, the chilling draft was no gentler on Jiang Fei's cheeks. Holy F***CK. Suicidal maniac. Jiang Fei swore. Although Jiang Fei came from a rather well-off family himself, He was nothing like these second-generation tycoons who drag raced in the middle of the night. These guys were at it almost every night, but he had not expected to see them going at it after dawn. Virum. Just as Jiang Fei fell silent again, a second car sped past him. Another wall of chilly winter air slapped him in the face. This time, his eardrums were positively ringing. Jiang Fei screamed at its taillights. No sooner, a loud bang came from not far ahead, followed by flames springing up to the sky. Oh shit! Jiang Fei jogged a few steps and found that there had indeed been a car accident ahead. A Lamborghini had slammed into the concrete guardrail. One look told him that it was a total loss. The fuel tank had ruptured, and a fire was quickly spreading. Approaching the wreck was impossible. Help me! Just as Jiang Fei started to turn around and gain some distance from the danger, he saw that the driver had survived, if just barely. Instead, he had been flung out of the car. He was lying on the ground, not far away from the burning vehicle. Blood was all over his face. Jiang Fei ran up to the fallen man at his enhanced speed and dragged him as much as he could away from the car. Just in the nick of time, the Lamborghini blew up. The hot gust of wind sent the both of them flying. Fortunately, they had their thick winter clothes on. Any less, and they would already be suffering severe burns. The young lad was already so weak to begin with. The explosion had not helped one bit. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Hey! Jiang Fei tapped the guy's face. Help! More blood was spat out. Jiang Fei laid the guy on the ground. He whipped out his phone and got dialing. This young guy was a complete stranger to Jiang Fei. Besides, he had even cursed this guy to die in a car crash. But he had not meant any of that. No one would wish ill upon another so ruthlessly. Yet another mouthful of blood. This was bad. Jiang Fei started anxiously rubbing his thighs. All of a sudden, Jiang Fei felt a bump. Jiang Fei had previously taken out a small bottle of health points potion from the game. That potion was still in his pocket. This tiny, perfume-sized bottle seemed inconspicuous, but Jiang Fei was suddenly more hopeful than ever. Jiang Fei lifted the young guy's head slightly before pouring it into the guy's mouth. A mouthful of potion that overflowed with fragrance was poured into the guy's mouth. He had truly been a step away from death. Suddenly, he felt much better. If he was in an X-ray machine right now, one would see his broken ribcage miraculously moving back into its original position. Even the crack lines were vanishing, and his muscles and tendons were mending themselves. Uga! After the few breaths, the man was almost even able to talk to Jiang Fei. At the same time, an ambulance pulled over. A team of medics brought a stretcher down and quickly got to work. Hey, don't go. You're the one who called the ambulance, didn't you? Jiang Fei had intended to leave, seeing that he had done everything in his power. After all, he's still at school, but a medic had grabbed his shoulder. Jiang Fei figured it out immediately. After all, he was the sole witness. They might have questions for him later, and it might help in the young man's treatment. Class was important, but another's well-being was priceless. He got on the ambulance without another word. Chapter 45. He actually saved a big shot. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. On the way to the hospital, Jiang Fei gave Zhao Feng a phone call. He briefly explained the situation, asking Zhao Feng to call it in for him. After all, there was no way he would make it for school. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors asked him a few quick questions before jogging after the stretcher that was just wheeled in, the boy lying still upon it. All of a sudden, the bustle died down, and Jiang Fei was left to sit by his lonesome in the dead silent hospital corridor. Hey, it was a medic who had stopped him back at the accident site. Jiang Fei looked around, making sure that it was him she wanted. Of course I'm calling you. The cops are here. They'd like to have a word, she said. Jiang Fei nodded. He followed the medic and got his statement recorded down. Now, he truly had nothing left to do here. All right, you may go back to school. All in all, the traffic police were rather amicable. Just as Jiang Fei turned to leave, a nurse called out to him. Jiang Fei asked. Unsure of himself, said the nurse. Jiang Fei nodded. Why not? He was the guy's life savior, not the murderer of his father. He had nothing to be afraid of. Jiang Fei followed the nurse to the ward. He heard two doctors whispering to one another. I still can't wrap my head around this. According to what that student statement and what the police said about the car crash, nothing adds up. The guy should be in a mortuary, not operating theater. This bunch of second-generation tycoons just don't know the value of life. He got away too lightly this time. Jiang Fei entered the special ward. Could you give us a moment? I wish to speak to him alone, the young guy said to the nurse. Okay. The nurse pointed at the buzzer and left. Thank you, brother. The young guy sat up and spoke to Jiang Fei with a smile on his face. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. This guy had looked more like a ghost and less like a human. He had multiple broken ribs and was spitting one mouthful of blood after another. He had been mere moments from death. Yeah, I don't know what you had me drink, but I do know that it saved my life. As we always say, no words can express my gratitude toward your great kindness. I'm Han Tianyu, the teenager said most earnestly. The potion had stabilized his condition, but he still needed ample recuperation. Han Tianyu, muttered Jiang Fei to himself. Han Tianyu grinned. I may have shown up on television a few times. Holish asterisk T. Jiang Fei's voice unwittingly rose. Manda Group was not some ordinary company. It was called the Octopus Group because they were involved in every single industry known to mankind. From arms trade to daily necessities, from aircraft carriers to bits of threads and needles. The Manda Group took part in just about everything. At the core of it was this Han Tianyu, the only son of the Manda Group's owner. He could be said to be the crown prince of the entire business empire. Jiang Fei had only caught a glimpse of him on television. He would have never expected to one day save this prince's life. Right then, the ward doors were almost flung off their hinges. A middle-aged man ran in, followed by 8 larger, younger men. They quickly spread out into a tight, organized formation. Some guarded the entrance. Some took watch by the windows. 2 of them got between Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu so swiftly and fluidly that it was hard to tell if it had been by coincidence or by design. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes at the theatrical entrance. My great young master, are you trying to frighten me to death? After seeing that Han Tianyu was fine, the middle-aged man started catching his breath, as if he had just taken part in a long marathon. It's all right, Uncle Da. I'm fine. Go make the arrangements, said Han Tianyu, waving his hand towards the middle-aged man. Are you really all right? Uncle Da did not seem convinced. Well, thankfully I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, so the car flung me through the windshield before the big crash. For some reason, Han Tianyu had omitted Jiang Fei and his health points potion out of the story. He had basically boiled it down to luck. Master, I'll sort things out with the doctor, Uncle Da said. Okay, and send these guys out as well, said Han Tianyu. All right. The thought of leaving the young master alone with a stranger did not sit well with Uncle Da. But he could a regular high school student the benefit of the doubt. After everyone had left, Jiang Fei nodded towards Han Tianyu. Oh well, I figured that you don't want others to know that you were packing that sort of life-restoring elixir. Everyone has his own secrets. I can't say that I'm not curious, but I'm not going to impugn on you either, said Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei gave Han Tianyu a big thumbs up. The 2 of them had achieved some sort of silent agreement about today's incident. This was a tacit understanding between smart people. I've called you as my brother all day long, yet you haven't even told me your name. Han Tianyu grinned. Whoa, listen to yourself for one moment. Who would dare look down on the prince of the Manda Group? Jiang Fei blinked. Cut the prince crap. From now on, we're brothers. You seem to be slightly younger than me. Call me brother you if you will, said Han Tianyu, casually waving a hand. Jiang Fei had no qualms about calling Han Tianyu a brother. Han Tianyu was already a second-year university student. He was probably 4 to 5 years older than him. It was perfectly fine to call Han Tianyu a brother. All right, I won't keep you here either. Uncle Da and the rest won't leave us in peace for long. Find me if you have any problems. Han Tianyu handed Jiang Fei his contact card with a broad grin on his face. All right, I'm leaving. Drive carefully next time. Jiang Fei left the hospital. He thought nothing much of this Hua Tianyu. If anything, this was just a chance meeting. Nothing much. Don't worry. The moment Jiang Fei left, Han Tianyu's grin vanished. He clenched his fist. His charming mask quickly twisted into a dark, hideous visage. Han Tianyu's cold voice reverberated in the empty ward. Chapter 46, Class Advancement Quest. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei returned to school. Although he had missed a few classes, it was due to his courageous conduct in a time of need. Therefore, not only did he get away scot-free, he was praised and commended. In the afternoon, it was another basketball match for Class 9. Jiang Fei went into action once again, since even those students of the specialized sport class were no match for him, so the other classes could not stop him. It was another easy victory. After the afternoon classes ended, Jiang Fei returned home. As he personally did not care much about the matter of saving Han Tianyu, he therefore did not talk to anyone about it, not even to his own parents. Jiang Fei logged on, accurate to the dot. When Jiang Fei went online, he rushed straight to the bank. After retrieving the materials, he kicked off with his smithing. The raider's breastplate was green tier equipment. It took a little longer to smith them. When Jiang Fei depleted all 1,000 sets of materials, more than 3 hours had passed. By the end of it all, Jiang Fei had actually produced 450 raiders' breastplates. Amongst the 450, 50 were blue grade. The rest were all green grade. Naturally, the success rate also was slightly lower. As the quality of the equipment rose, its success rate would plummet. Still, a success rate close to 50% was still way higher than other crafting classes. Other players' success rate when it came to white tier equipment was around 20%, not to mention green tier equipment. Jiang Fei had picked the best 20 out of the 50 blue grades. These 20 were all ascended blue grades, with 3 lines of additional attribute. Jiang Fei had kept it for himself and the girls in the knighthood. There were only 2 ascended blues among the remaining 30. The rest were all average blue grades with 2 lines of additional attribute. These not-so-perfect samples were for the 4 big guilds. As for the green tier equipment, Jiang Fei decided to give 200 of them to the 4 big guilds. If they wanted the rest of the 200, they would have to pay extra. After all, the great Jiang Fei was not running a charitable institution. After notifying the 4 big guild masters that their equipment was ready, Jiang Fei extracted materials for the Furious Bear Roar and continued smithing. Ding! Ding! You have successfully produced a Furious Bear Roar of Strength. Smithing experience points +5. Ding! Ding! Blue tier recipes was even more demanding. Even for Jiang Fei, who had additional high luck, he had a success rate of merely around 30%. Let's not mention the probability of producing an Ascended. Jiang Fei had produced 7 blue-grade Furious Bear Roars, yet he had not seen even 1 violet tier equipment yet. Ding! You have successfully produced a Furious Bear Roar of Destruction. Smithing experience points +5. Ding! You have successfully produced the first epic tier equipment. Ding! As you're the first player to produce an epic tier equipment, bring your product to XXX in Dawnlight City. The repeated notification dings jolted Jiang Fei out of his zone. He had not expected to earn fame points as a reward for producing a violet tier equipment. On top of that, he had apparently triggered a hidden quest. Furious Bear Roar of Destruction, Chainmail Shoulder, Epic, Physical Defense plus 65 Magical Defense plus 35 Strength, plus 8 Vitality, plus 10 Equipped, grants you a skill, Destructive Strike. Immediately attacks the enemy target, dealing 300 damage. At the same time, reduces 20% of the enemy target's armor defense, and pulls excellent aggro. Cooldown duration, 1 minute. This equipment was not an Ascended Violet grade. It had only 3 lines of additional attribute. Still, it had far surpassed the standard of an Ascended Blue equipment. Jiang Fei had originally intended to continue smithing. As for the hidden quest, that could always wait. At least, that's what he thought, until he took a closer look at the quest bar. It was one of those stinking, time limit bound quests. Quest name, The Nameless Blacksmith Master's Call. Quest goal, Arrive at XXX within 30 minutes. The nameless blacksmith master wishes to speak with you. Quest reward. Unknown. Jiang Fei flung the freshly produced epic shoulder armor into his bag and started dashing for the prompted location. When Jiang Fei arrived at the prompted location, he found that the place was a forge, but it was a simple and crude one located in the slum. Asked a scruffy man who was sitting squat-legged on the ground, an elbow leaning upon an anvil. His other hand scratched away at his legs, while giving Jiang Fei a one-eyed squint. Jiang Fei intended to observe the man for a little. However, the ring was actually failing him for once. Not only did it not reveal the man's information, it did not mention his name. One should know that NPCs would have their names hovering above their heads. This man was an anomaly. Jiang Fei spoke up. The man's brows furrowed. If you produce that special piece, you must be somewhat smart. Why would you ask such an idiotic question? Did any of your family members get named as nameless? Whose family would be so devoid of culture? My name isn't Nameless Blacksmith Master. The man went back to scratching his legs. Jiang Fei let out a hollow laugh. What bullsh***. NPCs aside, even players are unable to see your name. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Enough, cut the crap. I called you here to take a look at your hammer-swinging arm. The leg-scratching man drawled, tossing a recipe at Jiang Fei with his scratching hand. Jiang Fei held the recipe up with 2 fingers, but his face had a look of wonder. Ding. Quest name, The Blacksmith Master's Test. Quest content, produce the designated equipment within 1 day according to __________ request. Quest reward, becomes apprentice. Holish *T, what the hell? Both the quest prompt and system announcement blanked out this guy's name. Jiang Fei roared within his heart. This quest was clearly a class advancement quest. One should know that crafting classes found themselves very little action. Those who never left the city area generally went for their class advancement at the class advancement hall. The chances of them meeting with a mentor of a rare class or even a hidden class was almost 0%. But now, such an opportunity had been laid out in front of Jiang Fei's eyes. As he ran his eyes across the recipe in his hand, the astonishment within his heart grew stronger. Recipe, Divine Blacksmith Practice Sword, Smithing Recipe, Epic Requirement. Blacksmith Divine Blacksmith Practice Sword, One-Handed Sword Epic, Physical Attack plus 225 Strength, plus 12 Vitality, plus 10 Accuracy, plus 10 Level Requirement. 20. Oh, I'm so doing this quest. Once again, Jiang Fei roared within his heart. Chapter 47. 47. Title, The Number 1 Blacksmith. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. That chime signaled Jiang Fei's learning of the Violet Tier recipe. When he read through the requirements and potential outcome, his heart got caught in his mouth. Recipe, Divine Blacksmith's Practice Sword. Remaining tries, 10 times. Materials required. Gold ingot x 35, silver ingot x 20, tin ingot x 55, ruby x 2, moonstone x 3. Those ingredients were reasonable. Although valuable, it was well worth an epic grade sword. He had problems with the within Dawnbreak. You were not supposed to be bound by the remaining tries limit, not even when forging excellent grade items. As long as you obtained the recipe, you could mass produce them. But there was a strict, limited forging attempt count for epic grade and above recipes. Such practice recipes from class advancement quests were already lenient enough for providing up to 10 forging attempts. If it was an epic grade recipe dropped from defeating a boss, there would be 3 to 5 attempts. If a low-tier crafting class player had learned it, it was an utter wastage by default. Not a single thing would come out of it. This was also why big guilds all ensured that their in-house specialists hit the high tiers as soon as possible. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei had not purchased a gaming pod. He had no game guidebooks to refer to. He knew far too little about the game. This limitation had given him a little scare. This was an epic grade recipe. Although Jiang Fei was fully confident to be able to successfully forge one. But if it was to produce an ascended within the 10 times, achieving a legendary grade to complete the class advancement quest, Jiang Fei was unsure even with his additional luck. Jiang Fei had initially intended to slaughter the 4 fat sheep with this epic grade one-handed sword. Now that this limit was slamming him in the face, he could only keep the benefit for himself. Jiang Fei then sent this message to the 4 big guilds. Although Jiang Fei did not intend to give the epic grade sword to the 4 big guilds, he still needed the materials. Jiang Fei had just happened to send the 200 green tier raiders breastplates and 30 blue tier raiders breastplates to the 4 big guilds. The remaining 200 green grade raiders breastplates was just right to demand an exchange of materials. The 4 big guild masters had no questions. After all, Jiang Fei had been clear about his requirements. Either way, his produced equipment were all ascended with skills. Besides, there were so many members within the 4 big guilds. No amount of materials would be too much. Not long after, members of the 4 big guilds had placed the materials at Jiang Fei's feet. They took Jiang Fei's equipment in exchange. Come on, Jiang Fei rubbed his hands. He extracted his first set with care and started hammering away. Ding, ding, ding. Those 3 consecutive failures had got Jiang Fei doubting himself. He only had 10 shots at this. Almost a third of it had just flown off. He had not even produced 1 epic grade sword, let alone a legendary. If not for this one-day limit, Jiang Fei would have definitely thought of a way to level up the ring first. He would have attempted anything to increase his odds. But time was now the constraining factor. He simply had no choice at that moment. Ding! You have successfully produced a Divine Blacksmith's Practice Sword of Assault. Divine Blacksmith Practice Sword of Assault, one-handed sword, epic, physical attack plus 225 strength, plus 12 vitality, plus 10 accuracy, plus 10 equipped. Grants you a skill, attack enhancement. For every hit, you deal an additional 10% damage. Level requirement, 20 ding. Ding, 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 ding. That one mild success had given Jiang Fei some hope. Now, he was not so sure. He was down to his last chance. Phew, calm down. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Sink or swim. This one action determined his fate. Well, even if he fails, at least he would be walking away with an epic grade weapon. There was nothing to lose. Forget it. I've got nothing to lose. Even if I don't gain a class advancement, so what? Jiang Fei finally made up his mind. He swung his blacksmith hammer with abandonment and got started. This time, Jiang Fei no longer worked the metal as meticulously as before. His swings became bold and unrestrained. Bang went the hammer on the anvil. Sparks were sent flying in all directions. Ding! You have successfully produced Ares' Divine Blacksmith's Practice Sword. The very moment the forging was complete, an orb of golden light blossomed with a gentle pulse. Jiang Fei raised his fist in triumph. Who could have known? A free spirit and open mind was what he needed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully produced the first legendary tier equipment. Ding! Congratulations! You have become the first player to produce a legendary tier equipment. 1 blacksmith. Your equipment production success rate has increased by 5%. Ascended equipment rate increased by 5%. Jiang Fei received a succession of system rewards. He started grinning from ear to ear. Ares' Divine Blacksmith's Practice Sword, one-handed sword, legendary. Physical attack plus 275 strength, plus 18 vitality, plus 15 accuracy, plus 15 equipped. Grants you a skill, the power of Ares. Instantly receives a blessing of 50 strength points. Your maximum health points increased by 500, and you are immune to disabling skills. Lasts for 15 seconds. Cooldown duration, 15 minutes. Level requirement, 20 dam. A legendary grade weapon indeed. Such damage, such a stat increase, and such a skill. Jiang Fei stared at this one-handed sword. His eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He was a blacksmith. He could only equip blacksmith hammers. Other weapons had nothing to do with him. Although he was unable to use this legendary tier equipment himself, at least he had completed the nameless blacksmith's quest. Oh, The leg-scratching man was still sitting on the ground, leaning against the anvil. But he was no longer scratching his legs. He was drinking a bottle of wine while nibbling a drumstick that he clutched in his dirty hand. "Hey, I've completed your request." Jiang Fei handed the golden weapon to the leg-scratching man. Chapter 48, Hidden Class, Divine Blacksmith. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, what a kid. When the leg-scratching man saw the golden weapon in Jiang Fei's hand, he tossed aside the wine bottle and drumstick. The leg-scratching man seemed to be playing a magic trick. All of a sudden, his appearance changed. One moment, he was a filthy, big drunk. Now he was clad in a glittering golden helmet and body armor. Even the dirt on his face had vanished. His goofy face was now resolute and grim. "Ding! Divine Blacksmith Oyezi has offered you the opportunity to advance your class into a Divine Blacksmith's apprentice. Only fools would choose an O at this moment." Ding! Ding! Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. The opportunity of holding a ascended class would have been enough. Little did he expect to actually get through with it. Divine Blacksmith's Blazing Hammer, Blacksmith Hammer, Chromatic Equipment, Success Rate plus 15%, Ascended Equipment Production Rate plus 5% equipped. Every time your character levels up, you obtain 1 Vitality stat point. Equipped. When you receive a fatal blow, you would deny death. Instantly recovers your health points back to 50%. Cooldown duration, 30 minutes. Equipped. Every time your class increases by 1 level, your success rate increases by 1%. Equipped. Every time your class increases by 3 level, your ascended equipment production rate increases by 1%. Equipped. Grants you a skill. Triple Bash. Delivers 3 consecutive bashes with a weapon Blazing Hammer. Increase 5% chance to create ascended equipment if skill is used on smithing. Deals damage that is equal to 5% of maximum health point as damage, 3 times to a target, if skill is used for attack. Jiang Fei stared at that short golden hammer in his bag, dumbfounded. It was indeed a chromatic equipment that had the capacity for growth. It was simply divine, not to mention the extremely high success rate for both crafting and producing ascended equipment. There were 5 lines of potent, additional attribute. They all could even grow along with the character. No wonder hidden classes could end up crushing the other classes of the same genre. By just having an equipment that was capable of growth would set a player on the ultimate path. Jiang Fei then browsed through his class skills. Those skills that he had as an ordinary blacksmith had vanished, and a few new skills had replaced them. Divine Smith Art. Smelting, a skill to refine ores into metals. 20% chance to fail. Divine Smith Art. Forging, you will be able to produce heavy armor equipment according to recipes. Divine Smith Art. Inlay. You are able to produce accessories such as necklaces and rings according to recipes. Divine Smith Art. Rapid Cooling. Instantly blasts an icy gale ahead of you in a conical area. If used on an almost complete equipment, ascended equipment production rate increases by 1%. If used on an enemy, 10% of your maximum health points would be dealt as damage. The enemy would be frozen solid for 1 second. After 1 second, the enemy's movement speed would be reduced by 50%. Last for 5 seconds. Cooldown duration, 1 minute. Jiang Fei was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. A hidden class had the power to crush other players of the same class genre. As a divine blacksmith, not did Jiang Fei have a higher production efficiency, but he now had access to Jewel Meister-like abilities. Although Jewel Meister burned through money in the early stages of the game, they became money-making monsters in the middle-late stages of the game. Besides, to Jiang Fei, those additional attributes from equipment were not enough for him to function on the front lines. He could only grow stronger if he widened his avenues of craftable equipment. As a blacksmith, Jiang Fei could only produce heavy armors and weapons. But weapons were useless to Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only depend on those armor. But now things had changed. Jiang Fei was able to produce 3 additional types of equipment: rings, necklaces, and other accessories giving a total of 5 slots. The possibilities were endless. Besides, Jiang Fei now had the perfect alibi. Why am I so good with my hammer? Well, I don't know. Oh, maybe it's because I'm a hidden class, like a divine blacksmith. Maybe? Anyway, hidden classes were all one-offs. Nobody else would be able to verify the truth behind his statement. All right, practice hard, kid. After Jiang Fei completed his class advancement, the nameless blacksmith vanished into thin air. Jiang Fei did not expect that. His class advancement master did not seem very mortal or corporeal. Well, there he was now. He did not need to continually learn new skills. He could literally craft new ones for himself. As for those white-grade recipes, he could sell them off to the ordinary blacksmith master. The class advancement was complete. The skill master had ran off. Jiang Fei could only return to the previous workshop to continue producing equipment. After all, he had not yet finished his blue-tier shoulder armor consignment for the 4 big guilds. 2 hours of smithing later, Jiang Fei finally completed all the Furious Bear Roar shoulders. As a divine blacksmith and the additional attribute of the chromatic tier weapon, Jiang Fei's success rate had shot up. Jiang Fei had originally assumed that less than 200 shoulder armors would come out of the 500 sets of material. He had not expected more than 300 sets. Moreover, 30 of them were epic-grade shoulder armors. In line with the benefits should always be kept for one's own people, hidden rule, Jiang Fei stashed the 30 violet tier shoulder armors in the knighthood storage. He then went on to pick the worst of that 30, ready to raise hell on the 4 major guilds. Aside from the epic-grade shoulder armor, Jiang Fei also had 280 blue-tier shoulder armor. By the ratio of 1:15, Jiang Fei only had provided more than 30 of them to the 4 major guilds. But he would not be able to hold on the remaining 250 forever. They would only remain relevant for so long. When the average player got to level 20 or so, they would be next to useless. He had to liquidate them fast. These were the blue-tier shoulder armors that should have been given to you guys. According to our agreement yesterday, the 500 material sets should have produced 33 items in total. I'll be slightly generous and give you 35 instead, said Jiang Fei, while handing all the equipment to Lady Casanova. Southern Azure Sword gave Jiang Fei a thumbs up. 2 extra blue-tier equipment, just like that? He was a great man. Little did Southern Azure Sword know that Jiang Fei simply had too much of that garbage in his hand. Therefore, he had grown lazy and resorted to rounding up everything. After the 4 guild masters were finished dividing the equipments, Jiang Fei revealed the epic grade shoulder armor. It was the worst among 30 other epics, but its violet brilliance had almost blinded the 4 guild masters. Holish asterisk T. They all turned into deers with their eyes caught in the headlights of moving trucks. Aside from Happy Drunk, who had a chromatic weapon, the others have never seen such a high-class weapon. Even their blue-tier equipment were all products of Jiang Fei. They could not imagine Jiang Fei actually mass-producing these babies. All of them had believed that this was the first epic-tier equipment in the whole of Dawnlight City. This was no longer an issue about the equipment's attribute, but an issue about self-respect. Haha, just put your offers up. Gold coins, recipes for equipment smithing and accessory crafting, I want all of them. By the way, I'm not afraid to tell you guys this. I'm actually not a member of some workshop. I've produced this all by myself. Jiang Fei called out, brandishing the blazing hammer in his hands and lifting it high in the air. Might as well clear the air around him. If not, questions would be asked about the 200-odd blue-grade shoulder armor. Chapter 49, Accessory, Ruby Viper. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Southern Azure Sword spoke first. Demon's Grimace did intend to fall behind. Southern Azure Sword rose to the occasion. At that moment, Lady Casanova spoke up. This epic grade shoulder armor had great attribute, all right, but it was far more than just a powerful piece of equipment. It was a symbol of status. One guild in Dawnlight City, Lady Casanova would never allow this treasure to fall in the hands of others, said Happy Drunk with a grin on his face. His guild, the Aristocrats, may not be as powerful as magic thieves, but he was the young master of the Hautian group. Money was the least of his troubles. In terms of wealth, the 4 guild masters had nothing on him. The moment Happy Drunk stated his offer, the other 3 could not help but gasp out loud. It was not like they were unable to afford 1,000 gold coins, but all their money belonged to their guilds. It was all right to purchase equipment en masse from Jiang Fei to arm their members. But if it was merely to purchase an equipment for themselves, that might be stretching. It's yours. Demon's Grimace took the initiative to quit. After all, he was a magician. He could not equip heavy armor. He had only placed an offer to raise the price and discuss the rest of them. Southern Azure Sword quit as well. Although an epic grade item could boost his ego and pride, it was just not worth the money. Happy Drunk provocatively looked towards Lady Casanova. He and the aristocrats were totally incomparable to Lady Casanova in other aspects. But when it came to money, he was truly not afraid of anyone. Ha ha ha, little brother, you're truly good at making things difficult for me. When Lady Casanova uttered that line with a pout, everyone else cringed, including Jiang Fei. Lady Casanova had a passable female voice. But for a cow who was more than 2 meters tall, cow acting like a spoiled child, that was almost impossible to stomach. Happy Drunk grinned. Hey, it's all fair play. I truly cannot stand up to you when it comes to wealth, brother Happy Drunk. But I'm taking this equipment, no matter what. I'll offer an additional recipe for a level 15 blue-grade accessory, said Lady Casanova, turning to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei merely intended to fatten his pockets and rob these 4 big shots while he was at it. He did not expect such an item to come out of it. One glance told Happy Drunk that Jiang Fei was very much interested in the recipe. He could play that way too. Happy Drunk might seem poised and cool on the outside, but he was actually an ascended equipment collecting maniac. He wanted to own every single goodie the world could offer. Little Happy Drunk, I'm taking this shoulder armor no matter what. Lady Casanova was getting annoyed. It was time to roll in her malicious, big gun, her husband, Billy Boy. You? Happy Drunk was dumbfounded after listening. Lady Casanova was obviously threatening him. Even if he ended up winning this bid, that lunatic Billy Boy would lead a manhunt for him until that previous shoulder armor finally dropped off. Happy Drunk possessed a hidden class himself. He had a relatively considerable combat power to boast of. He did not fear facing Billy Boy in single combat. But never forget that Billy Boy was the head of class PvP, one who spent most of his free time pondering on new, ingenious methods of killing people other than training. How could Happy Drunk keep hundreds of thousands of bodyguards with him wherever he went? Since the dawn of time, all muggers would watch over their prey 24/7, waiting for the moment he lowered his guard. It was inevitable, said Lady Casanova, giving a spoiled, conceited snort. But due to her appearance, not only was it not cute, it was downright horrifying. Happy Drunk gave Jiang Fei a shrug. This young master had clearly admitted that he was a coward. He had to confront such an unreasonable cow and that utter lunatic behind her back. He may be an ascended equipment collecting maniac, but he was still rational enough to see the bigger picture. Jiang Fei gave Happy Drunk a smile. To Jiang Fei, an accessory recipe was several times more valuable than gold coins. It had the potential to cause far more ripples at that current moment than some mainstay resource like gold. At that moment, every major guild seemed to be in short supply of gold coins. Not only did they have to supply their guild members with potions and repair costs, but they were also busy juicing up their in-house crafters. As it was, Jiang Fei had already spent his gold on whatever that needed spending. Now that he had updated his equipment, it was time to increase his level. He had more than enough materials at hand, too. He absolutely did not need gold. However, with an accessory recipe, Jiang Fei would be able to arm the members of the knighthood and himself. He might even find himself the opportunity to earn another great fortune from the 4 major guilds. No amount of gold could outbid that. Not long after, Lady Casanova sent someone over to deliver the recipe. Said Jiang Fei, grinning away. Ding! Ruby Viper. Accessory, excellent. Physical attack plus 15 magic attack plus 15 random enhancement level requirement. 15. This accessory recipe had many variable factors. Aside from the basic attribute, the rest of it was all randomized. Only luck determined if an equipment was golden or trash. For players who had little to choose from, they would take anything that gave them any edge. An edge was still an edge. Even a mere additional 15 points of attack was a welcome improvement, not to mention the additional attribute from random enhancements. After obtaining the recipe, Zhang Fei did not hold back. There and then, he requested 150 ruby viper material sets from the 4 major guilds at a 15-to-1 price. After he was finished, he only had to provide them 10 blue-tier accessories. After that, Zhang Fei found himself a remote blacksmith's workshop and got to work. He had to keep his success rate a secret, lest his customers grossly lowered their prices. After 2 hours with 150 material sets, Zhang Fei had produced 55 accessories in total. The success rate was about 1/3. It was lower compared to forging defensive equipment, but not too much of a gap. However, the ascended equipment chance was abysmal. Among the 55 accessories, there were only 3 violet tier equipment. Besides, these 3 were all ordinary violet tier equipment with 3 additional lines of attribute. They had no upgrade bonuses to speak of. After picking out the 10 worst samples and distributing them to the 4 major guilds, Zhang Fei placed all the rest into the Rosette Knighthood's guild storage. A particular sample suited him nicely, so he kept it for himself. Chapter 50-50, It's a Small World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When everything was said and done, Zhang Fei took out the 3 samples that he had carefully picked out for himself. Raider's Breastplate of Thorns. Chainmail Armor, excellent. Physical Defense, plus 45 Vitality, plus 5 Avoidability, plus 1 Equipped, grants you a passive skill, Armor of Thorns. Each time you receive physical damage, 5 damage would be reflected back to the enemy, inflicting poison status. Attack speed is reduced by 20%. Lasts for 5 seconds. Furious Bear Roar of War, Shoulder Armor, Epic, Physical Defense plus 65 Magic Defense plus 30 Vitality, plus 8 Critical Hit, plus 5 Avoidability, plus 5 Equipped, grants you a skill, Battle Cry. Instantly deals 100 damage to all enemies 8 meters around you, weakening their attack by 20%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown duration, 3 minutes. Spellbreaker Ruby Viper, Accessory, Epic, Physical Attack plus 20 Magic Attack, plus 20 Vitality, plus 10 Magic Resistance, plus 5 Equipped, grants you a skill, Mana Burn. Instantly depletes all your mana points, burning off 50% of the target's mana points. At the same time, 50% of the total mana points consumed is dealt as damage to the target. Cooldown duration, 5 minutes. After equipping the 3 equipment, Zhang Fei spent 200 gold coins on materials to create an armor shield enhancer. Although the shield could only absorb physical damage, it was good enough to act as a last-minute deus ex machina. Zhang Fei's attributes had increased drastically. Besides, the divine blacksmith's blazing hammer had also added his vitality by a long shot. With that, his health points had surpassed the 5,000 health point threshold. By now, Zhang Fei's stats were just off the charts. Player name, Verger, Glider level, 16 class, Divine Blacksmith Apprentice, experience points, 112,475/125,000 health points, 5,080/5,080 mana points, 360/360 physical attack power, 88 plus 90 physical defense, 184 plus 265 magic defense, 72 plus 50 in terms of raw numbers. Zhang Fei could easily stand his ground against any of those specialized combat type classes. On top of that, he had up to 8 additional active skills. Charge instantly dashes towards the enemy target, dealing 50 fixed damage and stuns the enemy target for 2 seconds. The applicable range is 3 to 20 meters. Cooldown duration, 5 minutes. Iron Fist, bashes a single target, dealing 300 fixed damage. Cooldown duration, 50 seconds. Triple bash, delivers 3 consecutive bashes with a weapon blazing hammer. Increase 5% chance to create ascended equipment if skill is used on smithing. Deals damage that is equal to 5% of maximum health point as damage, 3 times to a target, if skill is used for attack. Cooldown duration, 20 seconds. Rapid cooling. Instantly blasts an icy gale ahead of you in a conical area. If used on an almost complete equipment, ascended equipment production rate increases by 1%. If used on an enemy, 10% of your maximum health points would be dealt as damage. The enemy would be frozen solid for 1 second. After 1 second, the enemy's movement speed would be reduced by 50%. Lasts for 5 seconds. Cooldown duration, 1 minute. Battle Cry. Instantly deals 100 damage to all enemies 8 meters around you, weakening their attack by 20%. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown duration, 3 minutes. Mana Burn. Instantly depletes all your mana points, burning off 50% of the target's mana points. At the same time, 50% of the total mana points consumed is dealt as damage to the target. Cooldown duration, 5 minutes. Claret Aegis. Instantly increases your defense, causing you to take only 50% of the total damage you receive from the next 3 attacks. Cooldown duration, 5 minutes. Armored Bulwark. Upon activation, absorbs physical damage equal to 20% of your maximum health points. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown duration, 5 minutes. Sadly, even though he was undeniable the strongest tank in the game, he lacked the necessary skill that makes up a proper tank, that is aggro-generating skills. Even so, he was still the game's strongest, no, China's one-of-a-kind, strongest, and most durable tank player. After reading through his skill descriptions, Jiang Fei decided to start grinding levels outside the city. After all, the 1-day cooldown duration was finished. The normal mode deep in the night forest had been reset. A solo dungeon run should get him to level 18. Currently, he was just at the brink of reaching level 17. It may be a slippery slope with an ever-increasing gradient up ahead, but a solo dungeon run should fill his bar once over, with some excess to spare. Jiang Fei had planned to raid the dungeon by himself. Hence, he had not informed the girls in the guild about his expedition. Even after he had led them to claim the first clear achievement for an elite mode dungeon run, most of the girls in the guild still lacks the proper skill to even do a normal mode dungeon run. Hence, Rosette Rose and the other main party of the guild had led a few of the other members to raid the normal run as training. Just as Jiang Fei was walking into the night forest, a haughty voice came up from behind him. Huh? Jiang Fei looked back. What small world. It was the very wild wolf trio. Hey kid, you're quite incredible, aren't you? We heard that you solo-ed a 5-member dungeon, Venomous Wolf drawled, sauntering up to Jiang Fei before staring him down. Kid, tell us the secret of the dungeon. You exploited a bug, didn't you? We'll only kill you once if you do. So help me God, we're going to camp at the graveyard and show you what power to leveling looks like. Vicious Wolf snarled. Although Jiang Fei had become famous overnight, the concept of profession-class players have no damage was deeply rooted among people's heart, including those of the 4 major guilds. Apart from the girls from the knighthood who had seen it themselves, the rest of the players had considered Jiang Fei as a cheater for utilizing an unknown bug to raid the dungeon. They even thought that it was due to the same bug that Rosette Knighthood was able to achieve first clear for the elite mode dungeon. Therefore, no one had paid attention to Jiang Fei's combat power, including this wild wolf trio. Venomous Wolf coincidentally saw Jiang Fei at the entrance of a blacksmith's workshop today. Therefore, the 3 of them then began to tail him. After all, they would be caught by NPC soldiers if they beat Jiang Fei up within the city. Therefore, the 3 of them had been waiting for Jiang Fei to leave the city. As a profession-class player, you should have been staying still within the city, yet you insist to come out and show off. Haha, we should be blamed for being so lucky as well. Hungry Wolf walked towards Jiang Fei. His pointing fingertip almost poked Jiang Fei's nose, not to mention his arrogant attitude. To the Wild Wolf trio, Jiang Fei was a fish out of the water, laid out on the chopping board. He was all theirs to chop. Asked Jiang Fei, smiling coldly. Asked Venomous Wolf, blinking in surprise. Vicious Wolf guffawed. Kid dropped the act. He had no reason to fear a blacksmith. Oomph. You're just stalling for time until those girls come to save you, aren't you? Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to reconsider that silly attempt. Hungry Wolf snapped. You 3? Please. You don't deserve the need for more manpower, said Jiang Fei with an evil grin. Ever since Jiang Fei had armed himself with skills to fight, he had been fighting monsters all the time. Not even once that he had tried to fight a player. However, since the trio had offered themselves to Jiang Fei, why not accept the duel and practice some move? Unlike the trio, who had zero knowledge about Jiang Fei's combat capabilities, Jiang Fei knew all about there was to know about them due to the ring's mysterious power. 2 of them were level 16 warriors, and the other was a level 15 bandit. Even though they were almost at the same level as Jiang Fei, their equipment were as weak as toilet paper compared to the ironclad Jiang Fei. Just what they were thinking. Could their bloat self-esteem blind them of their own weakness? They should know that their equipment were as common as dirt on the ground. Challenging someone else without knowing the opponent's capabilities is like jumping into a ravine and expect it to be as shallow as a kid's pool. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.